This poor boy works carrying monster bodies, but the dream of this failure is to become a professional hunter. So far, he had saved 40,000, and this was the cost to register for the hunter exam. While resting from work, he happily fiddles with his phone. He looks at courses on how to become stronger, but doesn't intend to spend his money on that. Unfortunately, later, an accident happens at work when the crane's chain breaks. He would have to give up the 40,000 he saved for an emergency surgery, or he would lose his leg. From the boss he dedicated so much time working for, he only received 3,000 in compensation and was fired to avoid tarnishing the company. The poor beggar had even lost the sparkle in his eyes when his phone vibrates. It was a sales event for new students at a transcendental academy, but the problem was that the registration fee was $3,000. This was all the money he had to survive. Realizing he was already completely broke and that this amount wouldn't change much, he decides to register. All his money was sucked into another dimension. A tutorial appeared, and now he will do missions and learn lessons with his new instructors. He can even sign up to learn from Buddha and gain SSS rank items and skills. After answering several questions and choosing which path he wants to follow, it is decided that his main weapon will be a spear. He even did some lessons with Buddha to better control his body and spirit. A week later, the doctor was incredulous that the boy had already recovered. In his 30 years of profession, he had never seen anything like it. Of course, this is all thanks to Buddha's lesson, and with only 1.3% learning, he was already effective at this point. His next teacher was Chiron, a centaur who taught everyone on Olympus. Thinking it would be something easy again, just like it was with Buddha, he was calm, but suddenly Chiron shouts for him to get up and start. A mission arises. He needs to run 30 kilometers, do 1,000 squats, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and 150 pull-ups. Initially, he only thinks about ignoring that, but the message keeps notifying every hour saying that the task is incomplete. He thinks he will do this later and learn other lessons first, but soon realizes that the free part of the course will only last another 83 days. A moment later, he is in the park running while crying as he realizes that the hour is almost up, and he has to make the most of it. Of course, carrying all those monsters gave him some strength. Soon he started increasing the number of push-ups he was doing. This excites the boy, and he begins to do the exercises, one after another, fulfilling his goal. Even a hospitalized elderly woman starts to see a difference in his physique. This time, he will definitely become a hunter. Returning to his residence, Kim Seo-jun is exhausted, but there is no time to rest, and he quickly signs up for a new lesson. This time, he will learn about sense. His progress continues to grow. The next morning, he returns to work asking for a new chance since there is no choice. While he was in the dorm, his work friend enters through the back door. As a work joke, he was going to hit the boy, but he dodges without even looking back. Both were impressed by the situation, and of course, this was due to the sense training he had the night before. Later, his friend questions him if it is really okay for the boy to carry 200 kilograms alone. Not even a look of discomfort is the boy making. No one can understand how he changed so much in such a short time. He feels much stronger. He even starts doing squats, saying he won't have much time after work. But he gets startled when he checks his phone. Each squat was counting for 3 due to overload. He gets very excited about this since he will save time. His workmates almost freak out seeing him doing squats with all that weight, and it doesn't stop there. He starts doing push-ups too. Arriving home, the boy was very happy. Besides earning money working, he also managed to complete all the daily tasks. Going back to fiddling with his phone, he starts looking for other lessons, until he finds one that says he could even uproot mountains from the ground. His new instructor is named Shang Yus. The new task from the teacher is for him to balance a spear 5,000 times a day. Oh, you're so... The next morning at the protagonist's workplace, a girl was walking around the area. She is Park Seun, a rank B hunter who came to check for threats nearby. Apparently, everyone respects this girl a lot. This is because she is the granddaughter of Park Min-chul, the Sword Star. He had great feats 100 years ago when the portals emerged. He was a powerful awakened one who made gigantic contributions. Considered a true hero in this world. But that is not currently the protagonist's concern, who just wants to do his squats with monsters. While he worked, trained, and joked with his friend, a giant monster that was in the pile of bodies rises right next to his companion. At the same time, the girl was lost in thought. She wished to be a teacher, but her grandfather wouldn't allow it. She couldn't have a normal life being the granddaughter of a hero. She even tried to teach at the Hunter Academy, but everyone wanted to learn from her grandfather and not from her. But the girl still wouldn't give up on her dream. She just needed to find an appropriate cadet. Suddenly, a worker runs by telling them to run. A manticore was about to swallow the protagonist's friend. And incredibly, Min-chul was just shouting for the boy to run. This was a 4-star monster called manticore that even experienced hunters have difficulty with. Realizing there wouldn't be time, the boy grabs a piece of iron and runs toward the monster. With one strike, the monster moves back a little. The dude's shocked, but the young guy's yelling for him to run for it. Min-chul is like, you should run too, but the brave young guy is like, if I do, we're both toast. Revealing his plan, which is to stall until the hunters show up. Even scared, our hero stands firm in front of the beast, ready to throw down if he has to. Talking to himself, he orders his body to quit shaking and not freeze up. Not now. Suddenly, Buddha's wise words pop into his head, calming him down. Listening closely, the young guy knows he needs to chill his emotions, just like his shaky, scared heart. While he's thinking, the monster charges full throttle. Kim, in turn, starts running at the beast, calming down bit by bit. With glowing yellow eyes, the manticore raises its paw, ready to strike first. Remembering Chiron's lesson, the young guy knows he has to trust his instincts. The plan works, and he dodges the monster's claws like a pro, jumping back to get some space. Suddenly, the enemy lifts its scorpion tail, and the young guy jumps quick because he knows before reacting. He has to trust his instincts, until he spots a weak point, which is the creature's head. In midair, the young guy wonders if he should strike now or not, deciding to trust what Xiang Yu said about his hit being able to split mountains. Gripping his iron bar, Kim decides he's got to split it no matter what, and what he's feeling is definitely the power to tear mountains apart. With all his strength and determination, he attacks and manages to split not a mountain but the manicore's body. The hit makes a loud noise and kicks up a ton of dust. Confused, the workers start looking for where the crash came from, as does the huntress who's still around. As she gets closer, the young woman sees Kim standing there, still holding the iron bar. To her shock, behind him is the massive creature, totally wrecked. Grinning awkwardly, the dude's all like, "How did that even work?" While his grades and lectures start to skyrocket. Totally mind-blown, Park Seun all, what just happened? And how did a regular guy, not even a hunter, take down a monster like that without a proper weapon? Snapping back to reality, Kim bolts towards Min Chul, zooming past the girl without even noticing her. He's all worried if the dude's okay or if he's got any injuries, but his buddy's also stressing about him. The guy's like, "I'm good, but you should hit up the hospital." Meanwhile, the kid's boss is trying to introduce him to the hunter, but everyone's all over him, giving him props for the epic win. Jaw-dropped, Park Seun is like, "I finally found him," leaving the dude behind her all puzzled. In her head, she's like, "Finally found the right cadet." As the workday wraps up and everyone bounces. Strolling down the street, Kim Seo-jun checks his phone and gets a shocker. His lecture progress is off the charts, way better than just replaying classes. He's thinking, this has gotta be because I took down a manticore. So the best way to level up in lectures is to use what he learned in real battles. His only snag is needing a temporary license for raids, which means joining a hunter academy. Out of nowhere, a voice snaps him back to reality. Turning around, he spots the Sword Star's granddaughter asking if he's got time to chat. Even though he's a bit sus, Kim's like, "Sure, spill it." Straight to the point, Park Seo-yoon asks if he'd visit her grandpa with her. People nearby are like, "No way." Especially when the dude's answer is a big fat no. Stunned, the girl's trying to wrap her head around the rejection while the dude's like, "Peace out." She begs him to wait, but our guy just wants to get home and binge his lectures. Feeling awkward, the hunter is like, "Never been in this spot in my 31 years? The dude turns back and explains he said no because her academy is basically just on paper. Curious, the girl's wondering who this guy is, doing weird workouts and still taking down a manicore. Trying to win him over, Park Seo-yoon's like, "We've got all the gear you need," but he's not buying it. As a last-ditch effort, she asks if he'd be down to learn from her grandpa, but the dude's like, "Nah, doesn't matter," leaving her even more puzzled. Not wanting to let him go, she yells, asking about the written test, but he's like, "I got this." Then she asks how he plans to raid without being in a hunter academy. The dude's like, "Joining your academy won't change anything since it's not government approved." Park Seo-yoon's like, "We've got the green light and can help you out." And Kim slows down. Seeing this, the hunter is like, "We can hook you up with a private training spot, all without charging a dime." Turning to her, the dude's like, "What's the catch? When it's too good, you gotta wonder." Determined, she's like, "You'll need to compete for the academy and rep us wherever you go." Even tempted, Kim's still cautious and asks why she's so keen on him joining. She replies, "I see your potential." They both grin, and the dude's vibing with what he hears. They'll have a pro relationship using each other's skills, and the dude's like, "Deal," extending his hand. Park Seo-yoon does the same and they shake on it, sealing the deal. Next day, Kim's phone's buzzing. It's Mr. Min Chul asking what he did to make the work leader switch up so fast. The dude remembers it was the favor he asked the hunter, but asks if the firing wasn't just dodging duties. Laughing, his buddy's like, "Nah, he'd never do that, but him being gone is a win." Then asks if the dude's headed to the hunter academy yet. Call ends and Park Seo-yoon rolls up, handing him the temporary license. The young dude's jaw drops when he hears the document was issued just yesterday. He thanks her, still kinda doubting if it's for real. Buzzing with excitement, he admits he's no hunter, but taking that first step feels epic. Kim's all eager to learn and asks the girl if she can show him the ropes for raids. She's like, "Nah, you don't need that," which totally throws him off. She points to some weapons, telling him to pick whichever feels right, and then they're off. At the spot the hunter mentioned, she booked it, thinking he'd need it. Kim kicks off his battle with a rat-like creature. He pauses to ask why Park Seun tagged along into the dungeon. She says it's like a VIP session for promising students, making him grin. She adds she's there for safety, reminding him not to slack off, even if it's just kobolds. These critters are 2-star, and as they stroll, he's glad the mana defense is a breeze to break through. Kim explains normally mana attacks bounce off a see-through shield, but there's something weird. His non-mana attacks surprisingly work like a charm. After some fighting, he checks his phone and sees his lecture progress is climbing. Even if it's not as much as his first fight, it's still worth it since he's raking in cash too. Grinning, he tells Park Seun he's gonna speed things up. He charges in, feeling like he's leveling up in a game. Post-training, the hunter finds him on the ground doing something bizarre, saying his craziness is off the charts. Kim's been staring at a blank black screen since they left the raid, and his quirks don't stop there. Despite being a rookie, he wiped out kobolds like a pro with a decade of experience. Then he did weird workouts while lugging the creatures' bodies when he could have just called for help. In her mind, the girl thinks she can't hide from her grandpa that she's got a student. A student who's now yelling it's past midnight and he hasn't finished his lectures. Checking his phone, he's stoked to see he made 95 $10 in one day, realizing his strategy of hauling and dismantling creatures is super smart. The only snag is the time it takes to wrap up the job. About to cross the street, he wonders if he should hit up Min Chul to join him. Deciding to text later, he's focused on figuring out what to do with all that cash. Even though the raid boosted his lecture progress, it wasn't as much as he hoped, so he's got to find a way to get stronger. Maybe as strong as the great sage of heaven, Sun Wukong. Remembering this instructor sparks a light bulb moment. Now he's got enough dough to pay for the lecture he only got a sneak peek of before. Pumped, he grabs his phone to register. But plot twist, the fee is a whopping 27 billion bucks. Squatting on the ground, Kim mutters he probably won't have that much even as a pro hunter. Since he's stuck, he checks if his academy sells gear or other stuff. If he can't watch the lecture now, at least he can snag some equipment. Browsing the store, he's floored. All the gear, even the replicas, are mythical level like Longinus's spear and the Aegis shield. Plus, they're made by top students, meaning they could be crafted by legends. This gets him hyped and he starts hunting for gear he can use. He picks Longinus' spear as his first buy. The system starts crunching numbers to set the right price. Next day, Park Seun finds him doing endless push-ups. Curious, she asks why he's so frantic. In his head, he reveals, after the causality rate calculation, the spear's price is a jaw-dropping 100,000 bucks. Out loud, he says it's all about the money in the end. Grinning, the hunter asks if he's heard about the academy competition. As the dude's all, I don't know what this is. The girl spills the tea, saying it's a showdown where schools flex their muscles. Basically, it's a spot to see how buff an academy is. This epic battle's at the 4th league level, and if you crush it, you level up to a higher league. Plus, the academy gets more peeps signing up and some official thumbs up, so the plan is for our guy to rep the Dream Academy in this epic face-off. Kim's brain's buzzing, thinking this could totally boost his lecture game. I mean, it's like XP in a game, right? So he's all in, saying he's down to join. The girl's like, for real? And he's like, yeah, what's the deal with these battles? Park Seun breaks it down, saying it's all about raid scores and cadet tourneys. This makes our hero sweat a bit because he's got 0 monster battling cred and zilch cadet fight skills. So if he's gonna do this, he's gotta bring his A game. So he turns to the hunter, asking if she's cool with training him if she's not busy. Even if she's not sure it's the best move, she nods. Grinning, our dude's stoked because she's got sword star creds. And even if he's a newbie, he's super curious about Park Seun's power level. The girl's like, you sure? I'm a rank B hunter. And he's all, yeah, just don't wreck me. Ready to rumble, the hunter lets him make the first move, so he charges in, no hesitation. The girl dodges, thinking his speed's cool, but his moves are kind of sloppy. His eyes give away his next move, like a neon sign. She's thinking she might have hyped him up too much after the kobold fight. A cadet, still a cadet. She's just wondering where he gets the guts to challenge her like this. Still, she figures one hit from her should wrap it up, but surprise, surprise. Kim blocks her hit like a boss. Shaking, he admits it's tough work. The girl's mind's blown, wondering how he blocked a mana-charged hit. The weapon should have flown out of his hands, ending the match. He jumps back, creating space. The girl's just standing there, mind blown. Chill, he grins and says he's gonna get serious now. They both dive back into the fight, and the hunter is baffled by his faster, sharper moves, totally different from a few minutes ago. Kim's deep in his training memories, remembering the coach's advice about not expecting opponents to just stand there. He should make obvious moves to trigger obvious defenses, while spinning the spear back to himself, repeating until the opponent's wide open for the real hit. So when the moment's right, he just needs to go all out. The hunter's shocked as he charges full throttle, realizing she's in trouble. A crash, then a burst of blue lightning. Still on her feet, she's trying to figure out what just went down. Seeing her student against a cracked wall, she realizes she went full power by accident. The dude gets up saying he's cool and admits he lost. The girl's jaw drops, realizing he really thought he could win against a rank B hunter. Meanwhile, Kim's thinking hunters are on another level, and fighting monsters is a whole different ballgame, and he's got a long way to go when his phone buzzes. Checking it, he sees his lecture progress is up just as he hoped. Pumped, he asks Park Seun if she's got much going on before the tourney, and she says not really. This is music to his ears, and he asks if they can train whenever they've got free time, cause sparring with her is gonna level him up big time. Even though she's kinda sus, the young woman agrees cause she promised to help the dude, saying if he wins, he keeps all the cash. Kim's totally clueless about the prize money and is shook. The hunter spills the tea that the prize is a whopping $100,000. The young dude's face does a 180, leaving the girl curious as he asks when the tourney is happening. Park Seo-yoon says it's going down in 2 weeks. The boy's freaking out, thinking he needs to train like crazy. He starts doing squats with a massive rock, making the hunter go, "Whoa!" Trying to help, even though she's lost, she suggests using the sandbags in the corner. In a flash, 2 weeks zoom by, and a young dude with glasses rolls up to the tournament spot. He's all jittery seeing the crowd. He thinks it's wild for regular folks to see hunters battling, and even government peeps might be there. He rolls up to an organizer, deciding to quit stalling and dive in. He quickly finds the participants' waiting room. Clutching his bag, the boy's like, "What now?" He's frozen with nerves. Checking out his rivals, he sees they're all buff, strong, and oozing confidence. Probably because each school sent their top cadets. But spotting Kim Seojun, he sees the guy's only got a beat-up weapon and a fabric spear holder. The other competitors are like, "Who's this country bumpkin?" saying he's probably some poor dude forced to join and a weirdo staring at a blank screen. But to the glasses kid, our hero's a fellow solo player. Gathering his nerve, he goes over and says hi to Kim. He introduces himself as Lee Min-gi, also a natural awakened. Even though he's shy, he asks if he can chill near our friendly guy, who says sure after introducing himself too. Chatting about the other competitors, Lee points out the axe dude. Jang Dok-cheol, a big shot from Gocheori Academy. The guy's beefing with Lee Cheol-man, a star from Mint Academy. Kim's confused why the dude's explaining so much when he didn't even ask. Suddenly, another guy rolls up and tells the arguing dudes to zip it. It's Lee Jin-hwan from Revenant Academy. Our hero notices everyone shuts up as soon as the guy speaks. Lee Min-gi says he thinks the guy's already won the tournament, because he didn't even want to join, saying the comp was weak. Plus, he turned down a recruitment offer from the Sword Star's granddaughter. The glasses kid says he doesn't know why, but if the guy refused, he must be super confident. We dive into Lee Jin-hwan's thoughts, and he's fuming about being in the tournament. He only joined because his uncle wanted him to take his academy to the 3rd league at least once. But even if he wins, he gets nada, so he should have taken Park Seo-yoon's offer. Even if her academy is unknown, she's still the Sword Star's granddaughter and could be handy. Suddenly, a noise grabs his attention. He turns and sees Kim staring at him hard, wondering who this nobody is. Meanwhile, our hero's thinking about how much his skills would level up if they fought. An announcement cuts in saying the first match is starting and all cadets should get ready. Hearing this makes Lee Min-gi nervous, while Kim stands up silently. Our boy's feeling good about his prep over the last 2 weeks. After all, he's got real-life experience from raids and fights with Park Seo-yoon, so whether it's monster hunting or dueling, he's ready. But surprise, surprise, the first match is a race in the dungeon maze. They announce the first round's about to kick off. A boy waves to the young man who's a level up and grabs his attention. The man heads over but bumps into a woman first, getting annoyed because it's so packed. He says sorry for the bump. As he gets closer to the young man, he's asked if he knew the woman, and the man says, "Nah, but she looked a lot like someone he knows." Alright, buckle up because this is going to be epic. So the kid jumps right in, spilling the deets on the first round of the tournament. The dude's all, "Bet there are monsters in this maze," and says hunting them is the key to busting out of there. He figures it's a test to see who's got the mad skills for dungeon raids. Watching the action, he notes the cadets are bringing their A-game. Everyone's hyped, eyes glued to the battle, and the two boys are buzzing about how it's a total thrill ride. They're all, "Lee Jin-hwan's got this in the bag," while a girl in a cap listens in. She's getting jittery, wondering why the guy's even there. Then she catches the boy sneaking peeks at her and freaks, hoping she stays under the radar. In the heat of battle, a competitor tries to smash a wall but realizes it's a no-go. He ponders, thinking he's got to do it the old school way. And if he could use his mountain crushing power a few times, he'd totally wreck that wall. Scanning the path, he spots a fork with 3 ways to go. He's all, "What's the basic maze hack?" and veers left. Suddenly, something grabs his attention, and he gets this wild feeling. Clueless about it, he's all confused and lost. He's like, "I gotta go the other way, not left," trusting his gut instinct. He takes a few steps, unsure if he's doing the right thing, but he rolls with his gut feeling anyway. Still, something feels off. They announce Cadet Joe Shockman from Scar Academy is out. Confused, the boy's like, "Why's nothing happening to me?" Then he figures his gut's dodging even the monsters. And if he's right, once he hits 100% progress and learns Metamorphosis, he'll see the future. While he's deep in thought, someone rolls up and calls him Hyung. They warn him to stay sharp because you never know when a monster might pop up. Chatting away, the boy asks if Hyung knows something since he's been strutting around so confidently. He adds that wandering a maze without a plan is a recipe for disaster, and shares a maze escape trick. The young dude explains the right-hand, left-hand method, but Hyung's like, nah, too slow, sticking to his plan. Chill as ever, the kid in the green shirt teases that his buddy's gonna get lost, and the other asks why he's tagging along. Caught off guard, the boy says they're both in the same boat. And he thought the other was flying solo too, so teaming up seemed smart. Hyung's surprised because he doesn't feel weak at all. Still hanging with the boy, the green shirt guy says he'll show something cool. He whips out his phone, showing a picture of his little sister. Hyung's like, no clue who she takes after, but she's cute, and starts to leave. The boy clings to his foot, begging him not to bail. He insists it's risky to go solo. Hyung thinks the kid talks a lot, but did spill some good tea in the waiting room. The boy asks if Hyung's family didn't come to cheer him on. Feeling awkward, Hyung admits his parents are gone, and it's just him and his sis now. Then he realizes he might have overshared and made things awkward. Knowing he can't ditch the kid, he says he can tag along, but he makes it clear the top prize is his, so they're not a team. Hyung speeds up, leaving the green shirt guy struggling to keep up. Laughing, Hyung reminds him he wanted to follow. The kid's shocked, thinking Hyung's too confident to wander without a plan. It's like he already knows the way. They hit a dead end and the boy barely keeps up. He calls out to Seo-jun asking if this is it. Then Hyung casually pushes the wall, leaving the other dudes stunned. They announce the first to finish the maze did it in just 27 minutes. In the crowd, everyone's jaws hit the floor, wondering how someone finished so fast. Eyes on the winner in surprise. It's Seo-jun Hyung. Meanwhile, the dude strolls out of the maze, claiming he didn't see any monsters. A spooked Lee Min-gi can't wrap his head around how his buddy was so speedy. Results drop confirming Kim Seo-jun's win. Nobody buys it. They're all shook, thinking maybe the kid's got some secret sauce. Chatter's buzzing, and our main guy is getting annoyed by all the whispers. Suddenly, he spots a red-haired dude standing right in front of him. It's Lee Jun-hwan, and boom, the whispers hit pause. Clueless, the young dude wonders if the guy's got something to spill. But nah, he just asks to pass by and bounces without a word. Chatter's back, and they're saying he just got lucky. The tournament boss shows up, ready to spill the deets on round 2. He says it's going to be a 1 versus 1 showdown, no mana tricks allowed, but hey, body reinforcement with mana is cool. Plus, if the judges think a cadet's toast, they'll call it. 32 folks made it through round 1, and Seo-jun's curious about the matchups. The organizer is about to reveal the pairs, but a kid raises his hand and says he's out of there, quitting the competition. Nearby, a girl in a cap's relieved, thinking she almost got busted. She ponders Seo-jun's first place, deciding to chill until things settle. But then a convo catches her ear. She tunes in, hearing dudes chat about the tourney starting at the semis, even with 32 peeps. They say it's because half the folks bailed and start wondering why. The girl figures they're gamblers, hearing them suggest quitting since Lee Jun-hwan's got it in the bag. Then a mysterious figure rolls up with a suitcase full of cash, betting $1 million on Kim Seo-jun. Everyone's floored, asking if she's for real. They call Hyung the lucky kid from some no-name academy dream. Curious, the girl wonders who this mystery person is. Flashback time showing a boy saying he's out of the tourney. Min-gi whispers it's common in League 4 for folks to drop out. Whispers fly, mostly about Lee Jun-hwan and how he leaves folks limping, and that there are beasts in the comp making others just stepping stones for the big leagues. So the dudes decide to bail. Quickly, everyone steps up, saying they're out too. Only 5 brave souls remain. With that, the matchups are set. First up, Kim Seo-jun vs Jang Deok-cheol. Next, Lee Jun-hwan vs Lee Min-gi, while Lee Cheolman gets a free pass. Deep in thought, the main guy wonders if he'd top the charts if they hit the finals. Shaking Min-gi's a bundle of nerves, and the main guy asks why. But Seo-jun's chill, not sweating it. He asks his buddy if he's scared of losing before even throwing a punch. And if so, maybe he should bail too. Despite the pep talk, the young guy says he can't quit, and the tourney's ready to roll. The cold cadet's gotta head to the arena. The main guy's on his way, but Min-gi grabs his arm. He asks if the dude's worried, but the guy's cool, just wondering how much XP he's worth. The answer leaves Min-gi puzzled, and Seo-jun promises to be back soon. They announce the 63rd Academy Showdown's about to kick off, only the toughest left standing. Entering the arena, the main guy thinks it's wild how everyone bailed. They lay down the rules for the match and introduce the opponent. Deok-cheol's all cocky, saying he made it just to face him. They give the go-ahead for round 2. Annoyed, the axe-wielding giant says Seo-jun's gonna regret it and charges in. Nearby, Min-gi spots the fight starting, wondering if his buddy's got this. But then he realizes it's not the time to worry about others. He decides to focus on his own battle against Lee Jun-hwan, and remembers his buddy's words, asking if he'd worry about losing before even trying. Then Min-gi starts thinking it's not just Jang Deok-cheol and Lee Cheolman he's up against, but also cadets from big shot academies. Feeling scared, he thinks maybe he should just quit, but then his eyes lock onto the battlefield, and he sees the fight was over in a flash. And boom, Kim Seo-jun was the champ of that battle. Cheolman calls the opponents trash and says they're just having fun playing with each other. The story rewinds to show the boys fight. The opponent grabs his weapon and charges in for the attack. As expected, Cadet Dukcheol's got mad strength, but Cadet Seo-jun is dodging those attacks like it's no big deal. Everyone sees he didn't make it to round 2 just by luck. Duke still keeps attacking like a machine, but his energy is dropping. Yet the boy's defending like it's nothing. Annoyed, the dude asks why his attacks aren't landing. He decides to go for a mega hit and yells, asking if the hero can dodge it. But as he swings, the boy sends the opponent's weapon flying with ease. Plus, with that force, Dukcheol hits the ground, totally shocked by what just happened. Blowing everyone's minds, the match wraps up. The opponent's in shock, realizing he lost to his rival. After the win, Hyung checks his phone, bummed that the progress bar barely moved. He also sees the free license days are ticking down. Kim Seo-jun knows he's got to hustle to buy a weapon and renew the free license, so he figures he's got to win that cash prize. No other way. Back in the room, he sees Min-gi all jittery and asks why, while the boy says he's freaked out by his friend's power. Laughing, Hyung asks when he ever said he was weak. Still, the buddy says it was epic, but the convo gets cut off with the second fight announcement. They call Lee Min-gi and Lee Jin-hwan. Teasing, the red-haired boy bumps the opponent and tells him to move. Before hitting the battlefield, Min-gi calls Kim Seo-jun and asks if he remembers saying they were similar. The boy confirms that when he met his friend in the labyrinth, he felt a bond and was stoked to see his buddy beat the rival. Still chatting, he admits he's a guy with no luck, no talent, and not super strong. But he dreams of being a big bro his sis can be proud of. They call for Min-gi again and he says he's coming. Before leaving, the hero tells him to give it his all, and shouts, promising to see his buddy in the finals. Nervous, the kid in the green shirt repeats to himself that he can do it. Annoyed, Jun-hwan asks what the opponent's mumbling about. The judge says he'll go over the rules again before the fight kicks off. Ready to rumble, the red-haired boy stares at Min-gi, and he shakes with fear. Jun-hwan thinks he can tell without fighting that the opponent's just prey, a useless dude who only knows how to get hunted, a creature at the bottom of the food chain, and that he's nothing but a snack for a predator like him. Still in his head, the boy thinks the opponent got there by luck and should know his place. He also figures he should have come first in both tournaments since he's way different from those he calls trash. Holding a sword, the red-haired kid wonders what the heck that was and if that useless pest really thought he could win. Impatient, he asks the ref when they can start. The narrator gets ready to announce the second round of the tournament. Min-gi thinks if his friend did it, he can too. But Jun-hwan's hyped and says there's no point dragging out the tournament. The order is given to start the fight. The red-haired boy doesn't waste a second in attacks, saying he'll wrap it up in a flash. As expected, the boy kicks off with fury and quick, sharp attacks. On the flip side, Cadet Min-gi seems cornered and might not meet expectations. Teasing, Jun-hwan says if the opponent's a pest, he should act like one. The attack's super strong and makes the boy with glasses bleed. In pain, he drops to the ground. Down, Min-gi wonders if he'll lose the duel, and he thinks it's not about winning or losing and figures he stands no chance against the opponent. But his thoughts start to shift, and he thinks about the pride he wants to give his little sister. He keeps saying he wants to be as strong as Seo-jun Hyung, like on repeat. Then, out of nowhere, he starts getting up, and everyone's jaws hit the floor. Fueled by the winner or nothing vibe, he figures one good hit is all he needs. Facing Jun-hwan, he's all about making sure his attack lands. He charges with his sword, swings but can't go full power. Flat on the ground, the narrator hands the win to the red-haired dude. In the stands, everyone's buzzing about what just went down, throwing in their 2 cents. The whispers keep going as the rivals stare each other down. Some folks crack jokes about Jun-hwan showing off after beating a weakling. They're not buying his hype. Feeling the heat, the boy tells the ref he's out. Then he knees the guy on the floor right in the face. Eo ticked off, he's done with his circus and calls the tournament a joke for letting fools in. The ref's like, why dude? The fight's over, and says he'll step in if it keeps up. He's like, I'm out of here, and wonders if anyone else is sick of the clowns in the ring. Still fuming, he stomps on the downed guy's head, and he's about to throw another punt. When the hero jumps in to save his buddy, Hyung's been waiting, but since they're going to clash in the finals anyway, he's jumping the gun, saying the jerk deserves a smackdown right now. Seo-jun yells for the dude to back off. He's confused, so the hero's like, get your foot off my friend's head, bro. All cocky, he's like, what if I don't? Then he gets shoved hard by the hero, who rushes to check on Min-gi, asking if he's awake. Jun-hwan's all sarcastic, calling it a touching tale of losers. Seeing his buddy waking up, the hero charges and demands to know why he stomped on his friend. The guy's like, because he's a loser who doesn't know his place. Staring him down, the hero asks if losers can't dream, but the guy just keeps mocking. In the stands, people are buzzing about the chaos, wondering why no one's stepping in. The refs are like, why can't we stop this? But say it's orders from above. The girl in the cap watches the fight, whispering Seo-jun's name. In the heat of it, the hero's like, didn't know you were this dumb. Jun-hwan's all, let me school you, loser. Only the strong survive. And he's like, you gotta crush others. No room for dreams here. Adding, that's just how the world rolls. The hero's like, I used to think that too. For 9 long years, he's been grinding to be a pro hunter, facing reality's walls. Even blaming himself for being broke or talentless, hard work kept him afloat, but nothing got better. Plus, he says clinging to unsolvable stuff is just sad. He's asked himself a million times if quitting would change things. He asked the ref to look after Mingi. Seojun admits fear held him back, making him doubt himself. As he walks, the ref calls out to him, but he ignores it, facing his rival, asking what's the deal, and says it's not something he can judge or belittle. The ref's freaking out, warning him it's against the rules, but he doesn't care, keeps attacking even as everyone begs him to stop. Chill, the red-haired guy's unfazed, calling it all a joke. Then the hero swings at the rival, who blocks it. Annoyed, Junhwan calls him a filthy pest and the hero fires back, calling him the real bug. They dive into a full-on battle. The hero sees the guy's strong, not shocked people hype him up. But right now he can't dwell on that, can't afford distractions. He knows he's got to move on instinct alone. They keep clashing, weapons flying. The ref's still trying to step in, asking what's the point, while the red-haired guy tells him to back off. Annie thinks he's a predator, eyeing the guy he calls a filthy pest, so this dude's all... Anyone can chat about dreams like that, but he's curious if the other guy will keep yapping when reality hits. While throwing a punch. Boom, the main dude blocks it, and everyone's jaws drop. Junhwan's like, wait, did I just imagine that? And he's all, this kid's leveling up with every block. It's like watching a monster grow right in front of him. The fight's getting crazier by the second. Out of nowhere, the main dude shoves the other guy who goes full rage mode. No chill, he whips out a sword with aura, leaving Seojun shook. The kid's thinking he's toast since he can't even control mana yet. Everyone's freaking out, yelling for Junhwan to chill, trying to stop the kid who's lost it, threatening to KO the other guy. Knowing it's risky, the main dude's brain says, run dude, run, but his heart's not into it. He feels like running means ditching everything he's worked for. They chat about the 3 kingdoms and the tunes blasting from everywhere. He recalls a student asking why he soloed the enemy line, and they were spot on because it was a done deal, a lost cause, no way out alive. He admits it was the first time he was scared stiff, thinking he might lose. Still, he fought because it was a must-do. He goes on, saying even if losing's a sure thing, you gotta fight and believe in a win. Shang Yu fought. They warned that even with mountain-crushing power, he can't win without it. He lost, and that's how he became the Hegemon King. The power to crush mountains started moving them, and the spirit to change the world will rule it. Pumped up, the main dude decides to fight and charges at the opponent. Fearless, the red-haired kid's all, I'm a predator and you're toast. Then he rushes in, telling the opponent to just drop already. A wild battle kicks off with epic blows flying everywhere. The hits are so intense, everyone in the arena is knocked down and smokes everywhere. Everyone's buzzing, wondering who snagged the win. As the dust clears, they spot Seojun standing, while the other guy's down looking rough. The crowd goes nuts at the epic scene, everyone's chanting the main dude's name together. The girl in the cap's mind blown, knowing 2 weeks ago the kid couldn't even handle an imbued sword and now he's rocking an aura spear. As she checks out the battlefield, she spots a mysterious figure nearby. She recognizes it's the person she saw at the betting center earlier. Then the hood drops, revealing the mysterious bettor's face, who's all, how's this even possible? The girl's like, yeah, I'm surprised too, but chill, dude. And she's all, you're acting like some cosmic rule just got wrecked. Still pondering, she remembers the guy bet on Seojun, and when she looks, poof, he's gone. The girl's stunned to see the guy vanished. Battered, the main dude meets a guy who says he's been booted. And even though the opponent went overboard, he had already bailed from the tournament. Plus, the main dude jumped in when it wasn't an official match and ignored the ref's warnings, so his actions broke the tournament rules. The main dude's cool with it, saying he was ready for this when he jumped in, but wonders what's up with Junhwan. They tell him Junhwan's obviously out and that using an aura sword was straight up attempted murder. Plus, he's probably getting banned from the exam for 5 years. Because of all this, Lee Chulman snagged the tournament win by default, with Mingi in second and Deok Chul in third. After all the chaos, Seojun checks his progress rate and thinks it's all good since it shot up big time. He notices it skyrocketed during the fight with Junhwan, and Xiang Yu's lecture progress hit over 50%. The kid recalls the weird power he felt before and thinks it might have popped up thanks to the lecture rate. Decided, he's thinking about catching another lecture when someone taps his shoulder. It's Miss Seoyun calling for him. Worried, she asks if he's hurt and if he's okay. Seeing he's chill, the girl feels relieved. The main dude says sorry to the girl and she's all confused. He mentions he could have won but got sidetracked and she's like, no need to apologize. She just wants to know if he's okay and thought he was all about that cash prize. The boy admits it's true, and Seoyun realizes he totally spaced on it. Then she asks what he was going to do with the prize money. Seojun says he wanted to snag a weapon, but he's chill with not getting the cash. Still, he admits he'd be lying if he said he didn't regret it, but he'd regret not stepping in even more. He starts saying the money thing will sort itself out, but Mingi interrupts, calling his name. The boy, looking pretty beat up, comes over and asks if his buddy's leaving, and he says that's the plan. Thinking hard, the boy in the green shirt wonders if he'll be like his friend, if he keeps grinding. Seo-jun honestly says it's going to be tough, and he thinks Mingi's skills are way behind for going pro as a hunter. Hard work can do wonders, but the world can be a real beast. He advises the boy not to get too hung up on being a hunter, but he can totally rock something else. Mingi agrees his friend is spot on. Then he says he just came to say goodbye. Feeling all the feels, he thanks Seo-jun for everything. Before heading out, the main dude tells him not to get bummed out and not to let anyone say he can't do it. People will say he can't and that he'll never make it, but he needs to remember that others' opinions aren't the real deal. And if he wants something, he should go all out for it. After the pep talk, Mingi says he'll come back to visit with his sis someday. Seo-yun says that side of the boy caught her off guard, and she loves how he jumps into things uninvited, and that's why she's a fan. Then the main dude realizes he should have told the boy about Dream Academy. He keeps moving while Seo-yun thinks about how he talked about the academy like it was theirs. Then she yells that the friend has worked hard and she'll buy him a weapon. Somewhere else, a young guy shows up and asks if the director's around. They nod but say he's meditating. The young guy says it's urgent and they need to let him know he's there. Ignoring the guards, he barges in and tells the director he's Moon Chol. Annoyed, the director says he made it clear not to let anyone in and asks if the guy is ignoring his orders. With that, Moon Chol starts feeling the heat and can't move. Struggling to speak, he says Miss Seo-yun was in the recent academy tournament. The info leaves the director puzzled, wondering if he heard right. They say they're still gathering details, but it seems she recruited a new student. The guy says he can handle it, but the director says no way, he needs to see what this new guy is all about. A building pops up and someone's counting. It's Seo-jun training, and after finishing, he says he nailed the daily task. Ms. Seo-yun shows up and stands behind him. He turns and says he can tell when someone's staring at him hard from behind. The girl says he was super picky at the equipment shop and didn't buy anything. The main dude says he thought the gear was a bit over the top. A bit annoyed, she says he's not the type to say no or care about others' opinions. But he thinks he can't settle for regular weapons after seeing transcendent ones. He figures instead of buying a spear, he could ask for 20,000 in cash. The girl reminds him she was footing the bill, and chances like that don't come often. Continuing, she asks what kind of mana cultivation technique he uses, and that he needs to learn a technique to handle mana. Seo-yun explains that since he beats monsters, he clearly can handle mana, and since he fought in the tournament, he doesn't seem low class. The info leaves him a bit puzzled since he never learned any cultivation technique. They explain what they mean by talking about mana cultivation techniques, and there are so many different forms, split into high class and low class based on how efficient they are. Every hunter's got their own special moves, some even have patents like they're inventors or something. Seo-jun thinks that's why he tried to get into a fancy academy, but he asks the girl if they teach that technique there. She says nope, her grandpa banned it, like it's some forbidden magic. But she spills the beans on a technique she made up herself. The info blows the protagonist's mind, and he asks if she really did it solo, and she nods. She wonders why he's asking, and he says he's just curious. No biggie. Honestly, he thought she was talentless, or maybe hyped up to Sword Saint levels. But he knows she's right, because mana cultivation is Hunter 101. The protagonist knows he's got time to chill and hit another lecture, so he picks one about mana. Annoyed because he dodged her question, the girl bails on him. Confused, Seo-jun asks where she's off to, and she says she's got stuff to do. Joking, the protagonist says he's shocked she's got plans. Seriously, she tells him to lock up if he leaves before she's back. He says no worries and starts thinking about which lecture to hit next. Before that, he wonders when the mentor will show up, because that'd be super helpful. After leaving, the girl feels bummed and admits she's been kind of bored lately. They start explaining what mana is. In a world with strict rules, mana is like the ultimate rule breaker. They tell the boy that once he gets mana, he'll see the world differently. Focused, the lecture rolls on and they say once he finishes, he'll get the sermon. The protagonist feels like he's gonna go nuts, but in a different way than those Buddha talks. In class, the instructor says no more hand-holding, it's time to DIY. The daily task, make 1,000 mana orbs. Determined, Seo-jun thinks he should at least give it a shot. He figures he can do it thanks to Karen's lessons. Feeling and controlling mana isn't too hard. But focused, he admits it's tricky because he can feel mana but can't shape it yet. In the lecture, they say using mana is linking the mind's world to the real world, and that he's taking something imagined and making it real by tricking the world, bringing it to life like it's following nature's rules. The best example? Nowhere else but here. After the explanation, something starts forming in his hands and he's amazed. Suddenly a mana orb pops up in his hands. He checks out the tiny thing. Worried it's too small, he wonders if it even counts for the daily task. But the protagonist is sure he'll get better with time. Suddenly the master bursts in and calls for the boy, who jumps. He wonders who this guy is. The gentleman asks if he's the Sword Saint, but he thinks he's here to check out the new student at Seo-yun's academy. However, he spots the mana in his hands and gets puzzled, still thinking he knows that form's tough to pull off and must mean serious talent. And there's only one reason a talented person would want to join Dream Academy. Quickly, the old man assumes the boy's plotting to use his granddaughter. Annoyed, he yells, asking who the boy is. Confused, the protagonist says, "Nice to meet you, sir," and introduces himself as Kim Seo-jun. Still shocked, the boy says he never thought Seo-yun's grandpa would just pop up, only saw him online. Then he asks if he came to see his granddaughter, but she just left. The old man stays grumpy, and the boy realizes he wasn't there for her. Confused, the master asks how the protagonist's so chill, and he explains he's giving off killer vibes and only an S-class hunter wouldn't be frozen. Seo-jun is puzzled and asks if that's the unwavering hearts effect, while the grandpa asks his purpose there. Not getting it, the main dude asks the old guy what he means by that. To speed things up, the old guy says someone like the boy would be welcome anywhere. So he's confused why he's near Seo-yun. Freaked out by what he sees, the boy says there's a huge mix-up going on. He knows the situation is pretty sketchy. The old guy decides to attack and throw some major power at the young dude. Stressed out, Seo-jun tries to defend himself as best as he can. Meanwhile, at the temple, the girl shows up and is shocked her grandpa isn't there. She asks when he'll be back, but the secretary's got no clue. Bummed out, the girl's sad because she wanted to chat with her grandpa about the boy. Meanwhile, her grandpa keeps pushing the main dude, demanding to know why he's there. At the temple, the girl keeps looking for her grandpa. Thinking hard, she knows she can't keep secrets anymore and can't hide the boy. And she's decided to face the problem since it's gotta happen sooner or later. Suddenly, a young dude calls her over. It's Counselor Ko, who says it's rare to see her at the main clan's crib. But he was about to hit her up right then. Confused, she says she came to see her grandpa. Then she finds out the director went to her academy. Panicking, she bolts out of there. No one gets why she's in such a rush. She runs as fast as she can, blaming herself for letting her guard down. And she's freaking out, thinking she can't let them meet without her there. Meanwhile, at the academy, Seo-jun's wondering what's going down. He's shocked to see the man swinging the sword without even unsheathing it. The main dude thinks he just wants to hold him back, not take him out. Still raging, the old guy keeps asking who the boy is, who swears it's just a mix-up. But the director's not buying it and says the boy showed mana and made a move, so it can't be a mix-up. Yelling, he says the boy's just spitting empty lies. Seo-jun tries to chill the old guy out, saying he doesn't know what his granddaughter said. But he gets called a scoundrel by the director, still clueless about what's happening. With lightning in his eyes, the man says he wanted to hear him out, but he knows the boy's lying. They keep staring each other down, and the main dude gets that the old guy won't listen. And he knows if the Sword Saint really wanted him gone, he'd be toast already. Still trying to defend himself, the boy knows the old guy is the closest to his ideals, figuring it's a big chance for him. Still on edge, the director calls the boy a scoundrel again, noticing the vibes changed. He knows he's met tons of hunters over the years, but only one whose eyes stayed fierce after facing him. And because of that, the boy must be pretty skilled. The old guy yells again, asking why the boy got close to his granddaughter. They both dive into hand-to-hand combat with swords. Trying to defend himself, the main dude says he can't feel or see the opponent's moves. The attack keeps going, but the young dude knows it's a level he can't even start to get. But he wants to see how long he can hang in there. They start fighting with swords, and the old guy says it's super basic. And to get out of it, all he has to do is answer his question. But the boy knows it's not just that and something's missing. He knows he can't let it end like that and just needs a bit more. No trick's gonna work, and his only shot is while the old guy is going easy on him. Seo-jun knows he's got one shot and has to wrap it up with one hit, but doesn't know how. A new attack comes, and while fighting, he remembers the tips from the mana lecture. That's the best he can do right now. He lands a super strong hit and lights flash everywhere. But the main dude ends up on his knees on the ground, hurt. He says it hurt a lot while getting called a punk. The old guy says the boy's mask is off, but he defends himself, saying he got attacked first. Talking makes him hurt more, and he just wonders when Seo-yun will be back. The boy's words make the director even more ticked off. He says he'll personally gift the boy with a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Suddenly, the girl bursts through the door, yelling that she's had enough of this nonsense. In a panic, she asks what her grandpa is up to. Worried about the boy, she checks if he's okay, but sees he's all banged up. The boy says he's not seriously hurt, but man, it stings a lot. The old man, being all sarcastic, calls the boy weak, but the boy claps back. The director, super mad, asks what he's on about and calls him a rascal again. The girl figures out what's going on and gets scared. She says she's never seen anyone stand up to her grandpa and wonders why her buddy's getting smacked around. Then she begs her grandpa to stop hitting the boy. Feeling bad, she apologizes for dragging the boy into this mess, and he says it's cool, just some scratches. Still upset, she promises to explain later and asks for 1,000,000 apologies. Calmer now, Seo-jun says he should hit up the hospital for a checkup. Seo-yun agrees and tells him not to sweat the treatment costs. The boy decides to bounce while she thanks him for understanding. Fuming, she glares at her grandpa and calls him over for a chat. The girl thinks she's ready to confront her grandpa, but face to face, she's speechless. After hearing the boy's suspicious, the young woman yells, "He's not!" She gets all thoughtful, saying she's heard that for 31 years and her grandpa always ignored her. Even with the Hunter's Academy she started, she wasn't free from the old dude. He messed things up whenever she got new students. Seo-yoon says she knows her grandpa's tricks and why people really come there, and that's why she couldn't stop the students from leaving. But her thoughts get cut off by her grandpa, who orders her to end it all, and she says no way, concluding that Seo-jun is different from the rest. The grandpa asks what she said, and she replies she doesn't want to let the boy go. They start arguing, and Seo-yun questions why everything's got to be her grandpa's way, and that the academy's hers, not the old man's. The girl thinks she has nothing with the boy, no special feelings, but feels weird whenever she sees him. She wants to hang out with him more. Annoyed, the director says it's not tantrum time, but the granddaughter keeps arguing and says she wants to figure out what she feels for the boy. Going all in, she says she doesn't want to live in the old man's shadow forever. Soon after, she regrets it and apologizes for yelling. But this time, it wouldn't be her grandpa's way. The old man tries to call his granddaughter, but she's already out the door. He gets all thoughtful, wondering if she's ever spoken up so strongly and that this is a dungeon break. A dragon pops out, unleashing chaos, and people in the streets run like crazy. They rush to tell the director about the incident. He remembers his son, lost to a sudden dungeon break, and decided his granddaughter would have less strength to defend herself alone. That's why he was so strict with her. Even though she hated fencing, he taught her. And even though it wasn't her dream, he kept teaching her. Controlling, the old man said she had to listen to him. After years of pushing her down, he knew the gap was growing, but ignored it on purpose. And that was the result of all those years of oppression. A big rebellion. Nearby, Seo-jun strolls and says he's all healed up, so tasks shouldn't be a problem. As he walks, he remembers the Sword Saint's attack and thought he was a goner, and that he didn't know Ms. Seo-yun had all that history. The night before, the girl called the protagonist and spilled the tea on her story. Her current situation and her grandpa drama, as well as what happened with the past students. However, the boy's sure she didn't spill everything, but got her feelings and why the old man was hostile. But that doesn't mean he wasn't rude. Lost in thought, he wishes he could get an apology from the Sword Saint. He checks the system and sees a progress boost for getting attacked. Deep in thought, he figures, although it was rude, it could have been worse. Then he arrives at a spot and greets the folks inside. It's the director who asks why the boy is just standing there and invites him to sit, leaving the protagonist worried about another attack. A young dude with dark hair and an older guy with a white beard are chilling in a big room, sealing a deal. The air's thick with tension as the old dude questions the boy's honesty, making him visibly annoyed. Even though the boy seemed straight up, the old guy doubted his skills because he was just a student. Out of nowhere, Seo-jun Kim asks if he can bounce. That's when he'd kick off his training for the day. Feeling sus, the old man decides to spy on the young dude's training to see what he's hiding. With his serious yet soft gaze, he oozes authority and experience, while jumping to conclusions about Seo-jun Kim. He spots something off with the main dude, who can't stop staring at his phone's white screen. Curious, he asks if the boy is meditating or something. Raising his voice, he stresses how important meditation is, like it's a mind workout. Realizing he got ghosted, the old man notes he was totally ignored. Determined, he offers to show the young dude some moves, but he only did that to get more attention from the boy. Still, the boy wasn't into his lessons, saying the old man was messing with his focus. Suddenly, a girl strolls in, dropping a tearful good morning. Seeing her grandpa there, Seo-yun looks like, "What's he up to?" Confused, she asks what he was doing there. With a suspicious look, he wonders if the girl knows any secrets about the main dude. Ranting, he goes on about how weird it is that the boy is not into his epic teachings. To him, everything about the main dude screams sus. But the young girl says that's just how he rolls. Same old, same old. She already knew the old man would be suspicious about Seo-jun Kim. At first, it was tough for the girl to get used to it. Walking over to the main dude, she announces she's there. The two start chatting all chill. Meanwhile, the old guy with the white beard watches, looking all grumpy. He can't believe that even while talking nonsense, Seo-yun's all smiles. Calmly, the two keep chatting and cracking up together. He's never seen the young girl so happy as she is right now. Usually she's super serious, but not today. Seeing their happy faces, the old man gets even more annoyed with his granddaughter. Suddenly, a guard pops up at the door, calling for the master. The dude's got urgent news to share. Shortly after, he says the Order of Truth is asking about the leader. But the old man brushes it off, saying if it was that big a deal, they'd come to him. However, when he hears the request is from Lady Kalia, his interest flips. Plus, the girl had another request, wanting Seo-jun Kim to show up. Everyone's eyes are on the young dude who's totally confused. Nervous, he wants to make sure they're talking about him. The main dude's clueless why Kalia wants him. Tension spikes as the young dude's grilled about the Order of Truth, while others mull over the mystery. Seo-yun thinks about a hooded guy at the tournament who seemed super sus. The questions swirl around the Order of Truth and Kalia's role, but the main dude's got no clue. Confused, he doesn't even know if he should get involved. Seo Yoon explains that Kalia is going to be the next apostle of purity, and ignoring her would be a big no-no. Amidst the suspicions, the young dude says he's never heard of that lady and would rather train. Right then, the guard's like, Kalia is amazing, leaving everyone puzzled. Surprised, the dude says she already knew Seojin Kim would turn her down. To sweeten the deal, she offers 100 million won if he shows up. Hearing that, the young dude's instantly interested, realizing she knew he needed that exact cash. The Order of Truth is a religious squad that literally worships the truth. They're led by a mysterious dude known as the Exalted Voice and the Seven Apostles. Their word is the truth, so basically it's gospel. 100 years ago, the Order was just a cult. During the Great Cataclysm, loads of heroes teamed up with them. Their influence grew as they brought peace to humanity, especially with their biggest win, taking down Berserk the Terrible, a monster that showed up at the end of the Great Cataclysm, so terrifyingly strong that even the world's top generals couldn't beat him, so dreadful that his arrival was marked as the Second Great Cataclysm. He was finally defeated by the Exalted Voice and the Seven Apostles, ending the Great Cataclysm. In today's world, at a hotel chilling on the edge of Seoul, these two dudes are all set to meet Lady Kalia. A shadowy figure pops up saying Seojun Kim's the VIP they've been waiting for. Pointing the way, he says Lady Kalia has been super patient. Our main guy's all puzzled, thinking about the cash offer and why he's even here. They trail behind the hooded dude while he wonders what these peeps know about him. He's all in, needing to chat with Kalia to get the 411. The wait's driving the old dude nuts, sure the lady's gonna make them hang. The young dude's like, how close are we to Kalia? But then his face goes, wait, what? When he finds out the old dude hasn't even met her yet. Old dude spills he met the Purity Apostle during the big cataclysm, but not the new crew. Young dude's like, oh snap, I keep forgetting this guy's the Sword Star, not just Seo Yoon's grandpa. He asks about the Exalted Voice, learning he only showed up in the Berserk battle. Curious, Seojun Kim's all, did you meet him? But nope, old dude only saw him from afar. Bummer. Then they hear a noise. Lady Kalia rolls up all, nice to finally meet you guys. Old dude's ticked, saying he hates being summoned and waiting forever. With a boss vibe, that's Kalia, disciple of purity. She struts in style, saying purifying mind and body takes patience and devotion. Kalia is all about the Order of Truth, spreading the divine word. She gives Seojun Kim props for showing up, showing mad respect. Surprised, the main guy's like, how do you know me? She promises to clear things up. Kalia talks about the Academy tournament, hyping him up, saying a faithful spoke highly of him. Even though he's confused, the boy's buying it, but the apostles got more plans to share. Her big goal, check out a sketchy dungeon with their help. Old dude's lost, stammering for a bit. Kalia says some stuff ain't over, making him think hard. There's a weird thing in a Korean dungeon, and the Order of Truth's all about checking it out. Old dude's weighing his options. Now he's getting why Kalia's in Korea. Seeing her game plan, he knows this could boost her as a successor. Kalia laughs, knowing nothing gets past the Sword Star. Before saying yes, he asks what's in it for him. The serious gray-haired dude hears about the Hunter Academy run by his granddaughter. His face screams rage when Kalia says the Order of Truth could end it all in a snap. Seeing where this is going, Seojun Kim feels his body going numb. With his granddaughter in the mix, the Sword Star's eyes are blazing. Kalia, poking the bear, apologizes with a cheeky grin. Old dude fires back with a furious look. In the end, the disciple leaves a favor open for later. Not trusting her words, she offers to swear by the Order of Truth. They both agree, making the oath of truth. Then she turns to the nervous Seojun Kim. Getting straight to it, Lady Kalia says the Order of Truth wants to sponsor him. He can stay at the academy, but he'll find new chances with them. Seojun's suspicious, asking what he has to give back. But Kalia, with her chill smile, says they just want to be buds. The boy thinks this no-strings deal might be trouble later, so he decides to grill Kalia, looking for honest answers. With a kind look, she promises to answer all his questions. Suddenly, Seojun Kim mentions the Transcendent, but freezes up. No point asking since he can't judge Kalia's honesty. He decides to test her another way, reaching into his pocket. Showing something on his phone, the disciple's totally captivated. Seojun Kim asks what she's seeing on the screen. She doesn't answer, still checking out the image. They say the soul's the real deal, and if that's true, the body can change. But if the soul's the same, it's still the same person. Confused, she's totally lost on what she's supposed to do, but the dude keeps pushing her. Kalia thinks it's a weird question, and it's super confusing too. After a bit, Seojun Kim puts his phone away, realizing she's not gonna spill the beans. His face changes when he hears Kalia say the screen was blank. Grinning, he asks if that's what the main character expected, and he nods. Kalia is more interested in the real deal, wondering if he'd take the sponsorship. Surprising the lady, the dude says he's not feeling it right now. Scene switch, and the disciples checking out the city from her window. Kalkus, her sidekick, says they couldn't track down the weird stuff. They keep chatting, and Kalia is not buying what the guy saw earlier. Thinking back, she remembers Seojun Kim's moves that afternoon, feeling something was off about him. Kalia decides they should skip telling the other apostles and just watch the weirdness in the dungeon. The sidekick mentions the heroes Yongseong and Amseong are still MIA, making the lady worry. Outside, the old dude asks why he turned down the offer. Not dragging it out, Seojun Kim says something felt off. For the main guy, owing someone wasn't cool since he couldn't guess their game. Curious, the young dude wants to know what a dungeon anomaly is. If a dungeon's magic field goes wonky, it can tear open and spill everything. These days, it's rare, so most folks don't even know it can happen. Hearing it was common during the big cataclysm, Seojun gets all thoughtful. Remembering Kalia's words about something unfinished, he freaks out, but the old dude calms him down. Meanwhile, the guy heads away from Seojun's academy, not wanting any interruptions. He pauses for a second. Looking at Seojun Kim, he warns the kid not to mess around or he'd regret it big time. The old dude with the white beard is watching the young guy, keeping tabs on his every move. When compared to Seoyun for not being real about his feelings, the old dude gets ticked off. Seeing his face change with a joke, the young guy bolts to the academy. As Seojun Kim knew chatting with that guy was no walk in the park. Opening the door, he announces he's back at the academy, surprising Seoyun. Curious, she asks about her grandpa who went out with him, but the young guy assures her, saying she doesn't need to stress about it. The girl says sorry for her grandpa's antics, knowing he can be a handful. The girl is stunned when Seojun Kim says he trusts the man's good intentions, even if he can't show them. With determination, he says they gotta help him together. Seeing her friend's support, Seoyun smiles, thankful for his help. For a moment, they're awkward, just staring at each other. Switching topics, she mentions she heard he needed cash. Thinking about recent stuff, he gets jittery after realizing he used Kalia's money to clear debts. While he was gone, Seoyun did some digging and found something to help him out. It was the 24th dungeon cleaning contest. Handing the phone to the young guy, he checks out the money-making chance with interest. Seojun Kim is shocked to find out about the dungeon cleaning contest with a 300 million prize. Next to him, Seoyun explains it's a contest to clean up old, forgotten dungeons. She says the aim is to get hunters to raid dungeons with lame rewards. During the cataclysm, they fought out of duty. Now pro hunters chase cash, dodging ignored dungeons. Ignored dungeons make dangerous rifts, letting monsters loose, causing chaos and destruction. Even weak monsters are a threat to people, causing panic and cries for help. There used to be a group to handle this, but they wasted resources on seasoned hunters. So the government made the dungeon cleaning contest as a backup plan. Many uncleared dungeons can be tackled by students, adding a competitive edge between schools. Seoyun thinks the warrior could win the tournament without much hassle. Thinking about the big prize and leveling up fast, Seojun Kim agrees to join in. The hero knew the girl got his needs without him even asking, but he was pondering the fact that it was a competition. So anything could go down and he shouldn't take it easy. Curious, he asks what the contest rules were. Seoyun explains it lasts a week, where the government reveals the dungeons reserved by the app. The reserved dungeons must be finished in 10 hours. If not, they're automatically cancelled. In the end, it's all about blasting through dungeons as fast as possible. Speed's the name of the game. In her explanations, the main character hits a snag. Storming the dungeon and hauling bodies, speed might not be the magic trick. Realizing the mess he made, Seoyun tries to clear things up, saying the invasions weren't cash cows. Spotting the dude trying to make bank with his contacts again, she's totally shook. Seoyun tells him to ditch that idea and focus on the big win. Now she gets his struggle, stuck between the prize and the cash from the bodies. But the main guy knows the cash prize is a big deal and can't get sidetracked by small stuff. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. Checking his phone, he decides to peep the rules again. A few days later, the sky's all blue and chill on contest day. Checking the system, the dude sees his grind's paying off. Progress bars going up. While getting ready, Seoyun wants to make sure the warrior's got the app and is good to go. The dude called a buddy to help with the mission, but the buddy's MIA. While the boy's comparing him to the Sword Star, the guest's making a slow-mo entrance. Spotting his buddy Manchiol, the dude waves like a maniac to get noticed. Surprised, Seojun Kim stoked his buddy showed up early. Manchiol jokes he didn't want to hear any whining if he was late. Switching gears, he asks the main guy what's next on the agenda. A few days back, the dude hit up Manchiol. The boy pitched a gig where the man would haul monsters and be his personal Uber. Seojun would lug the bodies, and Manchiol would handle the messy stuff since it took forever. The man was down, but wanted to make sure it wasn't a buzzkill. Grinning, the warrior tells his buddy to chill, he'd be a lifesaver. Chopping up monsters for cash takes skill, and with Manchiol on board, Seojun's got zero stress. Checking his phone, he sees the dungeon cleaning contest just kicked off. Saying bye to Seoyun, the guys head out for the gig. Manchiol's got all the contest deets thanks to his buddy's info dump. Winning's all about hitting the biggest dungeons, and it's all about speed. The two biggies are how fast you can clear a raid and how quick you can hit the dungeons. Most dungeons are just 1 or 2 star threats, so the main guy is worried about the layout shuffle. Deep in thought, the buddy listens closely to his partner's game plan. Checking the phone, he scopes out each contest dungeon and their spots. His job's to find the fastest route between them all. For Seojin Kim, his buddy's quicker and sharper than any GPS, so they buckle up and Mancheol floors it in the truck. Meanwhile, Seoyun's on supervisor duty. Checking the system, she spots a new player, Seojun Kim from Dream Hunters Academy. Seeing it's some random kid from a no-name school, she figures it'll take him an hour. In front of her, Mancheol's chilling with a drink, waiting outside. The portal starts acting all weird. Seojun Kim pops his head out and tells his buddy he's ready to roll. Seoyun warns it's a big no-no for anyone to help in a raid, but the player knows all the rules. Actually, his raid's already done, and he asks the supervisor to double-check. Seoyun can't believe some random kid nailed it so fast. Entering the dungeon, she sees the kid was right. Bodies everywhere. Turning around, she figures the mission wrapped up in minutes. Meanwhile, he's hauling all the bodies on his back. Totally confused, she thinks it's super weird. Outside, Mancheol's waiting for his buddy, all chill. Dropping the body, the two keep grinding. In 15 seconds, almost all the chopping's done. The supervisor sees the man's ready to slice and dice. For her, it's a big headache. Technically, nothing's breaking the rules, but it's still odd. Meanwhile, Seojin Kim's dragging all the bodies out of the dungeon with his sharp blades. Mancheol is slicing up the bodies on the table. Watching the scene, the supervisor can't believe her eyes. Bagging the bodies, the guys head off to the next mission. Seoyun just stood there, totally frozen, trying to wrap her head around what she just saw. Hopping into the truck, the duo bounced off, all pumped up to tackle whatever came next. The inspector was just chilling, checking out a tiny butterfly in his hand. For him, soaking up the sun was way better than being glued to a computer screen all day. Meanwhile, he was daydreaming about the next contestants showing up. Sitting there, he spotted the two dudes who hopped out of the truck moving super fast. Before you knew it, Seojin Kim was already deep inside the dungeon. He was all set to smash those monsters in one epic swoop. With a killer move, he took down a bunch of skeletons. His go-to move was always the same, hauling the bodies over to Mancheol. Meanwhile, the dude was busy chopping up the monsters. The second inspector's reaction was basically a copy-paste of the first guy's. Without a peep, the competitors had wrapped up everything, and were off to the next mission. The guy watched the truck zoom off at lightning speed. The butterfly landed on his head, and they both just watched the scene unfold. In the office, someone asked if Mr. Kim had wrapped up the report for the dungeon cleaning contest. The guy finished up and dropped everything on his boss's desk. Checking out the papers, he zeroed in on the results. Seoyun Lee from the East Academy had a killer score with 16 dungeons, but he was puzzled to see she was only in second place. Digging through the papers, he tried to find if anyone had 17 dungeons. Suddenly, he spotted Seojun Kim in first place with a mind-blowing 32. Freaking out, he called Mr. Kim over to his desk. He was sure the report had a massive glitch since 32 raids in one day was just bonkers. The employee said he thought it was fishy too, but double-checked everything. Turns out each raid only took 10 minutes, when it usually took 30 for any student. Mr. Kim said there didn't seem to be any shady stuff going on. He mentioned the participant was from Dream Academy, a small hunters group in Seoul's Yunpyeong district. Thinking hard, the boss tried to remember if he knew anything about the place. Suddenly, he remembered the school was run by the Sword Star's granddaughter. They both looked at each other, totally confused about what to do next. For them, the Sword Star might be mixed up in this, and they needed to dig deeper. Seoyun Lee from the East Academy heard she wasn't top of the leaderboard and felt bummed. No time for excuses. The guy in front of her said she had to be number one. She needed to hit 32 dungeons, clearing each in under 10 minutes. But with travel time, it seemed impossible. Determined, Seoyun Lee said she could pull it off. Turning away, the guy in the suit hinted at some sneaky stuff and said he'd handle the rest. That was Seokman Lee, a former Class A hunter and Seoyun Lee's dad, head of the East Academy. For him, moving up was the only thing that mattered in life. Winning and leveling up was the goal. Everything else was just noise. Curious, he asked if she was still thinking about Jinsu, but she said nope. The guy said Jinsu was a fool, unlike her. After being dismissed, she strolled through the halls. Her mind wandered, filled with memories. Seoyun Lee remembered a boy who said to be a pro hunter, her heart should be pure and steady. Back then, she questioned him, saying people didn't think like that anymore. They were all about the cash. She laughed at his dream of being a great hunter who truly inspired people. That was her older brother. Meanwhile, memories of the past brought his face and words to the front of her mind. Remembering her brother made her mad every time she thought about him being gone. Annoyed, she kept walking, trying to shake off those thoughts. As night fell, a voice complained about feeling sore all over. Mancheol couldn't believe they had to do all those tasks for another week. For him, driving and planning a route at the same time was super tough and exhausting. But he stopped whining for a second when he heard about the cash. Without taxes and fees, they scored around 7,800,001. Splitting it in half meant about 3,900,000 each. Sitting down, the two chatted about splitting the cash since Manchul was cool with a smaller cut. In the end, he scores 30%, raking in a cool 2,340,000. Seo Joon Kim tells his buddy to quit whining and just take the cash, no fuss. Sipping his drink, he nods to the deal. But our hero's all, why isn't Manchul freaking out? Dude didn't even flinch about the dungeon raids or how wild things were getting. But Manchul had seen the young dude throw down in the tournament earlier. He kept it on the down low to not mess with the kid's dreams. Manchul's always been that way, acting all tough, but really being a big softie. He had the protagonist's back when he was solo, becoming his ride or die. They chat about the guy starting his own transport biz someday. In the end, the protagonist's super thankful for all the help. On day 2 of the dungeon cleaning contest, they're dubbed Purgers. Everyone's buzzing saying they didn't just raid dungeons, they cleaned house. Blown away by the nicknames, they mull over what the supervisor just dropped. According to the system, Go Byung-in's still top dog with 73 dungeons. At this rate, anything less than a win would be sus. They've got 5 more days to crush it. The protagonist's hyped for a big party, even inviting Soyeon, Manchul's daughter. Sharing laughs, they hug it out like old pals. Checking his phone, the young dude's got a good vibe about it all. On day 3 of the dungeon cleaning contest, something's off. Showing his buddy, he asks him to peep the phone. His face totally changes when he sees it. All the dungeons nearby are booked solid, the closest one's an hour away. Ugh. A map pops up showing each dungeon as reserved, and the guy's like, I knew it. In front of a truck, they plan to hit the dungeons they can. Frustration reels as the same thing happens at each dungeon. In the end, reality bites, only managing to hit 10 dungeons. Alone, the protagonist's deep in thought, thinking it's all superficial. The truth spills out in the chat where one blames Seo Yoon Lee, the runner-up. The young dude's brain's buzzing, but he knows he's still ahead, no chill. The call's made to ditch shortcuts until they get the upper hand, cause winning's key. Despite the drama, he vows to give it his all, interference or not. Suddenly, a light bulb moment hits. While his crew's all ears, he spills the tea. Some folks are keeping a close watch on the scene. If Seo Joon Kim books a dungeon, they'll book all around, cranking up the heat. Those two dudes have no clue who Seo Joon Kim is, but are all about the cash. From a bench, a guy yells that the protagonist just snagged a dungeon. The plan's clear. Book all dungeons within an hour. Split the bookings. But there's something fishy about how they're doing it. Tension spikes when a dungeon next to Seo Yoon Lee gets booked. Curious, the guy wants to see what's up. By booking the dungeons, they got to finish the raid. No backing out. Seeing the mess they're in, the guy's super annoyed, not wanting to do the missions. Suddenly, a slice in the air appears. A mysterious woman slices through everything with her sword. Soon after, a car pulls up. In just 15 minutes, the woman's ready to hit the next dungeon. Suddenly, the driver hits the brakes. Curious, the girl asks why they're not moving. Clueless on where to go, the driver says all nearby dungeons are booked. According to the ranking, Seo Joon Kim's still number 1 with 98 dungeons, Seo Yoon Lee's second with 73. The dungeon blockades got her stuck too. The boss already clocked that the young dude figured out the plan but didn't expect this move. He tells the girl to keep at it because he's got other tricks up his sleeve. On day 5 of the tournament, a voice calls out for Seo Yoon Lee. Despite everything, the young woman doesn't know these two randos. Participants can't brawl with each other, breaking a major rule. Then the woman spots Seo Joon Kim. Grinning, he asks if she's Seo Yoon Lee. Even as rivals, the protagonist's all about a fair, fun competition. Feeling miffed by his words, she asks if he thinks she's shady. After they chat, he steps back, making it super clear he totally trusts her. As she watches him leave, she rolls her eyes, because in that world, goodwill's a myth. Humans are all about looking out for number 1, always scheming for their own game. In this game, there's zero room for being nice. With her sword ready, Seo Yoon Lee is all about finishing the job as soon as possible. Soon after, she's out of the dungeon. Suddenly, she hears someone hyping up her rivals. Seo Joon Kim and his buddy just crushed another dungeon. Seeing her, the warrior's like, whoa, thought you'd take longer. Seo Joon Kim asks if he can snag the bodies she left behind. She's like, sure, knock yourself out. Quick as a flash, he scoops them up, leaving her totally stunned. Curious, she asks why he wants them. He's like, duh, money, obviously. Realizing she's wasting time, she turns and bounces. To her, goodwill's a joke, and hunters with hearts of gold? Yeah, right. Seo Yoon Lee thinks it's a job for a mom and daughter duo. Boom. A flash of light shatters the quiet. A voice asks Kalia if that's a 6-star dungeon. A massive dragon's chilling right in front of them. A reflection tries to link the dragon to the weirdness, but disbelief's in the air. The guy's intense stare shows his memories from 30 years ago. Amidst the drama, she gets the feels, but denies the order of truths involved, begging for chill vibes. Young Ji-min, Demon Star's disciple, tells them to quit bickering, saying Grandpa's acting like a kid. The old dude's like, hey, we're the same age, all grumpy. With chaos swirling, they realize it's not just a glitch, but something way deeper. The girl quizzes the guy about the monster, looking for hints, but he brushes it off, sparking distrust. Knowing it's not just a glitch, she wonders about other dungeons. Young Jimin thinks it over, saying it's unlikely but doubts still hanging around. Faced with a mess, she says they gotta dig deeper, sealing the deal. Outside the building, she asks if there are dungeon portals, and he confirms they're super rare. 3 portals pop up, each buzzing with energy, creating a wild show. The red portal's pulsing hard, and a voice says 3 portals together's unheard of. Laughing, the guy jokes he thought he booked that dungeon. Next to him, the other one's all embarrassed. Meanwhile, an old dude sang sorry for picking wrong. Inside the academy, a voice is super annoyed. Looks like the organizers are scheming with a new scam. Annoyed, Seo Yoon says she won't take this, even mentioning her grandpa if needed. The announcement says if a reserved dungeon's crashed, the invasion count can be swapped. Compared to yesterday, Seo Joon Kim feels like things are getting back on track. In the truck, he's sure no one's crashing his dungeons. Suddenly, a busted car blocks their way. On the highway, accidents are popping up, plus broken cars and lost keys. The system shows the heroes just 1 dungeon behind. Back at the academy, Seo Yoon says no one admits knowing Seo Yoon Lee, but there's no time for more digging. Plus, Seo Yoon Lee's academy head is Seok Man Lee, a retired Class A hunter. Being a smooth talker, the Sword Star is always watching him, so even if they dig, they won't find anything in time, even if it involves her grandpa. Thinking hard, they need another plan to make Seo Joon Kim win. With a sad tone, Seo Yoon says sorry for not knowing how to help, but the guy's like, nah, I got here cause of you. Manchel adds that she did all she could and now it's up to them. Actually, Seo Joon Kim's gotta handle it solo. A grin spreads on the hero's face, showing his plan. Ranting, the boss sees they're losing again. The sidekick says the boy hoped to be near a dungeon to book, not knowing where it is. Realizing the dude only took 5 minutes to book and finish a raid, Seok Man Lee is all like, time to bribe the supervisors. With the academy breathing down their necks, the dungeon team is out spying on the supervisors. The boss was shook that some random academy had that much clout. But hey, it's the Sword Star's granddaughter we're talking about. In that sitch, they were kind of stuck. But Seok-man Lee was all about making East Academy win, blaming everyone for the L. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon Lee crushed 126 dungeons and Seo Joon Kim was at 125. Then boom, the boy hit 131, snagging first place. They kept swapping spots on the leaderboard. Both wanted to win so bad they ended up tied. In the contest HQ, 3 peeps were having a heated chat. Seojin called out Seok-man Lee for cheating, but he clapped back. Things got super tense, so a dude had to step in before it got messy. First off, no ties allowed, no proof of cheating, so Seo Yoon Lee stayed in the game. Young Seok Shin, the dungeon team boss, was shook to see someone there. Seo Joon Kim showed up at the spot. In front of him, Seo Yoon Lee was there, looking a bit annoyed, waiting for the deets. With both there, the tiebreaker rules were ready to roll. They were hyped to win the 24th dungeon cleaning contest. Rules were chill, just pick one of the 3 dungeons. First to clear the 3rd portal wins it all. 1 dungeon wasn't enough. They wanted all cleaned up. Made sense for the winner to clear 1 more dungeon anyway. All dungeons were 2-star, so they picked their own threat level. Seo Joon Kim got first pick, then Seo Yoon Lee. Feeling bold, he picked the right portal. She went left. They headed to their dungeons, ready for the showdown. Before diving in, she teased him, telling him not to get bummed out. He was like, what's she on about, and couldn't clap back. Suddenly, the tourney kicked off and they zoomed into the portals. The main dude dashed through the right dungeon, focused on his goals. He thought about Seo Yoon Lee's words, but no time to stress, he had to win this thing. Expecting kobolds, he thought it was sus. Even if not kobolds, he should have seen something by now. It's been over 5 minutes. Then his face dropped, hearing a scary noise. Seeing a paw, he realized it wasn't a kobold. A huge manticore popped up, looking all dangerous. Thinking they messed up the dungeon rating, he saw it was a 4-star beast. Freaked out, he watched the threat coming closer. Seo Joon Kim was nervous, but wasn't about to back down. With one epic move, he took down the beast. Still, he knew he was way behind his usual time. Crossing the portal, he thought he was too late. He told Young Seok Shin, the dungeon boss, about the manticore. Panicked, he asked him to check it out himself. Getting the boy's point, he looked into a new match. But changing the contest seemed pointless, since Seo Yoon Lee wasn't back yet. Hearing that, Seo Joon Kim got super anxious. Weird noises echoed from the dungeon. Inside, the girl felt like she'd been walking forever. Behind her, a giant beast crept up without her noticing. The main dude was worried she hadn't returned. Wrapping a bandage, he felt pain but pushed through. Seo Yoon asked why her brother was ignoring their dad's orders. He thought about his values, saying he didn't want to cheat to win. He told Seo Yoon to never ditch her values, even as a pro hunter. Annoyed, she couldn't believe her bro would cheat since playing fair didn't always win. Plus, she didn't buy into heroes anymore, thinking they were all old or gone. Hearing his words, she got even more confused. Grinning, he pointed out politicians who weren't corrupt or sold out. They kept arguing, showing 2 sides of the same coin. While sprinting through the rain, Seo Yoon was hit with a memory of those warnings about meeting someone someday. In a panic, she zigzagged through the crowd, dodging umbrellas like a pro. Soaked to the bone, she was all about that cold reflection, ignoring any ties or reasons. When she realized her brother was gone, she thought, what a fool, the biggest doormat ever. She couldn't wrap her head around Jin-soo sacrificing himself for some random stranger. As she pondered her brother's choices, her dad's strict voice echoed in her mind. Seo-yoon was all, "I'm not Jin-soo, I won't let the fam down," determined to carve her own path. Back at the dungeon cleaning contest, things were getting super weird. After wandering for ages, she found Nada, Zilch, Zero. Then, out of nowhere, a creature popped up, eyeing her like she was a mystery. She noticed the other competitor was still MIA from the mission. The leader was chill, saying no need for another match, but hey, if he wanted, go for it. All he needed was to crush that last dungeon to snag the champion title. The warrior was deep in thought, sensing something was off like a glitch in the Matrix. Suddenly, Assistant Kim spotted some funky movement. The magic power meter was acting up, flashing a 3-star rating like, what? Right then, the young dude remembered Sword Star's talk about dungeon distortions. When that happens, the dungeon's difficulty level is way off from what it should be. The team leader was like, in 20 years, never seen this kind of weirdness. 2 staff members were debating if they should call in the hunters for a check. Turning to the hero, Young Seok-shin was about to spill the beans, but the boy had vanished. The protagonist pulled a Houdini, leaving the staff scratching their heads. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the noise was cranking up to 11. Seo-yoon was in bad shape, hurting all over like she'd been hit by a truck. Propped against the wall, she was missing an arm and bleeding like crazy. In front of her, the creature was closing in, ready to finish the job. It was Malakasura, a beast with a 6-star rating. The creature let out a roar that could shatter glass. In her final moments, she thought of her brother's words, doubting any poetic justice in this world. The Malakasura leapt, aiming for the defenseless girl. To Seo-yoon, poetic justice was just a fairy tale thing. Accepting her fate, she felt oddly okay with going out less foolishly than her brother. Out of nowhere, something smacked the 6-star monster. She opened her eyes, realizing she was still kicking. In front of her, the protagonist was blocking the creature with its massive fangs. While holding it back, he asked if Seo-yoon could make a run for it. With a bit of time bought, her best bet was to bolt like the wind. Using all his might, he kept the monster at bay. Seo-yoon was blown away, wondering what the boy was doing in that dungeon. When battling a 6-star beast, the key move was to block its attacks. With a leap, he aimed for the creature's face, pulling a sneaky distraction. Seeing it worked, the creature started chasing the protagonist. A swift strike landed on the monster. His weapon danced through the air, aiming for the enemy's body. With laser focus, he got ready to dodge, gripping his weapon tight. After studying the monster's moves, he cooked up a plan to flip the script, leading it to a sweet spot. Out of nowhere, Malakasura's horn nailed him, piercing his chest. Pain shot through him, and he knew things were getting dicey. Soon after, the creature tossed him aside like a rag doll. Battered and bruised, the protagonist landed next to the other competitor. Getting back up, he was all about not throwing in the towel. He realized time was short, so the girl had to make a move. She was puzzled, not getting why the warrior was so invested. This wasn't his fight, and he wouldn't gain a thing from saving her. Seo-yoon was like, just finish the last dungeon, win the cash, and bounce. She was set on making him ditch her and chase the prize. But he wasn't about to bail and let Seo-yoon face the end solo. Even after seeing through all her tricks, thinking they were way off. Turning away, Seo-jun Kim was like, doesn't mean she should bite the dust. She remembered her brother's words about meeting someone someday. The boy knew none of this justified helping her out. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted to his late brother, who hinted at Seo-yoon's hero showing up. Seo-jun Kim figured saving lives was the ultimate win. The Malakasura was getting more ticked off and antsy. The hero's out here, trying to dodge attacks from this mega 6-star monster. He's got his weapon ready, but man, escaping this mess is tough. And he's doing everything to keep the girl safe. His face, total panic mode. The mentor's dropping wisdom bombs, saying instinct's all about thinking, but most students are clueless about it. Thinking includes judging, but sometimes there's no time to think before acting. People think it means not thinking at all, but that's not the whole story. In the end, instinct's part of thinking, and by figuring it out, our hero levels up big time. His brain and senses are syncing up, letting his senses do the judging. Right then, Seo-jun Kim starts thinking smarter with some next-level instinct. Boom, his body's suddenly all nimble and light, pulling off crazy moves. He's dodging the monster's attacks like a pro, and his eyes seeing things differently now. In the chaos, he spots a tiny chance to win by feeling every muscle move. His skills are on point and his focus is razor sharp, with a jumpy trick to the creature. If he keeps this up, the rescue team might show up soon. But there's a snag. Seo-yoon Lee is in bad shape and might not last the fight. She's super hurt and bleeding a lot. No time to waste. He decides his best shot is to go on the attack. Determined, he charges at the 6-star monster, aiming to take it down. He's trying to use his strength for a mountain technique and the world spirit technique. He feels energy buzzing through him. The cut on his face is still bleeding. Without confidence, he knows this fight's a losing battle. Holding his weapon, he realizes he can't pull off a mountain technique solo. Still, he tries aura magic to finish the monster. After a deep slash, some blood spills. The girl watches the whole scene, totally focused. Seo-jun Kim takes another hit to his side. But the big creature's down, not moving. Exhausted, he uses his weapon to stay upright. The system shows his progress got a little boost from the battle. Carrying Seo-yoon on his back, he keeps chatting with her to make sure she's okay. Hearing her voice, he feels a bit of relief. No time to chill, they gotta get out of the dungeon fast. The team leader's worried when he sees the heroes back with a girl. They need an ambulance and meds for her as soon as possible. Lying there, she makes it clear the young guy's not her hero. But the hero is not expecting anything from Seo-yoon Lee. She's rushed to the nearest hospital. When news of the dungeon contest hit, everyone freaked out. Asura, a 6-star monster in a 2-star dungeon, was a disaster. The public, the association, and the government went nuts, and Seo-joon Kim's name blew up. The Apostle of Temperance sought advice from Lady Kalia. Without getting it, they thought it was because of the weird stuff in Korea. A curious girl asks her grandpa about the academy student who beat the monster. Not dragging it out, the old man says she was right about that rascal. Meanwhile, the young guy is just thinking about his cash. In the hospital, Manchul can't believe he's talking money again. In the end, they called it a tie and split the prize, which ticked the young guy off. He wanted to fight for the prize with a two-handed move since the girl's down an arm. His main point, the money's all his. Walking in, Seo-yoon chats with the two dudes. Suddenly, the girl senses something's off with the warrior. Hearing the prize got split, she asked why, since the young guy won the tournament. Seo-yoon Lee confessed to cheating in this tournament and others. She even reported her dad, Seokman Lee, head of the Eastern Academy, starting a lawsuit. Shocked, the boy can't believe the competitor's sudden move. Seo-yoon also says the young woman told her some stuff. Earlier, Seo-yoon said she still thought Seo-joon Kim was wrong. Even so, the girl didn't see herself as the hero in this tale. After those words, Seo-yoon's super confused and just passes on the info. Now, the dude was the only champ, and the government was throwing in some extra perks because of the whole incident. In the end, he was going to get a tax break and an extra 100 million won. Calling it an extra cash prize was just their way of saying, please don't sue us, bro. While the kid was crunching numbers, the young woman dropped some even bigger news. The Dream Academy finally leveled up to Division 3. Woohoo. Thanks to the kid, they hit the requirements, and now they could hit up 4-star dungeons. That news was epic, and all the props went to Seo-joon Kim. Now is the perfect time to recruit more peeps to the academy. Grinning ear to ear, he knew everything was going his way. Decided they were going to celebrate with some sushi. Yum. Chillin' in his room, the warrior realized his money probs were history. While his buddies partied, he had more important stuff to handle. On the Transcendent Market site, he was ready to splurge on training gear. Now the dude had 400 million won in his bank account. Dollar status, his first pick was the Spear of Longinus for 100 million, no biggie. Any cash he saved could jack up the price later, so why wait? While scrolling through his phone, he spotted replicas like the Belt of Aphrodite and Fenrir's Thread. Thinking hard, he figured the Spear of Longinus was the best fit for him right now. All those epic items cost a few $100,000 with weird karma values. He figured it wasn't just a free pass, noticing the price jump at checkout. Plus, the item effects were vague, so he had to guess from their mythical tales. Realizing it would take forever to research, Seo-joon Kim got super frustrated. Suddenly, he wondered if there were any user reviews. In the Transcendent Students community, he could only read comments, no posting. The hero would need a mentor's help to make an account if needed. Soon he found about 100 reviews and personal recs. Items were rated on a 10-point scale for combat, utility, life quality, and convenience. The Aegis shield was a hot mess with a weird Medusa design, turning enemies or even the owner to stone. No on-off switch, it scored 2 out of 10, maybe a gag gift. Reading the reviews, Seo-joon Kim saw that pros knew their stuff and wanted to see more. Kibisis was a magic bag that expanded without getting heavy, had image memory, and time-stopping powers. Smart move to snag it early before karma made everything pricey. The final score was a whopping 100 out of 10, piquing the protagonist's interest. Belonging to Hera from Greek and Roman myths, it was a gift for Perseus to stash Medusa's head. Curious, he checked the price tag on that item. 100 million popped up on the screen, showing he had enough cash for it. That bag would be super handy, even for hauling monster bodies from dungeons. But the only bummer was it didn't go completely weightless. Thinking he could do squats with it, no awkward weights needed. He decided to snag the bag right away. 3 days later, the dude was back on his feet with his new gear. Even without testing the Kibisis, he knew the item's vibe was awesome. Only the memory of 400 million won remains since the price shot up. Now his goal was to rake in more cash since karma couldn't let him keep stuff for long. Freaked out, Seo-yoon couldn't believe he'd hit a dungeon again after just leaving the hospital. She said he didn't need to since he had the tournament prize. Seo-yoon got nervous hearing he blew through 400 million won so fast. Everything new was pricey, just like the spear in his hands. Seo-joon Kim was hyped to try out his new gear. In the end, the girl knew she couldn't control his spending spree. The two entered the 4-star dungeon on high alert for any danger. As they walked, something weird seemed to come from the statues. Suddenly, they started cracking and moving a bit. Those were gargoyles, top-tier 4-star monsters defensively. Wasting no time, Seo-joon saw a prime chance to test the Spear of Longinus. At first, he wouldn't use any aura magic or techniques. Even with the gargoyles' tough defenses, the weapon should pack a punch. With one swing, he zoomed up to the monster. With barely a sweat, the spear sliced the creature clean in half. Both were totally floored by the weapon's epic power. Baffled, they both blurted out the same question. Dying to know what just went down, clueless, they could only stare at the chaos left behind. The gargoyles? Poof? Gone, thanks to the Spear of Longinus. Now, whenever Seo-yoon hung out with Seo-jun, nothing fazed her, or so she thought while the dude did all the heavy lifting. He sliced through the gargoyles like they were butter, no cap. After stacking up a mountain of bodies, he decided to stash them all. Seo-yoon was shook, wondering how he crammed all those beasts into a tiny bag. Almost tipping over, she realized it was way heavier than she thought, even with a 70% weight hack. Dumping the bodies out, he figured he'd scoop them up after the mission. Seo-yoon wondered if his reward was in dollars. To her, it was wild that he could snag all those pricey items. Grinning, he said he just snagged them at some random hunter's shop. Hearing about a shop with a legendary name, she was hyped to check it out. But the warrior said the shop was closed since the owner was off on a long trip. Eyeing the boy, she wondered if he could ever fib. Despite it all, Seo-jun Kim couldn't spill the whole tea to Seo-yoon. Suddenly, rocks tumbled down and everything started shaking. With a weird vibe, they both looked worried and freaked out. Scanning the area, something sketchy seemed to be creeping up. Taking charge, Seo-yoon said she'd handle it. But the dude wanted to try something first. The Spear of Longinus was way more OP than he thought. With zero effort, he shredded the gargoyles like they were nothing. That's why he wanted to see what would happen with a Merlin magic combo. The power to pull off a mountain move and take on all those beasts. Tapping into his spirit, he was ready to unleash all his energy. His aim to totally pierce through those monsters. With epic strikes, he tried to slice everything that moved. Seo-yoon was blown away watching her buddy fight with all his might. His new weapons seemed to radiate a crazy sword aura. The gargoyles watched, waiting for their chance to pounce. But the energy surge left them no shot as it kept ramping up. His face showed zero fear, just pure determination. The monsters got wrecked with a total annihilation move that pierced them all at once. Holding his spear, he took in all the chaos around him. Her face showed pure shock at the scene she just saw. The Spear of Longinus hit so hard it left a massive crater. Legend says the sacred spear was used on Jesus on the cross, the Spear of Longinus. Even as a replica, Seo-jun Kim thought it might have flaws, but it was insanely perfect. After checking online reviews, he wanted more gear, but the more he bought, the higher the karma price. For the next 25 days, he was all in, grinding to earn more cash. While lost in his plans, she remembered something big. Jimin wanted to meet the main dude. He thought she was Seo-yoon's sister, but she was just a friend. Jimin was known as the Demon Star's apprentice. The Demon Star picked an apprentice in his final years, knowing his wisdom would be topped. The apprentice had some stuff to chat about with Seo-jun regarding the recent drama. Then he realized it was all tied to what went down in the dungeon. Soon he thought Jimin might be like the girl's grandpa, but he could chill. So he said he wanted to meet Jimin, and she was on it to set it up. Pumped, she shot a text to Jimin, trying to lock in a date. Out of nowhere, the woman showed up, wasting no time. Finding out Seo-jun Kim agreed to meet, she rushed to see the boy her grandpa hyped up. Her face showed pure shock finally meeting the hero. She couldn't wrap her head around him being just a regular student. In disbelief, she started grilling the boy, doubting his skills. Young Jimin kept asking the same thing, wanting to know where he got that. But the main dude was more and more lost, not getting the casual vibe of the chat. Seo-yoon grabs the woman with all her strength, realizing the wild twist in the plot. When Seo-jun finds out they're sisters, his brain does a double backflip. Young Jimin's flaw, once she wants to know something, she's like a detective with no chill. Then he figures out she's the apprentice of that holy mage from earlier. Plot twist. Even so, the dude's side-eyeing the girl, thinking she should be in her 40s, not looking like a teen. Jimin spills the tea. It wasn't polymorphy, just a memory rewind to her younger self. Switching gears, she points to his subspatial bag, all casual. The woman's mind is blown, like, how's this gear not causing a spatial meltdown? If she hadn't seen the dude use it, she'd think it was just a fancy purse. Her face goes full rage mode, realizing the guy's clueless about the power he's packing. Jimin's got the 411 on the item, making the hero wonder what would happen if he showed off the Lance of Longinus. In a panic, she's like, yo, sell me that bag, stat. Price? Who cares? She's throwing 100 million on the table. Obviously, young Jimin's not rolling in dough, but she'd hustle to get it. The hero's mulling it over, remembering the Cabesus went for 30 million. That woman could totally scrape up the cash, plus he could snag more cool stuff. But he's like, nah, can't sell this spatial bag. Jimin's not backing down, saying 100 million's a sweet deal. He hands it over, telling her to give it a whirl. Suddenly, the bag's like a mini lightning storm, zapping her hands. Turns out only Seo-jun Kim can rock the bag. Made by students, passed down to cadets, resale's a no-go. In a panic, she's like, where'd you score this magic swag? Plus, she'd drop 1 million won just for the deets. He repeats what he told Seo-yoon, saying he forgot the store and seller. Determined, she's ready to go full detective mode. She'd research without using the bag, just running some tests. If anyone tried to use it, sparks would fly, showing rejection. But if the ownership wasn't locked, he could help and get get paid. Young Jimin's hyped that the boy's down with her plan as long as he gets paid. For the test, they'd hit up a legit research lab. After all that chat, she remembers why she came in the first place. With curious eyes, Jimin's all ears about what went down in the dungeon. The trio sits, ready for the young dude to spill the deets. Seojin's feeling lucky for taking down a beastly 6-star monster. No way he could have done it without Merlin's mana boost. Lost in thought, the hero recalls Merlin's last lecture. With a bit of doubt, he asks to share his thoughts. Magic and aura come from mana, but everyone uses it differently, showing their unique style. So he figures the dungeon's distortion is the same deal. Jimin's like, whoa. Explain more, please. Merlin's lecture said mana use bends the world's rules by someone's will. Linking the lecture to the situation, the distortions might be someone's doing. Maybe those weird dungeons aren't natural, but crafted by someone. Young Jimin's mind is blown by his genius theory. Curious, she asks if the young dude's a magic student. But he's just a wannabe pro hunter, vibing with Merlin's ideas. Jimin's focus shifts back to the spatial bag, leaving the hero puzzled. Confused, she wonders if the boy made the item himself. To her, a wannabe hunter could secretly be a magic prodigy. Nervous, Seojin Kim's brain's spinning from all the wild ideas. His eyes light up, asking how he came up with all that. Chill, the hero says he just mixed his thoughts with Merlin's teachings. Moving on, Jimin is curious about mana and aura basics. Seojin Kim's kind of clueless about magic versus aura, but he knows knowledge is power and could teach it for cash. Right then, the hero's weighing his options. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get a glow up. Unlike the stuff from the super fancy shop, he got his smarts from hard work, but thought teaching was a breeze. Plus, he was all about helping people learn from him, maybe even students. Bummed out, young Jimin figures the kid's got no clue about magic. But hey, her math was spot on, so she had to double check the deets. Once her job was done, she just turned around and bounced, leaving the two young peeps to chow down after Seoyun brought them some grub. That girl, destined to be the next demonic star, was nothing like the hero imagined. Now they had to enjoy all the yummy food without Jimin hanging around. The boy was deep in thought about meeting Kalia and Jimin so fast, wondering if he'd meet the exalted voice next. With his eyes shut, he was all about that focused life. Still, he knew he wasn't leveling up fast enough. His training was quicker thanks to Kabesis, but still not speedy enough to ace the courses on time. He swung open the door, ready to chat with Seoyun. In his head, he was mulling over finding a teacher to take over his student duties. He calls out to the girl again, who seems totally zoned out. Seeing Seojin standing there, she finally tunes in. The head honcho of Dream Academy was swamped trying to recruit new students. Seojin Kim asks if she knew anything about the upcoming competitions, like the dungeon cleaning showdown. With a few taps on her phone, she starts digging into the competitions for the next 3 weeks. But nothing in those dates. The closest thing was a mock exam at Hunter Mill next month. The mock exam was like a practice run of the Hunter exam, only happening once a year. If he flunked, he'd have to wait a whole year, so the stakes were high. The top 3 academies were Hunter Mill, AL, and Gaon. Their mock exams were open to everyone and were a solid way to gauge performance. Students better than Dowan Lee would join, and scholarships were up for grabs. That could solve the hero's cash woes. But the date was too late for the free pass window. The technique's not foolproof and could flop any time with all the changes. What really counts is instinct, being your own boss. In his room, the hero thought about those epic lessons, thinking the Transcendent was totally mind-blowing. The Transcendent mock exam was creeping up. The boy shouldn't sweat the mock exam scores, but focus on the next class. A ping on his phone shows the next Transcendent mock exam. Seojin Kim gets all pensive about that test and what it takes to pass. Back then, he thought it was all a prank, but now he knew it was legit. With his low level, he figured it wasn't the right time for the exam, so he decides to zero in on his course progress. A mysterious voice tries to egg him on to take the mock exam, calling him trash. That voice keeps pushing him to sign up for the exam. Out of nowhere, the same alert pops up on his phone again. Thinking all the alerts were pre-recorded, he wanted to know how Kiron and Xiang Yu were in the loop. Right then, he ponders if Siddhartha and Merlin were clued in on everything going down. In the end, it all seemed tied to the mock exam, but no need to stress since it was all about the Transcendent Academy after all. In his room, he pondered the real deal about that mock exam. Typing away on his phone, he checks out the message boards. The comments showed everyone was as lost as the hero, puzzled about taking the exam. Apparently, everyone was waiting to hit a certain level to join in. But one comment said to take the mock exam anyway, since it would boost course progress big time. As night rolls in, the hero thinks about jumping into the exam. The next day, the sky's a chill shade with barely any clouds. In a room, the young dude waits with his epic spear. He clicks on the exam notice, and his karma starts getting tallied up. Seojin Kim's mind is blown to find out the first exam try was totally free. For a second, he wonders if it's a waste, but needing cash, he goes for it. The questions pop up and he starts picking his area and certification. Meanwhile, the exam gets set up. with 7 subjects, the mock exams based on past Transcendent exams, different from the real deal. Subject 1 was all about combat skills with 15 epic levels to tackle. Seojin Kim was totally confused, taking a hot minute to realize the test was kicking off right then. Plus, he had no clue if level 1 had 5 stars or if it leveled up with more stars. The dude was sweating bullets, thinking he might face a 20-star monster right in his face. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing with some intense energy. Clueless, he's lost in the sauce, doubting the whole simulation thing. Grabbing his spear, he figures this might be the first monster, so he better be ready. Something starts growing right in front of him. Freaked out, he sees the thing getting bigger and bigger. Next thing, it triples in size like whoa. A massive fierce dragon pops up out of nowhere. At level 1, Seojin Kim has got to take down the ruined dragon Fafnir in 30 minutes. Watching the dragon move, he thinks the test is a prank and gets even more jittery. When the monster throws down its powers, he realizes it's no joke, and he's in deep trouble. The notice says the dude flunked level 1. With a puzzled face, he's got no idea what just went down. Rolling around on the ground, he thinks beating that monster is a no-go. And if level 1's got a beastly dragon, the rest must be way tougher. But he knows some transcendents are gods like Hercules, Buddha, and Zeus. Feeling the burn of humiliation, he takes a deep breath to chill out. Deep in thought, he plans his next move. Seojin Kim figures it could be way worse than he thought. His phone shows a notice offering 10 more shots to try again. Despite everything, he's not sure if 10 tries are enough, but he's down to find out. Determined, he grips his spear and steps back into the room. In 5 straight tries, the hero bombs at level 1. At that point, he realizes winning ain't happening. Getting smacked around like a rag doll, his body wants to quit the impossible mission. In the end, he knows he can't fool anyone. Sitting on a bench, he reflects on never becoming a pro hunter. While thinking about bailing and trying something new, his phone pings. The message says course tutorials are up for grabs. Checking the notice, he's curious if it'll drop some attack tips. Each tutorial's got a different theme and instructor, like Monkey King, Siegfried, and the Blue Dragon of the 4 mythical beasts. Pumped, he figures he might learn something cool from those courses. Without overthinking, he taps the registration button. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, spills that level 1 is the ruined dragon Fafnir. At first it's tough like pulling weeds, but once you get it, it's not so bad. Repeaters stress over the first attack pattern, the dragon's breath, but that's Fafnir's best shot. So dodging the attack makes everything way easier. A common rookie move is trying to block. Sure, it's good, but not a must-do. In the end, dodging the dragon's breath is the way to go. After running out of steam, Fafnir can't use the attack for a bit. At that point, it's just a big lizard, but the trick's in the finish. Once you get these moves, taking down the dragon's a breeze. The shooting star equipment technique is spot on for this. In the tutorial, the Monkey King shows off the best move, the shooting star descending flow, to beat the enemy. But for this hero, all the tips seemed too easy. It was an elimination test, but since it was just level 1, it wasn't rocket science. The harder it gets, the simpler the answer. After watching the tutorial, Seojin Kim feels super lost, thinking it was a waste of time since he learned nada. If all the other courses are like that, there's no help at all. On his phone, he checks out tips on literally fighting with fire. Even so, the hero knows pulling off those moves is a no-go since he's not a dragon. Desperate, he's got no answers to his questions. Having used his only free trial, quitting now isn't an option. His focus shifts to Instructor Siegfried, who's breaking down Fafnir's traits in his tutorial. The Northern European legend hero was famous as a dragon slayer after taking down Fafnir, the ruined dragon. With one last shot of hope, the young dude decides to give that tutorial another whirl before throwing in the towel. Siegfried spills the beans that the trick to beating Fafnir is dodging his fiery breath, and the plan is all about avoiding it. Seojin Kim's bummed to find out the tutorial's just more of the same old stuff, calling it a total time waster. Before hitting pause, Siegfried promises to teach 2 more things. First up, Fafnir's breath follows a path, and when he spits, it's game on. A sneaky trick could help dodge that fiery breath. So the second strategy's got to be heard loud and clear. In the end, the secret's all about gold. In a bling shop, a purchase just went down. Even if he's not sure it'll work, Seojin Kim grabs a gold bar after Siegfried's tips. Fafnir's a gold digger, and legend says he turned into a dragon because of his gold obsession. While the dragon's gearing up to breathe fire, the gold's got to be chucked at him. That way, he'll hold his breath to save the shiny stuff. Even though it's a simple trick, Siegfried swears it's got a good shot at working. After snagging the gold bar, Seojin Kim takes a deep breath and decides to roll with that wild idea. Feeling a bit sus, he uses one of his 5 chances to take on the dragon Fafnir. Waiting for the perfect moment, the beast's already starting to unleash its epic breath. Out of nowhere, the hero hurls the gold bar at the dragon. Seeing the shiny thing flying his way, Fafnir's eyes go wide. Totally distracted, his focus shifts to the bling. That was Seojin Kim's golden moment to strike. Holding the item, Fafnir realizes it's not just gold-plated. Ticked off, the beast turns its gaze to the hero. Not getting the weird move, he gets tangled in the plan. With a hit, his body goes flying. Once again, he flunks level 1. Flat on the ground, he can't believe he didn't last a minute against Fafnir. Suddenly, his phone's blowing up with messages. Checking the screen, he's curious about what he sees. Even after the epic fail, he managed to snag a decent progress percentage in Chiron's course. The hero jumps up facing the fierce dragon as the impact echoes like crazy. Determined, he charges with his spear while the dragon dishes out intense attacks. He leaps with precision, but the impact sends him crashing down. At that moment, he gets that the fight's tough since he can't dodge a thing. Clutching the spear, he slides, yelling, trying to get his balance back. The dragon strikes again, its tail slicing through the air with destructive force. Seojin Kim realizes it's going to be a massive hit and starts to worry. Suddenly, he reaches into his spatial bag. With force, he chucks the gold bar at Fafnir's noggin. Spotting the shiny metal, the dragon spins around and the tail nearly smacks the hero. Quickly, he dodges, realizing it was a close call. Furious, the beast lets out a mighty roar. Apparently, it's figured out the bar's just gold-plated, so the hero's got little time to plan his next move. With determination, he pelts the dragon with a bunch of gold bars. Soon after, Fafnir's all about the shiny stuff. Desperate, the creature is totally drawn to the gold. With the strength to move a mountain technique, he leaps onto the dragon, and with the spirit move that covers the world. The hero aims his weapon at the distracted Fafnir. The energy ripples through the air as the hero keeps up his moves. Soon, he nails the creature's back with epic precision. Feeling stoked, he thinks his attack finally did the trick, until he realizes it didn't really hurt the enemy. Feeling chills all over, he notices the dragon stare. Suddenly, he's hit, and fails again at level 1 after almost 6 minutes of battling. Thrown to the ground, he groans in pain and laments another missed chance. Despite the mess, his progress in Chiron, Zhang Yu, and Merlin's courses keeps climbing. If he keeps it up, he might finish one before the free pass runs out. Without a second thought, Seojin Kim decides to take on Fafnir once more. A voice wonders why the young dude hasn't been hitting dungeons lately. He tells Seoyun he's been too busy training. While he's glued to his phone all day, the gym manager is handling all the paperwork. At that moment, he realizes his first sim ended in failure. Sitting on the floor, the boy checks out the course progress with obvious worry, hoping for more. Thinking about the transcendental exams, he plans to make the most of his time and hit as many classes as possible during breaks. 3 days later, he's trying to crack the first level of this epic strength challenge. Boom, a red orb just pops into his hand out of nowhere. The power from this thing is going wild, like a sugar rush on steroids. Totally zoned out by the orb, he misses the sneaky dragon creeping up. His mission? Keep the dragon's bling away from Gangchuli, the Imugi, for a set time. Suddenly, he spins around and spots the beast eyeballing him like a snack. And just to make it spicy, Gangchuli is immune to all attacks. Great, its roar is so epic it leaves our dude frozen like a popsicle. In a panic, he's like, no way, this is just level 1. In a blink, Seojin Kim gets owned by the monster. But hey, he's leveling up in his courses. At level 1 adaptability, he's got to beat a sphinx or survive 10 minutes with all senses blocked. Totally confused, he's like, what language is this thing even speaking? Taking a wild guess, he figures the answer as a human being. His course progress is skyrocketing, like a rocket to the moon. Next up, he's got to chill Bulgasari's munchies for 30 minutes. With his powers, Seojin tries to keep the beast from making him lunch. Bulgasari's munching nonstop, and Seojin's just counting down the minutes. Fed up, he bolts, hoping his stats keep climbing. Now he's got a vibe to the siren song for 30 minutes. Thinking this mission's kinda cool, he nails level 1, leveling up for the first time. He's hyped to hit level 15 fast. At level 2, he's got to endure Helheim's Requiem for 30 minutes, and his ears are already on fire. Checking his phone, he sees all his epic fails on the sim table, but he's almost aced Chiron and Shangyu's courses, only 2 electives left. And he's like, did I even pick these? He's curious, asking the system why there's so few classes. With a grin, he decides to chill and tackle challenges as they come. Frustrated, he's grinding his teeth, trying to keep his cool. Seoyun notices his stress, asks him what's up, but he just smiles it off. Seojin Kim mutters, bummed about 3 days with 0 progress. Watching the clock, he's torn between courses and dungeon missions. Determined, he's up, ready to grind in the dungeons for cash. His hands glowing like a supernova as he gears up for a final push. Boom, a digital mentor pops up, all excited, catching him off guard. Seojin's puzzled, staring at his phone like, what's going on? It's been ages since he last saw his mentor. While getting props from the tiny figure, Seojin's trying to wrap his head around it. It's been forever since he last chatted with his mentor. Seoyun shows up out of nowhere, and he hides his phone, saying she's seeing things. He tries to bounce ASAP. In a quiet spot, he's curious where his mentor's been hiding. But the excuse is, the kid's been doing fine solo. Seojin Kim's face is all ugh with irritation. The mentor says he was just checking the kid's profile, but ended up bummed. Worried about what's next, the figure hints at something about the level. Meanwhile, Seojin's trying to process all this info. The mentor suggests focusing on 2 basic courses he recommended. Feeling bad, the figure apologizes for ghosting. Plus, he noticed the kid's been grinding hard while he was MIA. Grabbing his phone, he's stoked to see all his recent progress. But his face isn't exactly beaming at first. Then with a shocked look, he's like, what's even happening? While messing with the phone, the mentor's confused about the 4 courses, thinking it's a glitch. Suddenly, he's all ears when Seojin says he's really taking all the courses. Freaking out, he can't believe the screen's info is legit. For the mentor, this is a major issue. That kind of progress in 3 months? Unreal, but not for our hero. He explains he's doing the mock exam, even though the mentor said to skip it. Now the figure gets that the kid doesn't need a mentor anymore. Turning away, the hero calls him back, saying he's got a question about the exam. The kid's trying to figure out how to pick elective subjects for this mock exam thing. The mentor is all curious, noticing the screen's blank even though the exam's already rolling. Seojin Kim spills the beans, saying he didn't even bother making an account, just skipped that whole step. The mentor is like, no way. But then the kid shows him a message saying he doesn't have an ID. Totally confused, the mentor's like, this has never happened before. Finally, he figures the best move is to ask the director what's up. The mentor's got to bounce for a bit, but promises he'll be back soon. Before he jets, he helps the kid with the elective subjects. Poof, he's gone, leaving Seojin solo again. Frustrated, the kid realizes he had more questions to ask. The mentor promised he'd be back before the free pass expired, so it shouldn't be too long. A phone notification pops up saying the Shangyu course hit 100% completion. With the course done, the kid's got a certificate in spear skills. Can't believe it, he's a bit lost in the sauce. Suddenly, he grips his weapon tight and makes this epic move that lights up the whole place. Energy everywhere, right then. Pulling off a mountain technique feels like a piece of cake. Soon after, a message pops up offering the epilogue of a new course. Shangyu's image looks pleased, seeing the kid nailed the course. He explains that pulling off a mountain technique is just the first step on the transcendent path. Now he's not just trash, he's recycled trash, still trash, but better. Shangyu says the journey's long, but there's only one right way to transcend, even if it's tough. The instructor says, in the end, speed's not the big deal, determination's what counts. The course, the strength of Shangyu to pull off a mountain technique, is done and dusted. Next day at the Dream Academy Chill, Seojin Kim strolls through a door and bumps into Seo-yoon. She asks if he's joining the Hunter's Mill mock exam, which just opened for signups. He's like always ready and Seo-yoon's signing up right away. Now, with the certified mountain uprooting strength and the Longinus spear, he's feeling pumped. After signing up, the academy head says the mock exam kicks off in 10 days. Suddenly, the kid's thinking about how to deal with Seo-yoon, and she catches on. But he switches gears fast, wanting to know more about student recruitment. With a nervous vibe, she admits she's a bit stressed. She's worried about how her grandpa, the Sword Star, will react, because he's got a tricky temper. Plus, she's unsure about which instructors to hire. Obviously, Seo-yoon can't teach everything solo. Best bet's to have an instructor for each area, but the famous ones cost a fortune. She explains top instructors can rake in hundreds of millions of won a month, and the elite ones earn billions. Seojin Kim's jaw drops at that crazy cash and starts thinking about it. Suddenly, he's super keen to help Seo-yoon out. 3 days later, his exam score is only 29 points. But the kid's stoked to have finished the Shangyu course. Out of nowhere, his mentor pops up in front of him. Now, the kid's not too phased, knowing the mentor would be back before the free pass ended. His mentor's totally shocked the kid finished the course. Speechless at his progress, Seojin Kim asks about the info the mentor went to check. With all the surprises, he forgot about it for a second. Suddenly, his face changes, realizing there's a big problem. Seojin Kim's clueless about what the mentor's on about. But the mentor explains that before meeting the director, some info came in about the kid's account issues. Turns out there's nothing in the system. Nothing linked to the name Seojin Kim. Basically, at the Transcendent Academy, no one's registered with his name. Confused, the hero is trying to figure out if he's not a member. Fuming, he demands to know how that's possible since he took the courses. The Transcendent Academy's members only, yet he managed to take courses without signing up. He also mentions that even the director's clueless about what's going on. Yo, check this out. It wasn't some glitch in the system or anything, because the karma calculation's locked tighter than a vault. The director was all, something's fishy, but had zero clue who or how it happened. Seojin Kim's freaking out asking if he's getting the boot. But the mentor's like, chill dude, you're getting it all wrong. Turns out it's their mess, not his, so he can just relax. Still, Seojin's brain's doing cartwheels, wondering why all this drama is aimed at him. So, no stress for now, everything's cool. The mentor is all apologetic, saying they can't fix the account issue just yet. Back to his grind, Seojin sees he's got 2 days left on his free pass. The duo brainstorms on Seojin's next moves. The mentor gives a quick rundown of the Transcendent Academy's curriculum from intro to advanced. Seojin's almost done with the intro phase. After the courses, there's still a ton to learn, and finishing the advanced levels means blazing his own trail. People say it's tougher to go from advanced to transcendent than to finish the curriculum. Anyway, the mentor thinks it's time for Seojin to level up to beginner and renew his pass ASAP. Plus, he should check out Hercules and Zhang Sanfeng's courses. The mentor is hyped, suggesting he sign up for those classes. His advice, build a solid base first, save the magic tricks for later. Feeling the mentor's confidence, Seojin's down with the tips. The system starts crunching karma numbers and it's off the charts. With all those zeros, Seojin's gonna need a serious cash stash. Hearing about the karma thing, the hero's like, break it down for me. Karma is all about cause and effect. If the academy is the cause, students are the effect. The academy doesn't gain anything, it's just there to help students level up. The mentor warns that the full effect's a whole other story. His advice, keep leveling up, the more you do, the clearer things get. In the end, he's got the mentor's full support. But Seojin's curious if there are other students around. Of course there are tons of them, you can see them on the forums. But what he really wants to know is if there's anyone in his reality. Even though it's a tough one, the mentor spills what he knows. Across all the realities of the academy, the maximum students in one reality is 4. Each academy's got its own specialty. Want to learn magic? Head to AL Academy. Want to master weapons? Gain's your spot. Not sure? Hunter's Mill's got your back. Hunter's Mill's top dog beating out Gain and AL shows how legit it is. The big day for the Pro Hunter exam at Hunter's Mill arrives, and Seojin's got his buddies back. It's a whole different vibe from the tournament, way more peeps. They check in with the event crew, repping Dream Academy. With a prize of 1 billion, Seojin could snag a new pass for 500 million won. He's all in, planning to take the mentor's courses. But first, he's got to lock down that pass. After checking in, they're invited inside. Soon, a crowd's lining up to show their documents. They realized getting there early was clutch with all those people. Seoyun's off wishing Seojin good luck. As he walks, Seojin hears some sketchy shouts like a fight's about to pop off. Someone's trying to cut the line, and it's Kang Cheol Kim from Hunter's Mill Academy. A dude's yelling for him to wait his turn like everyone else, but the crowd knows he's a big deal. The guy freezes when he hears about Kang Cheol's academy. Seojin knows this exam's the real deal, so the academies bring their A-game. The blue-eyed guy gives Seojin a serious stare. Then he turns and walks away. Sizing up the competition, Seojin knows he's facing a tough opponent. Meanwhile, everyone's buzzing about who'll win the exam. One guy's sure Kang Cheol is going to crush it because he's backed by the Order of Truth. Alright, buckle up because this is going to be a wild ride. So this dude's all, yo, it's our academy, so duh, we already won. But then another guy's like, nah man, it's not that simple, even if it's a student from the exam academy. Suddenly, everyone's eyes are glued to this one participant who's trying to get past the guards. Seojin Kim's just standing there, totally baffled by the chaos. He can't wrap his head around how this kid used every single weapon he had on him. Waving a paper, the kid's all, I'm a participant, let me through ASAP. He's super annoyed he had to wait in this massive line while someone else just breezed through. Behind him, another participant's like, dude, chill and wait like the rest of us. But nope, he doesn't listen and gets dragged away. Still, he's yelling about how unfair everything is. Meanwhile, the staff's asking the warrior to come with them. The look in that kid's eyes screams he's all about getting into the exam, no matter what. The racetrack's all set for the competitors. Some of them are already going hard with their training. Do-suk Park's a student at the Division II Hunter Academy. Honestly, he's just as skilled as anyone in the top tier academies. But with no cash, he had to hit up a second division school that offered a scholarship. In the East, they say it's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon, but hey, even a dragon's tail can pack a punch against other dragons, and snakes, well, they just slither around with other snakes. Do-suk Park thinks this whole thing's just a big tail-wagging contest. Looking at Seojin Kim, he's there because of guys like him. The Hunter's Mill Academy simulations got 5 parts from the Pro Hunter exams, plus the written stuff. First up, physical strength. With a 3 kilometers race, you gotta finish in under 5 minutes, and you keep going as needed. Every race under 5 minutes counts as a lap, and you keep at it till you drop. The score is all about how many laps you can crank out, so both dudes are running side by side. Do-suk Park suddenly realizes the guy next to him isn't a total noob, and they're the last one standing. Even though he's wiped, he won't quit till he nails the test. But he's lagging, can't catch up to Seojin Kim. Desperate, he feels the thrill of fighting for every breath. With 5 minutes and 12 seconds, his test's done. From a distance, he watches the hero, who's still going strong. For Do-suk Park, the only thing that matters is making it to the big leagues with the dragons, not the snakes. While finishing another lap, he waits for the young dude. Out of nowhere, he reaches out and puts his hand in front of the main guy. Giving props to the young dude, he says it was an epic battle between giants. But Seojin Kim doesn't slow down for a second. He speeds up and leaves the guy talking to himself. For him, the first phase has been a breeze so far. Some guys are freaking out, noticing something weird at the academy. With a massive weight, Seojin Kim's doing non-stop squats. No sweat, he can handle a crazy weight for his size. The other participants are like, is he even human? They can't figure out how he's pulling off those moves. Even the main dude's shocked it's so easy, thinking it's all thanks to finishing the Shang Yu course. He's pumped to finish the Hercules course, dreaming of all the new skills he'll get. With Hercules training, anyone could lift tons in the big 3 lifts. While the young dude's all fired up, a guy tells him to chill before moving on to the next part. Kang Cheol Kim gets some congrats too and is told to take a breather. As he heads out, people are super impressed with the student. The simulations aren't a big deal for students past a certain level. Kang Cheol Kim Daewon Lee and Dongmin Kim are in the simulation to boost their academy's reputation. He knows every exam is just about pride. Still, Kang Cheol's told to join the simulation and keep an eye on Seojin Kim. He doesn't have to do anything special, just watch the kid and see what he's up to. The Order of Truth never asked for anything like that before, but he has to follow the sponsor's orders. Kang Cheol's heard the name before, but when he checks out the young dude in the halls, he doesn't see anything special. Suddenly, he spots some weird movement among all the participants. That's when he realizes the scores might have dropped. After the first test, Seojin Kim's sitting pretty in first place with 100 points. Kang Cheol Kim was totally shook, seeing his name chilling in third place with just 89 points. He was like, no way when he saw there was an 11-point gap between them. Plus, some random name he didn't even know was chilling in second place. He tried to keep it cool, taking deep breaths to hide his frustration. Turning around, he acted all chill, knowing some students were total pros in certain subjects. In the Monster Combat test, it was the same story, with Seojin Kim owning first and Minuel Lee snagging second. Everyone noticed Kang Cheol Kim's salty vibes about being stuck in third place. Right then, he knew he couldn't just sit around as the Order of Truth had warned him. The next challenge was all about magical ability, and they had to smash the shield. Thanks to Merlin, our dude had a basic idea about magic, but controlling it was a whole other story. Next up was Daewon Lee from AL Academy. She stepped up to the shield, ready to start the test when she felt the vibe. Soon a magical sphere started forming in her hands. With focus, she spread the energy all around her. Boom! She launched the spell at the magical shield. A massive explosion happened, and the shield shattered into a zillion pieces. Daewon Lee snagged the top spot in the ranking. Seojin Kim was totally speechless, witnessing those epic magical skills. The girl bounced, even with 2 tries left. Seojin Kim's name got called, and it was his turn to step up. On the stairs, his eyes met Daewon Lee's. He felt a bit awkward about the whole situation. He had no clue how he'd pull off those moves, but he had to give it a shot, gripping the Longinus spear tight. Now that the mountain uprooting technique was on autopilot, he could focus on Merlin's magic tips. Trying to cram all that info in his brain, he waited for the perfect moment. With power, he charged at the shield. Holding the spear, he was all in to ace that test. To his surprise, he split the shield in half. Something weird started spreading through the shield. Soon everyone shielded themselves as energy filled the area. Even Daewon Lee was shocked by what just went down. Suddenly the shield was gone and he smashed the shield generator with 1 hit. He reclaimed the top spot, bumping Daewon Lee to second. Even he couldn't wrap his head around what happened. Confused, he waited for some kind of explanation, holding his spear. The exam got paused while they hunted for another magical barrier generator, since no one thought the machine would get wrecked. After that little chaos, the exam rolled on and no one could top Seojin Kim. Everyone was mind-blown that the 3 big academies were getting booted from the ranking. In the crowd, Seoyun saw Seojin Kim's name buzzing on everyone's lips because of the dungeon drama. The director of the Academy of Dreams was getting more and more jittery. She believed in the dude's potential, but didn't expect him to take the lead so out of the blue. 2 guys were chatting about tweaking the exam's difficulty that year because of the surprising students. Seoyun overheard the gossip about doubts on Kang Cheol Kim's skills, who might have been swapped out for Hyun Lee. Plus, there might not be anyone who could match Seojin Kim right now. The director of the Academy of Dreams was keeping a close eye on the competition's ranking. Checking out those scores, Seojin was definitely something else. Meanwhile, the boy found himself in another room. Deep in thought, he pondered how everything was happening so fast, not how he wanted. Looking at his weapon, he started analyzing everything. Legends say the sacred spear that pierced Jesus on the cross might have special powers, but Seojin had no clue what kind of powers the weapon had, and wondered if it could slice through shields. While he was deep in thought, music filled the room. That sound snapped him out of his intense thinking. He watched as a figure walked and sang around without a care. Checking out the weapons on his back, he realized something familiar about him. That dude had caused a scene earlier by arguing with an employee. Noticing he was being watched, the guy ran over to greet Seojun, the simulation superstar. With a grin, he introduced himself as Minho Lee. At that moment, the hero realized he was chatting with the second-place competitor. Confused, he couldn't figure out how that quirky guy was so powerful. Suddenly, he started rambling, apologizing for being so forward. Both of them turned their attention to the announcement of the next test. Feeling the grass under his feet and the wind, Seojun seemed ready for the challenge. The 4th subject was the dungeon raid, scored by how fast you could finish it. Even though it was an augmented reality dungeon, everything felt super real. Now he had to face off against powerful monsters, like 10 Neakuras ready to wreck him. A few minutes in, and the chaos had already kicked off with epic blows. Wherever he went, the hero was slicing off monster heads like it was no big deal. One by one, they hit the ground, totally lifeless. His face showed zero tiredness, just pure determination in his eyes. With strikes and kicks, he zoomed through the space with his Longinus spear. At that moment, things felt different. His opponents weren't real Neakuras, but he felt like he was on another level. 3 months ago, he was a nobody just trying to get by day, but now he was in the Transcendent Academy, and Seojun was flipping his life upside down. While having that little reflection, he kept battling the leftover monsters. Not trying to flex, he thought that even though the journey to becoming transcendent was tough, maybe he could end up as the greatest hunter in the world. Once again, he takes the lead, leaving everyone curious. Sitting down, he noticed all the eyes on him. Suddenly, he overhears a chat from other participants. Dongmin Jin was telling Do-ran Lee that the young dude wasn't all that. Seeing those angry looks, Seojun Kim decides to just ignore it and not get involved. Meanwhile, Minho Lee tries to chat with the main guy, saying he almost matched his score. Next to him, Kangchul Kim, the third place, was oddly quiet. With a grin, the chatty guy thought Seojun was a great friend. Even without saying much about it, Minho Lee starts laughing, looking super happy with the situation. The young dude says he never got any training, so he just winged it with those weapons on his back. Hearing that, the hero is totally shocked. He can't believe the guy in front of him learned everything solo. A self-taught student was someone who skipped academy and learned on their own. They were usually not talented, but sometimes someone amazing popped up, like that skilled young dude. Minho Lee explains he didn't want to be tied to any hunter academy. Plus, he had a super experienced teacher, but no one knew he was his student. At that moment, Seojun Kim starts wondering who the mystery teacher could be. The staff member asked for everyone's attention, saying there was a problem. Everyone's dying to know what he was talking about. Seojun Kim and his buddy are worried about the situation. On the other side, Kangchul Kim also tunes into the reports. Suddenly, the guy explains that the exam judges couldn't make it due to some unexpected stuff. Turns out, the instructors from Hunter's Mill, who were supposed to help with the combat skill exam, got stopped on the way. The competitors hear that with a rift popping up in the 10-star dungeon, the instructors had to step in. Now they were having an emergency meeting, but all participants had to wait. Even without knowing how, Kangchul wondered if the Order of Truth was mixed up in that. With the simulation on hold, Seojun Kim secured his win. Suddenly, the warrior from Hunter's Mill suggested switching up the exam. Since the last test was solo combat, they could settle it with a tournament. The other competitors thought that was a solid idea. However, the staff member says it sounds cool, but it's tricky to pull off. There were tons of participants, and a tournament for everyone would take forever, messing up the rankings. So the best move was to wait for the substitute judges, who should be Class A hunters. Annoyed, the participants didn't want to wait that long. Kangchul tries to find a way where interested ones would send their names and move forward with a select few. Plus, if the simulation broadcast live to the whole country got interrupted, it would cause massive problems. Meanwhile, the staff member gives the thumbs up to the idea of an invite-only tournament. His main goal was to take down Seojun Kim and boost Hunter's Mill Academy's rep. With determination in his eyes, Kangchul aimed to snatch all the glory from the boy. Seojun had already won the simulation, but this would make it even sweeter when the guy finished him. Suddenly, everyone around started agreeing with the idea. Even Minho Lee seemed hyped. Meanwhile, everyone waited for the main guy's final answer. All eyes were glued to any kind of reaction. Deep in thought, he weighed all his options. And he was all about asking if there was extra cash for the winner, since this was way beyond the usual exam stuff. In the end, they dropped a surprise tournament with 15 top students from the academies, like a last-minute party invite. Seojun Kim and Minho Lee were in the mix, totally showing up the big-name academies. Then boom, the battles kicked off, and Dongmin Jin from Gaon Academy snagged the first win. Do-ran Lee crushed it next with some epic magic skills. No shocker, Kangchul Kim also made it to the next round, like a boss. These three from the big academies were all about winning the sim. Plus, Kangchul was on a mission to make Seojun Kim regret even showing up. Meanwhile, the dude was just chilling, waiting for his turn. Solo, he found out the cash prize got a major boost. With the sim cash and tournament though, the prize hit $2,000 more. If he snagged that, even after buying the pass, he'd still have $1.5 billion to hit up more courses. But that was only if he took the win. He wasn't sweating the elite trio, thinking they were no biggie. But there was one person who had him a bit shook, a real wild card. For him, Minho Lee, the self-taught legend, was a serious threat. Most folks had like 3 weapons or just focused on one. Seojun heard the dude had at least 10 weapons, but who knows if he could use them all. His opponent was thrown off, seeing Minho Lee's main weapon might be a bow and arrow, not a sword. Quick as a flash, he zigzagged towards his rival. Weapon in hand, he was ready to take the guy down, but he had some sneaky tricks ready for that kind of fight. Out of nowhere, he grabbed 2 swords and defended like a champ. Then he tossed the enemy aside. Seojun Kim was low-key impressed with that wild, free fighting style. Nothing like Kangchul, Dongmin, and Do-ran's polished moves. It was more street brawl than match. Totally not the formal hunter vibe. Right then, he saw Minho Lee was just like him. Curious, he wondered if the dude was also a student of the Transcendent Academy. His mentor spilled that in the many realities of the Academy of Transcendence, only 4 students max. The boy had said he had a teacher, so maybe he was learning from videos. In the end, Minho Lee took the win, easily beating his opponent. His grin said it all, pure satisfaction. At that moment, the protagonist felt his guesses might be spot on. The host hyped up Minho Lee's win in an epic match. Now he was gearing up to call the next competitor, the one everyone was buzzing about. The next match's participant had skills noted by the Demon Star's disciple. The future of Korean magic, Duran Lee from Ale Academy got a wild cheer from the crowd. On the flip side, her opponent was waiting, Pumped, a boy who popped up out of nowhere. Scoring a perfect 100 in the Hunter's Mill sim, the host called for noise for Seo Jun Kim from the Dream Academy. Duran Lee was a genius, no cap. Genius might even be an understatement. At Ale Academy, she was top tier, even catching Jimin Jang's eye, the next Demon Star. Meanwhile, the protagonist was lagging in the ranks, because mages had it rough in the Hunter's Mill sim. If this was an Ale Academy exam, it'd be a whole different story, or so Seo Jun thought. With the battle on, the girl was already gearing up for her first magic move. Suddenly, she spotted something weird ahead. Her face showing pure shock. Seo Jun Kim seemed to have advanced magic down pat. A flame floated around them, missing everyone, but the boy's body started shaking with the weirdness of it all. Duran's eyes went wide, thinking what she saw was impossible. Her opponent dodged the spell with ease. Duran figured he either summoned a ton of magic or knew her magic style. Meanwhile, Seo Jun was pondering how he countered that spell, finding it easy to break her magic. Right then, he realized how epic the Longinus Spear's powers were. With the 1.5 billion prize, he could snag more gear to mess around with. Suddenly, a magic spear attack came his way. His opponent, fired up, seemed set on ending the battle. Seeing the attack, he thought about his next move. Without budging an inch, he twirls his spear, swatting away all that magic like he's playing whack-a-mole. Duran Lee's realizing her attacks are about as effective as a chocolate teapot, but she's super keen to land a hit on the dude. He's just chilling, dodging spells like he's in a game of dodgeball. Then she just yeets her weapon to the ground. The warrior's like, whoa, this is wild. Even with her mad skills, she knew she was toast and was already feeling hopeless. That's when the main dude strolls up, spear in hand. Grinning, he asks if he's won the showdown. Duran Lee's all speechless, looking like a deer in headlights with that spear at her throat. Calling him a monster, the announcer shouts out Seo Jun Kim's victory from the Dream Academy. Then bam, a new battle kicks off with weapons clashing. Minho Lee's diving into his second fight of the day with all the energy. His opponent's realizing he's way out of his league. Showing off his strength, the boy's dodging blows like he's Neo from the Matrix. Suddenly, he spots an opening to smack Dongmin Jin. With a mighty swing, he sends the guy flying. But Dongmin Jin from Gaon Academy ain't throwing in the towel just yet. Quick as a flash, Minho Lee reveals the claws hidden in his sleeves. With pinpoint strikes, he's aiming to hit his foe. Dongmin Jin's dodging those sneaky moves, barely hanging on. Still, he had no clue what Minho Lee would pull next. Panicking, he was just waiting for the kid to run out of tricks. In that chaos, keeping up with Minho Lee's speed was impossible. Out of nowhere, the boy lands a precise hit to the stomach. Down on the ground, it's game over for recovery. Soon, the announcer declares another win for Minho Lee. His opponent's face is shaking with rage. Fuming, he claims he was cheated by the kid's sneaky moves. Grumbling about unfairness, he mutters he won't accept defeat. The crowd's buzzing about the battle strategy, some getting Dongmin Jin's frustration. Meanwhile, the main dude's watching it all on TV, nodding at Minho Lee's well-earned win. He's convinced that even without the weapon swap, the outcome would have been the same. That's when Kang Chul gets the Order of Truth's big plan. They weren't just watching Seo Jun Kim, but also Minho Lee. In the end, the Order of Truth didn't need any help from the warrior. Their ultimate goal was to see Seo Jun Kim and Minho Lee face off, so Kang Chul didn't even need to be there. He wonders if Minho Lee's with the Order of Truth, since no self-taught kid could beat the top students. Now they're heading into the final showdowns, and the last one's gonna be epic. The announcer calls out the Iron Man, pride of Hunter's Mill Academy, Kang Chul Kim. Climbing the stairs, he's trying to remember the orders to just keep an eye on the kid. From the start, the Order of Truth was just playing the warrior. Meanwhile, the announcer shouts out his opponent, Seo Jun Kim from the Dream Academy. With fire in his eyes, Kang Chul Kim's not down for the Order of Truth's shady games. Wielding his weapon, he's showing off all the energy he's got. Quickly, the main dude grabs his spear and gets ready to defend. Both are strong and super powerful. With that battle, the ground's starting to crack open beneath them. Holding onto his sword, Kang Chul manages to stay steady. Seo Jun's doing the same, placing his hands on the ground. No time wasted, they're both ready to jump back into the fight. With determination, they grip their weapons tight. That's when Kang Chul realizes the spear's not using aura sword power, but blocking everything. In fact, his aura sword attacks weren't even registering, like they were invisible. Everyone could see the kid was special, but his top scores were probably thanks to that weapon. So Kang Chul's main mission was to dodge that spear to level the playing field. After figuring it out, he launches a fierce attack on the kid. The warrior's desperate to snag that win. With relentless strikes, he gives Seo Jun no time to breathe, swinging his sword like a whirlwind. The main dude sees this warrior's definitely a cut above the rest. Still, he can't just throw in the towel. Out of nowhere, a surprise attack heads his way. As expected, no cap. That dude was totally one of the goats of Hunter's Mill. After that smackdown, the young dude tried to get his balance back. Now he had to hit back with everything he had. With the Spear of Longinus, he was all in to end that brawl. Nervous, Kang Chul tries to figure out what was going down in front of him. Out of nowhere, the main guy starts walking towards him. With a mega strike, he tries to hit Kang Chul, but the warrior blocks it. At that moment, they lock eyes, both looking like they just stepped on a Lego. Suddenly, Kang Chul breaks free from Seo Jun's attack. Even then, the warrior senses something different. The vibe before was chill, like a lazy Sunday. Now it's all volcanic eruption vibes. Kang Chul Kim, who was on the attack, was now getting pushed back, and Seo Jun Kim starts taking charge, making the other guy back off. Epic blows slice through the air. Still, Kang Chul wasn't about to throw in the towel, but the warrior was ready for that basic move. Compared to the fancy sword skills and magic of Hunter's Mill, it was just, slicing. In his eyes, you could see he meant business. Suddenly, he aims the spear tip at his enemy's neck. Then boom, an explosion rocks the gym. Kang Chul digs a hole in the ground with his sword. Exhausted, he tries to catch his breath. He couldn't wrap his head around how those basic moves were so OP. Then he realized it wasn't just about the weapon, since the young dude wasn't even using aura power. If he could swing an aura sword, thinking about that, he's like, nah, no way. Watching the kid in front of him, he sees it's like deja vu. In his memories, he kneeled before a girl with his busted sword. She thought his moves were too weak to make the top 3. Back then, his hands shook in front of his nightmare, Ha Yun Lee. Kang Chul felt totally helpless. Ticked off, he couldn't believe she compared him to a weakling. Fuming, he grips his sword, charging it with energy. His mind flashes to the Order of Truth and Ha Yun Lee. The mighty Kang Chul Kim snaps back to the present fight, showing all his rage. Suddenly, his massive sword starts glowing with energy everywhere. On the flip side, his opponent waits, chill as a cucumber. With fire in his eyes, he goes for a wild attack, telling the young dude to go back to the underworld. But Seo Jun Kim was ready with his Spear of Longinus. Suddenly, Kang Chul's sword shatters into a zillion pieces. The crowd is shook, watching the intense showdown. Hitting the ground, the warrior gives up on beating his rival, so the announcer calls another win for Seo Jun Kim. In disbelief, the boy tries to wrap his head around what just went down. Minho Lee watches on TV, realizing his buddy made it to the finals. Grinning, he's hyped about the news. In the crowd, everyone's speechless, seeing Kim Seo Jun as a total beast. Excited, a kid asks another who our hero will face in the final, and his buddy says it's gotta be Minho Lee. The announcer then tells everyone the epic final is about to kick off. Smiling, the protagonist's rival says he can finally face him, even if it's in a final. Our dude looks at him seriously, and the young guy says it seems he's got a bunch of questions. Confirming the hunch, Kim asks if he really didn't train with anyone special, and the guy says nope, and that even having a master, that person doesn't know he's more of a disciple. Curious, the spear-wielding kid asks who his master is then. Confused but a bit annoyed, his rival asks why he cares. Replying, the young dude says he wants to know because his master might be someone he knows. Called a liar, the protagonist wonders if he should mention the Academy of Transcendence. Because if Minho Lee isn't from the same academy, he can play it off as a mix-up. But if not, they'd be like rivals going head-to-head. Worried about the rival's reaction, the young dude thinks it might be better to drop a hint. So, gathering his nerve, he asks if the young guy's master has powers that are out of this world. The announcer keeps hyping the fight while Minho Lee, totally stunned, asks who Kim really is. Grinning, our dude says he wanted to ask the same thing, but will choose to make a bet. Alright, so here's the deal. Whoever loses has to spill the beans about who they really are to the winner. The other dude's all curious, asking how he can be sure that'll happen. Our main guy, he just shrugs it off, saying it's his call to make. The showdown kicks off, and they're both ready with their weapons. Kim's got this massive spear, while the other dude's gearing up with his sword. Everyone's like, why aren't they moving? It's like they're frozen in time or something. Our boy's thinking, man, this must look super weird to everyone watching. Meanwhile, the other guy's all, whoa, this dude's got no weak spots. He decides to make the first move, yelling that Seo Jun's as tough as he thought. Sizing up Minho Lee, our guy figures that sword's no ordinary blade and goes full throttle. He busts out his spear move, Pierce, and bam, the yellow-eyed dude's attack, total flop. Plus his sword snapped in two, leaving him all kinds of confused. To dodge trouble, the other guy starts flipping around like a ninja. He's backing off, trying to keep a safe distance. Kim's charging in, thinking he almost wrapped this up. Out of nowhere, arrows start raining down, catching him off guard. Turns out the plan was to back off and go all Robin Hood with a bow and arrow. Kim's spinning his spear like a pro, deflecting arrows left and right. Minho Lee's all, dude, your weapon's epic. Can I get the deets if I win? Kim's jumping and attacking, saying, sure, but you gotta win first. The sword guy's grinning, saying he's gotta give it his all to win. They trade blows, then dash in opposite directions. Our boy's all, what is even happening right now? The other guy's laughing, saying our boy's amazing. Seo Jun's suddenly hit with this weird feeling. Even though the sword guy is using sneaky moves, he doesn't seem to want to win. The crowd's booing, but he's blocking every hit. Seo Jun pauses, asking if the dude even wants to win. The guy's like, yeah, totally. Kim's like, where's your champion spirit, man? Minho Lee's confused. saying he wants to win but doesn't mind losing. He's trying his best even with his sneaky tricks. Our boy's annoyed, saying that's not really trying, but the guy's unfazed. He doesn't care about what others think or say. Kim's a bit thrown off by this. He smiles, puts away his fancy spear, pulls out a regular one. He tells the guy not to think he's being underestimated. Flashback to Kim watching a lecture on his phone. The instructor's all about survival of the fittest, saying the strong beat the weak. You gotta keep pushing or you'll get left behind. Back to the fight, Kim's thinking he needs to be better than yesterday. His mind's wandering because the other guy said something Buddha-like. It was about escaping your own thoughts and seeing the world differently. The Buddha's story was about a time on Earth when he was still training. He saw kids racing, and one kid always came last but never stopped smiling. Even losing every time, that kid was all smiles, never bummed out. Shakyamuni got super curious, so he went over and asked, "Why do you keep running even though you always come in last?" The kid just grinned and said he did it because he loved it. When asked if he ever got tired, the kid nodded but said he always managed to walk a bit. Buddha then wondered what would happen if the other kids caught up. Surprisingly, the kid said his finish line was different, so that wouldn't happen. The man then pointed to the finish line near the tree and asked about it. The kid replied that was the finish line set by others, but for him it was just a checkpoint. After that, the kid just walked off, not even looking back. He kept coming in last, but in the future, the biggest race ever in Tathagata happened, and that kid won, making Buddha think life was about building a small tower with max dedication. This inspired him to train hard to build the perfect tower, but remembering the kid's words, he realized the tower didn't need all his energy. Thinking back, Kim Seo-jun saw his world as a place of conflict where if you don't improve, you get left behind and vanish. Survival's for the fittest and the strong hunt the weak. So he worked hard watching himself grow. He thought he'd never be left behind, but over time he got more worried. He became obsessed with the Academy of Transcendence, feeling a weight on his shoulders. All this pressure to improve crushed him, just to avoid being forgotten and dominated. But now he finally got it, nothing matters. Because the finish line set by others should just be a checkpoint. Like it was for Minho Lee, snapping out of it, Kim looks ahead, back to reality. Smiling, he says he finally got the lesson instructor Siddhartha Gautama wanted to teach. Grabbing his spear, he wonders why he never saw things this way. Confused, his opponent watches him put away his usual spear. The sword-wielding boy breaks the ice, saying he didn't like that move, asking why he did it. After all, if he used the other spear, he'd definitely win. Thinking, our boy admits it's true. If he used the Longinus spear, he'd win easily. His goal to win hasn't changed, and he knows using certain gear is a skill too, but he wants to do it differently. Out loud, the spear-wielding boy repeats his opponent's line about insults not lowering his value, so applause from others doesn't raise his value either. Only he can decide that, no one else. Minho Lee stands there jaw-dropped, unsure what to say. Finding his words, he says, our boy's a better friend than he thought. Then he ditches his shield and all his weapons, feeling lighter. He hopes the boy doesn't think he's underestimating him. Holding a dagger, the young one says it's the only thing he learned from his master and trusts. Smiling, Kim Seo-jun says he didn't like that either. They face off, ready, waiting for the right moment. Then they clash intensely, making stones fly. Holding their weapons, they shout they just need to win. Our protagonist blocks his opponent's dagger strike, staring him down. Meanwhile, Minho Lee does the same, blocking the boy's spear. The dagger kid starts smiling, showing he's putting in a lot of effort. And surprising our boy, he crouches and switches strategy fast. Kim keeps staring as the boy gets close to his face, but his opponent backs off, throwing daggers with a smirk. The weapons lightly wound the protagonist's shoulder and waist. Trying to defend, the young man thinks the attack was intense. And if he had the Spear of Longinus, one move would stop those dangerous attacks. The dude with the dagger is back at it, trying to stop the next attack. But Minho Lee's going all out, making it look like a walk in the park. Our guy's thinking, remembering how the dagger dude's always switching up his moves, making it tough to keep up. Suddenly he tries to grab a dagger to block, but ouch, his hand gets hurt. So he backs off a bit to catch his breath before jumping back in. And he's chill, remembering it's cool if he loses, since his opponent said so earlier. Charging in for a big move, he's all about giving it his best shot to win. And he's wondering if fighting's always been this epic. Kim yells that the move dagger dude just pulled is the only thing he actually learned from his master. Minho Lee, sneaky behind him, asks if he's surprised already. Our guy ducks as Dagger Dude flips over him. Dust everywhere, and our hero's not exactly thrilled about it. He covers his face, trying to see what's going down. His opponent's still there, wrapped in the dust cloud he made, but then poof, he's gone like some magic trick. Kim's curious if it's a ninja move and if Dagger Dude's really got those skills. Our guy figures out that even if Dagger Dude knows the move, he can't nail it perfectly. He just needs to focus so he doesn't lose track of Minho Lee again. That trick's gotta be Dagger Dude's secret weapon, so now it's time to use his own magic. Tapping into his power and thinking about past fights, a light bulb goes off in his head. He stands up, gripping his lance tight, thinking about his plan and if it's the right call. Saying it's not about doubting himself, but Dagger Dude's wild style is intriguing, since his style's always been super strict. Thinking this through, our guy realizes learning is pretty awesome, but if you learn everything, you might lose your own style. Learning's about finding your own groove. So, how long can you accept others' styles while still doing your own thing? Kim finally gets that it's his own magic he should use, not Merlin's. With eyes shut, he gets that Merlin's smarts, Chiron's senses, Xiangyu's strength, and Siddhartha's chill vibes aren't anyone else's but his. Golden lights wrap around him, lighting up his eyes, because those traits are totally his own. With his lance ready, he's more pumped than ever to keep fighting. In the crowd, everyone's jaw drops, seeing his aura light up the place. Park Seun's like, how's that even possible when even pros struggle with that? Not hearing a thing, our guy stands strong, showing off his sword aura to everyone, his weapons glowing gold in his hands. Looking back, he spots Minho Lee coming in, and bam, he counters right away, breaking Dagger Dude's weapon, leaving him totally stuck. They both grin when his opponent, sweating buckets, admits defeat and calls it. Somewhere else, someone tells a gray-haired lady that Kim Seojun snagged first place. Barely reacting, she sips her tea and asks if that's for real. Then she asks a hooded guy if he noticed anything weird. He says he saw something funky but isn't sure if it was real, because the guy switched weapons out of nowhere and used a sword aura. Even surprised, the lady tells him to keep an eye on the guy while she reports to the apostle. The guy asks if she's got a reason for such a big move. Annoyed, she asks what he's getting at. He says he knows Kim's worth watching, but with the 10-star cave collapse, the Korean association's on it, slowing things down, so he doesn't get why they're chasing a cadet so hard. The braided lady yells his name. Feeling bad, Kalkas says sorry, while the hunter gives him a hard stare. Later, another hooded person asked Kalia if something weird really happened in Korea, and she says, yep. The person asks who fixed the distortion, and the woman says it was someone named Kim Seojun. Curious, the gray-haired woman wonders why she was called if the man knows the distortion was fixed, and why he cares about who fixed it. He then asks her to keep tabs on Kim. Looking up, the woman asks if she can know why. But the man hits her with some kind of spell, while saying he knows that among the successors of the Apostle of Chastity, she's the top pick. But it seems she forgets she's not there yet. Agonizing on the ground, the woman asks for forgiveness for asking. The man then stops affecting her and starts to leave, saying before leaving that it's not his choice. Kalia tries to ask more to get what he means. The man stops and says the Apostle of Temperance holds the top spot in the Order of Truth, and that he knows she was working without the Council's nod, something they can overlook a bit if she's a successor. But anything involving the boy Kim must be reported, no exceptions. Nervous, the woman wonders if someone might be using the Apostle, something only one person can do, and she knows exactly who it is. Leaving the competition spot, people chat about how wild it was for someone like our boy to win. Kim asks the hunter how long until the pro hunter exam, and she says he's turning into a beast, which anyone who watched would agree, especially because he used the aura. Curious, Park Seoyun asks how the boy learned to use the sword aura, and he dodges by saying he got lucky. She then asks if they can head home, but the young man says he needs to meet someone first. Behind the woman, Minho Lee pops up yelling at others about not wanting to join their academy. Getting it all, the hunter asks if that's who the protagonist wanted to meet, and he nods. Seeing the scene, Kim Seojun realizes that, as he thought, everyone wants to recruit the young man. After all, even losing the final, he learned everything solo, and being good, many academies want him. His only question is what to do if the young man with the dagger comes to him with all those people. Using his ninja skills, Minho suddenly vanishes from everyone's sight, popping up behind the protagonist while shouting, he'll go to the Dream Academy, then asking the boy and the hunter if it's cool if he joins their academy. Confused, the duo asks what he's on about, while they take the chance to vanish from sight with the young man. Relieved, Park Seoyun says it's now safe, and they manage to shake everyone off. Annoyed, Kim asks what Lee was thinking when he said that, and the boy says it was pressure, and something he also wanted. The protagonist then asks if the boy was already thinking about joining a hunter academy before. Denying, the young man says he actually never even thought about joining the same academy as him, leaving our boy even more puzzled. Not knowing what to say, he suggests they chat about it another time, then asking if Minho Lee remembers the promise he made earlier before the fight started. Looking firmly, the young man says of course he remembers. Getting straight to it, the protagonist asks who his master is. Sighing before answering, the boy reveals he actually doesn't even know. Furious, Kim asks if he's joking and promises to get the truth, but the young man says he really doesn't know, and explaining, he says he already mentioned that his master doesn't know he is his disciple. Our boy then asks why he said his master had strength beyond imagination. Responding, Lee says he didn't learn anything directly from him, but rather through watching, because he never had a lesson with anyone, in fact. He was a cadet who learned everything on his own, meaning a person who wanted to become a hunter, but lacked talent, as they say. But his case was different, as he lacked neither talent nor money. He just chose to learn on his own and trained in the mountains. Therefore, having never taken lessons from anyone, no academy was on his back, something he appreciated. It was one day while training that he felt the presence of someone. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a young man lying on the grass. He quickly ran to him to ask if everything was okay and what had happened. It was on that day he met his master. The man on the ground was pretty banged up, and Minho Lee realized he had to rush this dude to the hospital pronto to dodge a total disaster. But the guy was all, nah, can't leave the mountain, which totally freaked out the young dude with a dagger. Feeling the guy's fear vibes, he ditched the hospital idea. Instead, he played nurse in an abandoned mountain house. He cooked, fed him, and patched him up. At first, the guy was in bad shape, but slowly he got better. A month flew by, and all the young dude wanted was for the guy to wake up. Then one day, near the cave, he heard voices accusing the guy of hiding like a scaredy cat. Armed soldiers were roasting him for being a near goner. Minho, hiding behind a tree, eavesdropped as one soldier asked who helped the guy. The guy was all, none of your business. Then the soldier wondered if a newbie was hiding in the woods. A brawl broke out, and the injured guy started taking them down like a boss. One soldier, super mad, ordered the others to finish him off. Back to the present, Lee was shaking as he told the story to Kim Seo-jun. He said it was the first time he'd seen someone fight like that since forever. He remembered a soldier, even with a busted face, saying this wasn't in the script. Meanwhile, the guy joked, saying they forgot they couldn't see him. Using his power, he told Lee to scram and never come back. Purple lights flashed, making the boy cover his eyes. The guy vanished, leaving him totally baffled. Clueless about what just went down, the young dude decided to follow his master's advice and grab what he could. That's when he found a dusty manuscript and stuffed it in his backpack before bouncing, hoping to return it someday, but he never saw the guy again. Curious, Kim asked why he called someone who never taught him a master. He said it was because the manuscript was packed with epic dagger moves and stealth tips. The catch is, the guy doesn't know he read it all, let alone that he learned dagger skills from it. Yelling, the young dude insisted the story was wild but 100% true. Our hero thought he might be fibbing, but he definitely wasn't an Academy of Transcendence cadet. As they chatted about the guy's identity, Park Seo-yoon watched, super intrigued. After thinking, she jumped in and asked if Kim thought the young dude's master could be the Dark Saint. Who's like the Sword Saint and one of Korea's top 5 heroes, super mysterious? The hunter said she'd seen the guy a few times as a kid when he visited her grandpa. So she could ask the Sword Saint if Minho's text was really the Dark Saint's. The young dude zoned out when he found out who the girl's grandpa was. The next day at the Dream Academy, Kim was bummed to see a gadget he wanted. Cost $500,000. He wondered how the Academy always made him pay more, no matter how much he earned. Then he realized he didn't want that weapon that badly, because the real issue was the manual. Who freaked out learning Park Seo-yoon's identity, begging her to help find his master. Even hesitant to show the manuscript, he tagged along and showed off his skills, to later chat with the Sword Saint while Kim waited for the convo to wrap up. Our dude snagged the free path, and realized even without it, Kieran's lecture progress would still climb. The boost let him finish the intro lecture and finally snag the metamorphosis ability. A light blue glow wrapped around him as it happened. Staring at his phone, he was stoked, and started cheering and posing. But seconds later, he realized actually nothing changed. Unlike when he finished Zhang Yu's lecture, where he felt the power surge. But then, the boy started feeling something, and a snake with yellow eyes appeared on his back. The boy's all like, whoa, what was that chill down my spine? Feels like someone just pressed an ice-cold sword against his neck, right? Then, out of nowhere, a voice is all, how do you even know I was here without seeing me? Our dude's freaking out asking, who's talking to me? The voice is like, you'd make a great rival. Turns out it's the Dark Saint sneaking in like a ninja. The guy's impressed, saying the kid's quick on the uptake. Kim's all, I don't know how I sensed you. Maybe it's this new power-up I got. He wonders if Min Yol tipped him off, but the dude's like, nah, I was already on my way. Then it hits him, he left the sacred text behind on purpose, and young Lee had no clue he was the Dark Saint, which ticks the guy off. Our boy's like, Lee's gonna be here soon, and the Dark Saint's like, got to bounce, got other biz. He cuts to the chase, asking if Kim's linked to the Order of Truth, and Kim's like, nah, just met Kalia. The guy's all mysterious, saying he gets why things went down like they did. He's been tailing the Order of Truth, which makes Kim super curious. The Dark Saint's like, can't trust them, even if they're seen as heroes. Turns out the berserk monster they defeated is still out there. This beast was never actually taken down. No body, no proof. So berserk just vanished into thin air. Kim's confused, asking why they say the Order saved humanity. The guy explains they did something, but it wasn't taking out the monster. Then he asks if Kim knows why the Apostle of Chastity's spot is empty. Kim's like, maybe, and the guy spills that the Apostle vanished too, didn't just die of old age, which is sus, since the 7 Apostles have been tight forever. In his digging, he found out the Order was hunting him and caused a 10-star dungeon break. All cause of Kim, who's being watched, but he doesn't know why yet. Kim's like, why are you telling me this? And the guy's like, need a favor. He wants Kim to look after Min Yol since he can't with the Order creeping around. And since anyone he talks to gets marked, Kim's gotta be the go-between. The Order can't spy on Kim, unlike others. Kim's curious why they can't watch him but can watch the Dark Saint. The guy's like, no clue, but they can't see you. Kim thinks that's why the Academy of Transcendence has no deets on him. The Dark Saint's about to dip, asking Kim to pass a manuscript to Lee. Kim's like, how do you trust me with this? The guy's like, you're the only one not being watched, so not many choices. He hands over another manuscript for Kim to check out. Says it's got some cool skills, but Kim's like, nah, I'm good. He asks if he can ask for something else. And the Dark Saint's like, what? Grinning, Kim's like, ever heard of child support? The Saint's jaw drops and Kim's like, pay up or no deal, saying if the guy coughs up $3 million, he'll do whatever he wants. The guy's fuming, asking if Kim's lost his mind. Trying to convince him, our dude's all, bro, the price is totally fair, only I can do what the Saint wants. Plus, he's tight with Mignol, so the guy's gonna believe the manuscript's from his master, no sweat. No clue it's a fib, which means the dude can help him out whenever he needs. And by helping, he's risking it all, siding with the Dark Saint against the Order of Truth. With no comeback, the guy's like, alright, $3 million it is. He promises to send the cash soon, as long as the kid doesn't hit him up for that much every month. Kim's all, yo, is that $3 million tax-free? And the guy's like, your shame level's off the charts, dude. And with a wave, he says the money's coming through the association's name. Before vanishing, he tells the kid to chat with Mignol, but keep their secret on the down low. Out of nowhere, the convo star shows up announcing his grand entrance. Our hero spills the beans, leaving him totally shook. Kim's like, the Dark Saint bounced for urgent stuff but wanted me to give you this. After handing over the manuscript, our dude's off, humming about the cash that's about to hit his account. But Lee's all, why'd you give me that? He could have snagged the arts for himself. Thinking hard, the hero's trying to come up with a slick answer without downplaying the book's importance. He's about to speak when the kid in the blue jacket jumps in, saying he's made a choice. Confused, the spear dude's like, what's the decision? And he says he's joining the Academy of Dreams. Starting today, no less. Full of swagger, Lee's like, will Kim give the thumbs up? While Kim's wondering what's cooking in his head, they spilled the tea to Park Seun, who grins and says Lee Mignol joining the Academy is epic news for her. Hearing this, the kid's stoked, but our hero's still kind of puzzled. Thinking it over, he figures it's not too shabby because now he'll train with the Dark Saint's secret book. And whenever he needs to drop something off, he won't have to hunt him down, which means he can keep hitting the guy up for cash. So Dear Lee is his golden goose. Snapping him out of his thoughts, the hunter's like, we can start team comps now. Hearing this, our dude's curious. But when he hears the prizes are lit, a light bulb goes off. Now he's all in for the comps. And this just proves his new buddy's a total golden goose. 3 days fly by and Kim's at a lecture. The instructor's like, hang tight kid, let me finish this set. Our dude's chilling, thinking about the dough he scored and watching the guy grind. He recalls how $4 million vanished in a flash with just a tap. All because he signed up for the Hercules lecture, who stops and intros himself. The guy's like, if you haven't finished the Chiron lectures, do that first, then come back. To him, a combat warrior's body is key, with strength, reflexes, and speed. And in this class, he's all about strength. Hercules says the idea that big bods are slow is bogus, because strength, speed, and reflex come from muscle power. Kim Seo-jun's jaw drops watching the guy's muscles grow with barely any effort. The instructor zooms off like magic, reappearing and saying his speed's all leg muscle. After cracking the ground, he says the sky's strength comes from our muscles, and reflexes that beat instincts and thoughts plus endless endurance to come from muscles all over. So if his student wants faster reflexes and speed, he needs to beef up. Kim gets his daily task, and is shook to find out he has to do them while lugging over a ton. Frustrated, he's like, are these people nuts? And figures the claim that anyone can lift 500 tons wasn't just a gag. Deciding to hit up the footwork lecture by Zhang Sanfeng, elder of the Wudang sect, creator of the Tai Chi sword. Watching, our dude remembers the legend that says the guy ascended and became immortal. The elder kicks off the class, saying he's going to show how to walk on air. No cap. He says all you need is some inner strength, and he'll spill the tea on the technique later. Today's wild task? Kim's got to drop from 30 meters high like 20 times. Yikes. Scrolling through his phone, Kim's like, can I even pull this off? Boom, someone bursts in calling his name. It's Seo-yun, and Kim's totally shook and curious. Hitting pause on the lecture, he offers her a drink and asks what's up. Soo-yeon Manchol's daughter says her dad, Kim's old boss, mentioned him. Kim's like, last time I saw him was when I signed up for the hunter exam. He asks why she's asking, and she looks all sad. She explains she lost contact with her dad and wonders if Kim knows anything. Kim, all nervous, asks when this went down. Soo-yeon says it was just yesterday. Her dad went to work and poof, vanished. Trying to chill things out, Kim jokes maybe he just got wasted and crashed somewhere. But seeing her stress, he asks if there's more to it. Holding her coffee, Soo-yeon admits she argued with her dad about becoming a pro hunter. Kim's like, how you don't have powers? Surprised, she says she's had powers for a month now. She told her dad she wanted to hit up an academy, not college, and he wasn't thrilled. Wrapping it up, Soo-yeon agrees her dad's probably just drunk somewhere. Seo-jun gets it, walks her out, and tells her to hit him up if anything happens. They say bye, and Kim's feeling bummed about it all. He heads to the gym and tries calling Manchol, but no answer. Now he's worried, but decides to try again tomorrow. Elsewhere, an Order of Truth dude tells Kalia the Star of Evil's onto them. She asks about our boy, and the dude says they can't find him yet. Kalia orders the 10-star dungeon break secret stays locked down. The dude's like, got it, and she tells him to keep rolling with the plan. At the Academy of Dreams, Kim's trying to nail the Hercules task with the perfect weight. Lucky he snagged the cabeces, even if he's never used it like this. He stuffs a ton of weight plates in the bag and starts working out, struggling hard. Sweating buckets, he hopes he's lifting over a ton. After the first try, he drops everything, thinking he never thought he'd go this hard. Determined, he gets up and vows to go all out. Park Seun shows up, finds him face down, and he's begging for help. The weight's crushing him, and she crouches to help, asking what's in the bag. She struggles, but finally uses her energy. To toss it away, falling back, Kim gets up, saying he thought his hand would break, thanking her. Recovered, Kim asks how tall the building is. She says about 15 meters. Without explaining, he says it's not enough, leaving her puzzled. He explains he needs to jump off the roof. He tells her to wait, and she hears a scream and a thud. Outside, Kim's hyped, saying he can do it. He decides to jump again while Seo-yoon thinks he's nuts. She's worried about what the new cadets would think if they saw this madness. Lee Min-yeol rolls back and asks the hunter what went down with Kim while he was out hunting for a crash pad. Whispering, the girl says she's clueless, but the first time she met the dude, he was acting the same way. Our guy's just chilling, staring at his phone, stressing because he still can't get through to Manchol. Thinking something major must have gone down and that he's got to check it out in person, he jumps up and announces he's heading out for a bit. His crew's all shocked, thinking he's about to do something wild, but he's just off to find Manchol. The hunter's all jittery, asking what's up with the dude. Throwing on his coat, Kim says he's not sure yet, but he'll spill the tea once he knows. The guy heads to his old job, leaving everyone shook. As he rolls up, the workers hype him up for his epic performance in the mock hunter exam. Out of nowhere, a debate kicks off, leaving our guy feeling awkward. When they ask why he's there, he says he's just dropping by to see his old crew. One dude then says they're doing great, especially after Kim Tae-soo got the boot. Cutting to the chase, the guy asks if they've seen Manchol, and everyone's like, nope, not in ages, which makes our guy even more stressed. Then one worker says the dude vanished after tailing some sketchy person. That person who was super sus hit up the company like 3 or 4 days ago, and Manchol was the one dealing with him. Another dude says he heard this mystery person was offering a fat commission, but no one tagged along, just Kim's buddy. A worker also mentions the person made a personal request instead of using the company's official way, which is hella shady. Our guy then figures the dude must have gotten tangled in something illegal to score cash for his kids' school fees. Wrapping up the convo, Kim asks if they know where his buddy went, but they're all clueless. One of them suggests he hit up the association that logs all transport missions. He thanks them for the tip and bolts while waving bye to everyone. At the association, a suit-wearing dude says he can't spill someone's location to randoms. Desperate, the guy says this person's MIA, but it's no use. All the dude says is sorry. Outside, Seo-jun plops on a bench, wondering what's next to track down his buddy. Even though he's got a gut feeling something's up, the association says there's no proof of the dude's vanishing act. He starts sweating bullets as a creepy feeling washes over him, remembering all the times with Manchol, especially when he was in the hospital and the dude helped him with 3 million won. Even though he didn't want to take it, the dude insisted, saying if an adult offers something, take it and say thanks. In a loop of worry and gratitude, our guy says it's thanks to the dude he's who he is today, so he can't just sit around doing nada. Grabbing his phone, Kim calls Seo-yoon and asks for backup, asking if he can meet the Sword Saint right now. The plan works, and he's face to face with the guy who says he's heard about his shit, then asking if the guy wants his help. But shocker, he says nah, and that actually he wants the dude to accept a duel with him. Park Seo-yoon and the Sword Saint's security are shook by what Kim just threw down. The challenge dude then asks what the guy's on about. Confident, our guy says if he wins, the dude's got to step in to find Manchol, but if he loses, he's out of the Academy of Dreams. His only rule is he wins if he lands a hit on the dude, even just once. Even sweating bullets, the guy thinks he's got to know what went down, no matter what. And for sure, the Sword Saint could get the scoop from the association because of who he is. Looking serious, the hunter's grandpa gives him props for his guts. Telling his bodyguard to follow along, his granddaughter freaks out feeling the duel's really gonna go down. Entering a room, the old dude grabs a sword. But not just any sword, the Blue Dragon sword. Won by Kim Yu-shin, the Silla Kingdom's general, when he was training in Hwarang. Behind the Sword Saint, the bodyguard's worried because the dude only grabs that sword for one reason. Alright, buckle up for this epic showdown. So, our dude's all fired up, thinking he's got to totally crush his opponent, something he hasn't done since the big disaster wrapped up. Curiosity's eating away at the guy in the black suit, so he asks his boss what's the plan with the kid. He's worried that if things go sideways, Park Seo-yoon's gonna be super bummed. The Sword Saint's like, zip it. He's convinced the kid didn't just challenge him for kicks. So he's going to give him the full show. Outside, the hunter tells Kim he doesn't have to go through with it. She's like, I can chat with Grandpa and sort this out for you. But Kim's all, now I gotta do this. He's thinking maybe Manchol will vanish because of him, so he's got to get strong and boss-like to keep his crew safe. And to do that, he's got to drag the Sword Saint into the duel, making it look like the old dude's got his back. Saying bye to the girl, he promises to come back a winner. Inside, the boy is gripping his spear, ready to face the old dude. The old man's like, If you think I'm gonna go easy because of my granddaughter, think again. Kim's grinning, saying he's not backing down and hopes the old man keeps his word. The old dude whips out the blue dragon sword, acknowledging the kid's guts. He's like, you kid, you get the first move. Our hero's plotting his attack strategy. Even if the old guy's the sword saint, he's confident he can hang in there for a bit. He steps back, gains speed, and charges at the old man. He's going all out from the jump. With his spear, he unleashes blue lightning, but the old man, barely breaking a sweat, blocks it with his sword, all with just one arm like a boss. He looks at the kid and asks if that's all he's got. Then he eats him back with some serious force. Kim's like, whoa, what did I get myself into? But he's not hesitating, ready to dive back in because there's no turning back now. He's dodging sword strikes like a ninja, and the battle's on full throttle. Our boy's realizing the old man's not messing around. Every move feels like it could be game over. The old dude's doing his sword dance, and Park Seun's stressing about her buddy. Kim's in full defense mode, while the hero of the Cataclysm, the S-Class legend, is showing off his skills. The fight's heating up, and the Sword Saint's noticing the kid's improved, way different from when he was just a weak little newbie. Back then, he was just another average student, but now in this fight, the kid's pushing himself to level up. Kim's gearing up for a big move to win it all, but the old man blocks him again, sending him flying. The Sword Saint's eyeing the kid's spear, thinking it's kinda odd. He figures if it wasn't for that weapon, the fight would have been over ages ago, so he's gotta put in a bit more effort to wrap this up. They're trading blows like crazy. Our boy's giving it his all but can't quite hit the mark. And he ends up getting nicked by the sword. On his knees, he's thinking he got too cocky, thinking he could take down the Sword Saint just because he beat some students. But cadets are cadets, and he should have seen the huge gap between him and the Sword Saint. Worn out, he's bummed he couldn't make the old man go all out. The old man's closing in, ready to strike again, and Kim's got to think fast to dodge. With a leap and a bound, Kim's still chasing his goal no matter what. The old man's staring him down, asking how he dared to challenge him with just that. Thrown back again, our boy admits the old man's strength is no joke. Who can scare off enemies just by saying his name, and watching him, he realizes he wants to be just like him. His big oopsie was getting way too caught up in the whole Transcendent title and totally underestimating the other dude. The fight's still going, no breaks, no chill. Even going full send, our hero realizes he's way outclassed, like in every possible way. The only silver lining, he can finally see where he stands for real. And he decides one day he's gonna outdo the Sword Saint, cause now he's all about leveling up past him. As he goes for a hit, he notices his hands are numb, even with the spear in them. Plus everything feels off, even his steps. But before he can figure it out, bam, he gets smacked hard. Park Seun yells his name and rushes over. Meanwhile, the crowd's hyping him up for hanging in there so long. Facing him, the Sword Saint hopes he'll keep his promise. Then Kim hits the ground, totally wiped out. The old dude looks at him, clearly annoyed, while everyone else is all worried about the kid who's totally out cold. Scene switch, Manchal's sprinting with someone on his back. The guy's all, sorry, didn't see that distortion coming, would have gone solo, but his buddy's like, chill, rescue's probably on the way. The guy's like, nah, told the association's press to keep it hush-hush. So getting out of there might be tricky. Manchol grins, saying he knows a super reckless dude who'd totally make it out. Back to our hero, waking up all dazed. Park Seo-yoon's there asking if he's okay. Panicked, he asks how long he was out, and she says not long. But she's worried he doesn't have much time to rest up. Before she can mention her grandpa, he walks in. The two just stare, unsure what to do. Then the old guy steps up and hands him a sword. Yep, the blue dragon sword, and he's shook. Everyone's puzzled, even the hunter and the security team. Curious, he asks why, and the old man says he's keeping his word. Using the sword as a sign, the association will know what's up, saving him some hassle. So he needs to hustle and get what he needs on his own. But he better return the sword once he's done. At the Hunters Association, which is like the HQ for hunters, our guy meets Lee Tae-bum, the big boss. He shows off the sword shining like a diamond. The dude's like, why's the blue dragon sword here? While the kid's thinking, whoa, I'm talking to the press. Kim introduces himself, saying he popped by unannounced to ask some stuff. He explains that 4 days ago, Shock Manchul vanished after hitting a dungeon on someone's say-so. Someone had to tell the association, so he wants to know which dungeon and who went with him. Lee Tae-bum's all nervous, wondering why the kid's bringing this up, and he tells Kim they need to check if the blue dragon sword's legit first. Kim's like, would have been easier if you just answered. But the guy's not budging. Kim asks if he'll take the blame if things go south because of the delay. Stuck, the press facepalms? Thinking if it's the Sword Saint's will, he's got no choice. He spills the beans, saying the Holy Mage took Manchul to the dungeon to check it out secretly after getting a tip. Our guy recalls the Dark Saint's words about the Order of Truth messing with the 10-star dungeon, realizing it's all connected, which is super weird. Before leaving, he has one more question. He wants to know if he can use the Blue Dragon's sword as a loan guarantee with the association. Leaving, he calls Soo-yeon, who frantically asks if there's any news from her dad. Kim says nope, but he's got a lead on where he might be. Then he spills that there's some drama with the dungeon he entered on someone's orders. The girl's all stressed out, asking what they should do, and the dude remembers she already lost her mom to a dungeon breach. all to save her kid's life. That's why she became a hunter, to make sure no more loved ones get snatched by monsters. Trying to chill her out while she's crying, the main guy promises to bring her dad back. After hanging up, he recalls what the association's president mentioned, realizing that even if the holy mage is old and sick, he's still got mad power, so he's probably trapped. Could be a sneaky trap by the Order of Truth, who's watching and ready to pounce if anyone steps in. So the only way out for them is him, who's flying under the radar and just got some loan cash. Turns out he decided to sell the sword and even wrote a memo to make it official. Now he's planning to hit up the Transcendence shop for gear, because he needs to be decked out to save the day. Walking into the shop, Kim hits buy without a second thought, showing he's been eyeing something for a while. That something is a big golden weapon called Gungnir. With his new toy in hand, he tries to channel his mana through it. Then he heads into the dungeon, blown away by the monster crowd. Especially the dryads, which even though they're 6-star, are tricky to hunt because they blend in with trees to dodge attacks or get surrounded. Our guy decides to sense the creatures, closing his eyes. He places his hand on a tree, mapping out everything in reach, focusing on one, because he feels a weird indescribable vibe. Getting closer, he sees the tree looks totally normal from the outside. But to clear things up, it's better to test it right away, which also lets him test out his new weapon's power. Grabbing the gear, the dude gets ready to attack what seems like a monster with all his might. He throws the Gungnir, aiming right at the trunk. Ready to nail it? Turns out his gut was right, and it's a dryad, which wakes up and screams like it's on a roller coaster, twisting to dodge the attack. Kim's shocked, didn't know the monster could pull that off. The weapon bounces back, ready to smack the creature with full force. The attack lands and a hole appears in what looked like just a tree trunk. All this goes down without our hero breaking a sweat, showing off how epic his new weapon is. Our boy's blown away by the spear's performance, the one that took down the first giant Ymir. He thought its power would be meh since it's just a copy. With his hand out, the guy wonders if he can call it back. The spear starts glowing, but the hero realizes it's taking more mana than he thought. Finally, the weapon floats up and lands right in the young dude's hand. Totally wiped out, he figures he can only use the return move once in battle, so no dodging the limits of a copy. Still, our guy's sure he made the right call by putting up the blue dragon sword as collateral. Because even if the Sword Saint goes all, I'm gonna get you, he can still use Gungnir to bounce. Out of nowhere, an enemy jumps Kim, who snaps back with a counterattack. Then he bolts from the scene, wondering where Ajusi's at. Way off, there's the dude carrying the knocked out Holy Mage. Behind them, those creepy trees are screaming like banshees. A branch smacks the protagonist's buddy, and he faceplants. Luckily, the old dude wakes up and uses his mojo to shoo the monsters away. Going all out, he tells the guy to scram and says, anyway, he's not got much time left on the clock. Plus, none of this mess would have happened if he hadn't been stubborn and dragged Manchol along. Even though he's scared stiff, Soo-yeon's dad's like, I'm not going anywhere. The old guy passes out again. Bracing for the worst, the protagonist's buddy says sorry to his daughter. But surprise, surprise, nothing goes down. All thanks to Seojun, who shows up just in time. Turning around, the young dude asks if the guy knows how worried Soo-yeon is. Before telling him to grab the Holy Mage and bounce ASAP, the enemies fling their branches, all set to take our guy out. Thinking fast, he figures he needs to find the main body pronto. But then boom, an explosion hits. The protagonist dodges, jumping into the air. But he quickly gets that things aren't looking great, because the creature keeps coming back no matter how hard he hits. Freaking out, our guy looks for the spear, which is just chilling on the ground. The snag is, his buddy and the Holy Mage haven't moved far enough. To keep them safe, the hero throws up a shield. Then, seeing the coast is clear, the young dude starts dodging attacks. Finally, he grabs the spear and hurls it with all his might at the enemy. With that hit, the creature splits in two, which just ticks off the other enemies even more. The protagonist dodges the blows like a pro and kicks off a quick counterattack, while also hunting for the sacred spear. After spotting it, the boy starts using the return move. The weapon floats up, heading his way like he planned. With the weapon in hand, Kim gets back in position. A dark look takes over his face, but the creatures don't seem fazed. Surrounded, the protagonist taunts the enemies, and wonders if they finally get how dangerous the spear is. Cracking a joke about my hand slipped, the young dude picks a creature which isn't thrilled to see the weapon aimed at its face. After a brutal hit, only half the trunk's left. Not wanting to bite the dust, the other monsters block the path with branches, all to stop the young dude from getting the spear back. Still, our guy's glad he doesn't have to make the first move. With one hit, all the branches are toast, showing that Gungnir isn't his only legendary weapon. Later on, Seojun finds Manchol and the Holy Mage. Curious, the guy asks why only the young dude showed up, and he says he didn't tell his buddy to vanish, before asking why his buddy agreed to send Soo-yeon to the academy when he was against it before. They switch topics and chat about the wizard situation, who looks pretty banged up. Seeing the old guy's state, the protagonist's relieved he brought a med kit. Quickly, the boy hands a potion to the old guy, who finally wakes up a bit out of it. The protagonist's buddy says this is the kid he talked about before. Curious, the wizard asks if he's talking about the student from the Hunter Academy, and how the young dude knew they were there. After saying he took down all the dryads, the protagonist asks why the old guy came and brought the man. The old guy says to study the monsters, he needed help carrying the bodies, but not wanting to draw unwanted attention, he decided to keep it low-key. Cutting to the chase, Kim asks if the wizard did this to dodge the order of truth. The wizard's shocked, but a noise grabs the trio's attention. Confused, the main dude's all, "Is this an earthquake or what?" Turns out, it's the beast that left the holy wizard all banged up. Our boy's thinking, what kind of beast even the old dude can't handle? In a spooky tone, the wizard's all, "You shouldn't have chased them, bro." A massive dryad pops out from the trees like, surprise! The old man explains, seems like a mutation, but who knows? Our hero's like, phew, at least it hasn't spotted us yet. So best plan, stay out of sight and bounce from the dungeon. Manchol's all, tried that, but it always catches up, dude. And to make it worse, the monster's got skin like a tank and heals fast. Which means the wizard's magic is basically useless. Seojin's shocked, but the old man's like, I'm not who I used to be. So even if he weakens it, a mega attack's needed to finish it. Our hero's all, fine, I'll be the one to land the final hit. The wizard's shouting, a normal hit won't cut it, man. And if they mess up, no second chances. So using him as bait is the smart move. Showing off his spear, our boy's like, this might just work. Cause this weapon's gonna pack a serious punch. Seeing the weapon glow, the old man's mind is blown. He's all, how's this magic circuit not a tangled mess? And thinks like, I've never heard the wizard talk this much. With sparkly eyes, the old man's like, we might just make it out alive. When asked about the weapon, our hero's awkward. He says the holy sword wizard bought it. Cause spilling the truth, not an option. Nearby, the giant dryad's just doing its thing. Kim's all time to take down the boss. Flashback to the plan and it's pretty basic. Our hero explains, wizard weakens it, I strike with the spear. The old man's like, even if it risks my life, I'll do my part. But our boy's like, nah, no need for that. First he'll taunt the creature to buy time. During the chase, the wizard will go all out with a weakening spell. Quickly, our hero sees two possible problems. He might get wrecked as bait, or the enemy might switch targets. Worried, he tells a juicy, can't promise it'll chase me, so if things go south, his buddy's gotta step up. Smiling, he tells the young man to chill. Then he's all, if you don't want to die, hang on tight, old man. Hearing them chat makes our hero grin. Back to now, the trio is ready to roll with the plan. Up in a tree, our boy's like, it's huge, can't miss it. Then he tells the duo, don't get too close, their dodging skills should do the trick. Even worried, the wizard nods, and the two guys tell the young man to stay safe. Our hero's like, got it, before vanishing. Getting close to the monster, our hero's like, whoa, it's massive and radiating power. No wonder the holy mage got wrecked. While running, he's glad there are no more dryads around. Now he can focus better. Face to face with the boss. Kim screams. The enemy spins around and spots him. And without a pause, it launches its branches, which doesn't exactly thrill our hero. Standing firm, he watches the branches coming at him, before smashing a bunch into bits. On one branch, our boy sees another attack coming. As he dodges and runs, he's all, why is it acting like this? With those wild hits, he decides to get far from his pals. Problem is, the spell's still not ready. Furious, the boss sends another branch flying, forcing our hero to move fast to dodge it. Suddenly, more branches pop up from the ground. With his spear ready, Kim's going all out. And boom, he nails the counterattack just in time. The hero backs up a bit to catch his breath, but the monster's on him like a shadow. Thinking hard, our dude realizes this beast ain't messing around, which means he might have to go all out. Suddenly, a flash lights up the trees. Quickly, the hero gets that the spell's good to go, and he says the mage's timing is spot on. The monster lunges at him again, but poof, he's gone, and pops up somewhere else. Running, Seojin dares the creature to catch him if it can. The dryad's mad, like super mad, and goes all out to nab him. Spotting a branch coming his way, he dives to the ground, and after twisting like a pretzel, he dodges it clean. Looking back, he's relieved the enemy's still chasing him, cause soon he'll hit the meetup spot, and for the plan to work, the monster's gotta be there too. Once more, the boss flings its branches. Suddenly, chains shoot up from the ground, and wrap around the monster, leaving it totally confused. Our dude, dodging yet another attack, grins at the scene, since the holy mage's magic worked better than expected, which means now he just needs his part to go right. The creature senses something nearby, and quickly lashes out with another tentacle, aiming for the holy mage. Knowing the old guy's out of mana and his buddy's just a regular dude, Kim knows he has to move fast. Activating his legendary weapon, he gears up for a killer strike. We see him putting all his strength into the spear. Then he clears his mind to nail the shot. After sizing up his opponent, the hero finally spots the core, and without a second thought, he hurls Gungnir. The monster lets out a bone-chilling scream. Before the legendary weapon pierces its body, the core shatters into bits, making the creature shut its eyes and drop. Kim looks ahead, checking if his plan worked, but then he suddenly falls backward. He wonders if the dizziness is from using all his power. Trying to stand, he hopes his friends are okay. Quickly, he spots the duo and sees something's up with Manchol. On the ground, the guy says he's fine. It's just a scratch. Worried, the hero insists on checking his friend's leg and says even if it's not fatal, they should hurry to fix it. Laughing, Siak's dad jokes about carrying 2 people and running for days if he were younger. Switching topics, the hero says now that the boss is down, leaving the dungeons no biggie. So he'll go grab his spear. Suddenly a loud crash echoes, and branches appear, with the giant dryad refusing to let them pass. Face to face with the creature, Seojun wonders how this is possible, since his strike hit the core dead on. Shocked, the holy mage reveals the monster has 2 cores. The monster roars like a beast, before launching its tentacles at the trio. Taking charge, the hero checks if he can dodge the attack. The holy mage jumps in, casting a shield to protect them. But his health's so low, he starts spitting strawberry juice. The hero sees the mage is struggling and knows he has to destroy the core. Panicked, he searches for the spear, but it's tangled in branches. Our dude wonders if the enemy is hiding his weapon on purpose. Switching gears, he decides to use Longinus and asks if the mage can cast the weakening spell again. The mage promises to try, but he's worried it won't cut it. Kim warns he'll be the bait again because there's no time to waste. Seeing him run, the old man yells to wait, but he's totally ignored. The hero weaves through branches, dodging every hit. Thinking if he gets hit, it's game over. Knowing the mage is at his limit, he realizes it's all on him. With one strike, he sends branches flying everywhere. A bit further, the old man gives it his all to keep the shield up. We see our dude's about to get caught. But once again, he manages to escape just in time. The catch is to hit the core. He's got to keep moving away until he finds the perfect spot. Thinking hard, the boy says the monster's on a whole other level. To make it worse, a branch snags his leg. But thanks to the mage, chains stop other branches from smacking the young dude. The hero feels relieved seeing the spell worked and knows it's go time. The creature throws all its might to stop him, showing those chains are fewer and skinnier than before, which means the mage had to push himself hard to fire up the spell again. Face to face with the enemy, our boy finally spots an opening. Quickly, he slips through the branches, and leaping, he gears up to land the final blow. But then one of the chains snaps. A tentacle smacks the boy and sends him flying. On the ground, Seojun's got 0 energy left. Still, the young man says it's totally possible to smash the core with Longinus' spear. The only hiccup is his plan to get closer didn't pan out too well. Roaring, the monster gears up to finish the fight. Even knowing he needs to dodge, the hero can't budge. Suddenly, the holy mage pops up and tells him to scram. While thinking how wild it is for a cadet like the young man to hit such a power level before 30, the old man's sure he'll become humanity's hero. But for that, he's got to survive. With a shaky voice, our boy says he doesn't want to bail. Determined, he stands up again. Shouting, the old man urges the boy not to get swept up by emotion. Since his lifespan's super short, wounded, Kim says in that case, the man should be the one to flee. Then the hero asks why he didn't ditch Manchol when he had the chance, and why he keeps trying to sacrifice himself. The protagonist hits the ground again, even using the spear to prop himself up. Looking ahead, he sees the mage won't last much longer. Spitting out strawberry juice, the young man figures fleeing is the best move, because that way, his buddy would also make it home safe. Still, he insists he's made his choice, and it doesn't involve turning tail and running. In his daydream, our boy remembers what Hercules said in his lecture, about how physical strength was key, but not the only kind of strength. We flash back to when the boy was hustling to finish his daily missions. One day, Hercules just stopped talking out of nowhere. After bouncing back, he starts talking about when Hera cursed him and he killed his wife, and thanks to Theseus and the 12 labors of atonement, he didn't end his own life. The missions included taking down the Nemean lion, slaying the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Ceryneian hind, capturing the Erymanthian boar, and so on. So as he knocked out the tasks, Hercules' rep grew day by day. But some folks started laughing at him, thinking someone with so many sins couldn't be a hero. Still, the young man refused to quit and kept sacrificing himself for others. All to one day see altruism as just part of life. After finishing the 12 missions, the blonde boy was seen as a true hero, and even saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy. According to the hero, the power that drove him was atonement. So his advice to the listeners is to stop caring about what others say. In the now, the protagonist starts to rise while remembering the hero's words, and finally finds the reason he's got to succeed. Worried, the wizard says this is pure madness, since the young man knows he can't beat that creature. Our boy agrees while feeling fear clutching his heart. At the same time, Hercules' voice echoes in his mind. So even knowing his mere 28 years are nothing to the holy mage, he insists he doesn't want to give up and mess up his future. Finally, Seojun's divine power kicks in, lighting up the whole place. The monster squints from the brightness. Meanwhile, the protagonist seems ready for as many rounds as it takes. The creature fires off several branches at once, but they all get wrecked with a single hit, thanks to the divine power in the spear. Both the monster and the young man start to scream. before a massive explosion goes off. The wind from the impact blows the trees away, and even the holy mage tries to keep his feet on the ground. The old man's eyes pop wide open in shock, seeing the massive hole the hero blasted in the boss's trunk. On the other side, our dude's still floating midair. But then he totally passes out, making the old guy swoop in to catch him. Manchol, all worried, rolls up with a stick for backup. The wizard's like, yo, the kid's banged up bad, but he's not going to kick the bucket. Which, makes sense after that wild power move he pulled. Feeling down, the guy admits he was super freaked out. Siak's dad's all, wait for real? The old dude nods and spills that he's scared of dying because who knows what'll happen to the world after he's gone. When asked what he means, he drops that the world ain't as chill as everyone thinks. So yeah, he's got major death anxiety. Juicy's like, is that why you took on a student? And the holy mage is like, yup, Seojun crushed it. Meaning even when he clocks out, his legacy's gonna live on. Then, the old dude's like, I see Kim as the start of a new hero squad, which makes him feel a bit better about getting old. A bit later, our hero wakes up all freaked out. His buddy pops in while he's thinking he didn't make it out of the dungeon because he's in a hospital. Worried, he asks if everyone's good. Manchol and the wizard are like, yeah, we'll be cool after some chill time. But our dude knows the old guy's fibbing. Switching gears, Siak's dad asks how he's feeling after being out cold for hours. Panicking, the hero's like, did you hit up my daughter? He nods and says he also chatted with Seo-yoon, who was super worried. After a sec, Seo-jun's like, makes sense, I vanished with the dragon sword. When the wizard asks why, the guy's like, it was for my daughter I got into this mess. The old dude's like, I'll pay you, but can I mentor your girl? Everyone's jaw drops at that. Then they're all, is the old dude losing it? He denies it. And Ayosi's like, why do you want to do that when you're so busy? The old guy explains he wants to pass on his wisdom because he's running out of time. But if she doesn't want to be a mage, no biggie, he can still help the young dude. Grinning, the hero's like, thanks, but I'll just take the cash. The old guy chuckles and says he'll pay whatever he wants. Later, someone kicks the door down. Yelling, Seo-yoon's grandpa's like, no one's stopping me from getting in. Next to him, the girl tells the hero to bail if he wants to live. He's debating whether to jump out the window or go full Gungnir. Meanwhile, the holy mage is stoked to see the sword saint. It's been ages since they last hung out. After some chit-chat, the old guy asks how he's doing. He says he's fine, but it doesn't look that way. While they catch up, Park tells the hero that Seo-yoon's on her way. The sword saint's like, looks like you're faking being sick, but the wizard's like, nah, I almost bit the dust. But thanks to the kid, he's got a bit more time. The girl's grandma gives our dude the stink eye while he tries to explain he had no choice. Yelling, the sword saint's like, you had no right to sell the weapon. Trying to chill things out, the wizard's like, the kid had no choice, but his buddy's not budging. Hearing Kim sold the blue dragon sword, the old guy's floored. He had no clue where the cash for the legendary spear came from. Looking like a ghost, the hero realizes he's in deep trouble. Fuming, the sword saint powers up. Freaked out, our dude's like, I didn't sell it, just used it as collateral. A bit worried, the wizard tells his buddy not to go overboard. Turning around, Park's grandpa's like, I'll let him go after a punch. So the kid's gotta block, dodge, or get wrecked. Shaken, Seo-jun's like, I can get the sword back, but that's not enough to stop the guy. The hero watches the dude's fist zooming toward his face. But plot twist, he decides to fight back. Their hands stay locked for a few seconds, like a super intense staring contest. Then our dude pulls away and starts yelling like he just won the lottery. Meanwhile, Sword Guy's all confused, wondering how he survived the attack, and still keeps going with his good arm, like a champ. Seeing the old man power up again, Kim's like, what happened to the one-hit wonder rule? Then he casually mentions he's going to grab some fresh air, no biggie. The girl's grandpa is left chilling in the room with the wizard. Breaking the awkward silence, the old man jokes, guess age catches up with everyone, huh? His buddies like didn't want the kid to kick the bucket, but didn't see that coming either. Still, the man insisted he'd happily ditch the hero if he could. The wizard cracks a joke about the man's granddaughter having a soft spot for the young dude. Annoyed, the sword saint changes the topic, asking what really went down on the battlefield. After hearing about the Apostles' Trail, the mutant, and the hero's epic win, the man finds it hard to believe. Laughing, the wizard's like, you should have seen it yourself, dude, since he still won't give the young guy any credit. Not bothered, the huntress's grandpa says even if it's true, he's not buying it. Then, they chat about the current hunters, and agree none of them are up to snuff, since for them, being a hunter means something else entirely. So even if they don't want to diss the new hero era, they know the world's still sketchy. Curious, the Sword Saint asks if humanity can handle the big bad threat coming. The wizard's like, no clue, but since you pulled off the impossible once, maybe it'll be chill. Outside, Kim's getting a lecture from the huntress, until out of nowhere someone rolls up and grabs the trio's attention. Hearing their era might be over, Sword Guy's like, what's the old dude on about? Grinning, the old man says, time flies, huh? Siak hugs Manchol, tears flowing like a waterfall. The man feels super relieved to have his daughter back, and feeling grateful, he thanks Seo-jun for everything. All smiles, the protagonist's like, no need for thanks, bro. Turns out they all got the green light to leave the hospital, and so everyone could head back to where they belong. But plot twist, something's changed, like the sword wizard becoming Seo Yoon's mentor, and a certain payment promised to our boy. After dropping 10 billion, the old man tells the young dude not to stress and use the cash whenever. So using 500 million won, the protagonist returned the dragon sword, almost biting the dust in the process. Plus, he boosted his Hercules course progress by 47.3%. Lee Man-chol's stoked to see the protagonist, and explains he didn't visit because the huntress said the young dude was cool. Park pops up and asks if the boy's alright. Taking charge, the brown-eyed dude asks if she can help with an item. Nodding, the girl says she'll grab it ASAP, showing that even with all the changes, the Academy of Dreams is still the same, to the point where the protagonist feels right at home. Later, Hercules mentions the students who got the divine power thing must be shook by the lecture's progress. But since he's all about helping, he wants to make it clear that ditching the lectures now is a rookie move, because you need muscles to handle the infinite power. Which means the next step is to get swole. Kim figures he's got nowhere to hide, but wonders if he can sign up for another lecture now that he's leveled up, or if he should snag an elixir instead. Suddenly, the hero remembers that if he has enough mana to get Gungnir back, things would be way better. After mulling it over, the young dude decides it's better to hit up a lecture. Especially since to fully soak up the elixir's energy, he needs to learn more about mana cultivation. Determined, our boy shoots a message to the mentor. To his surprise, he gets a reply right away. According to the mentor, some lectures are lit, but since everyone vibes differently, it's better to check out some previews. Our boy's unsure where to start and decides to scope out the prices first. Later, the huntress is all, why's the hero so hyped about upcoming fights? And what's he doing with all that cash he's been stacking? The hero's got a list of 3 epic classes he wants to hit up, and he's feeling a bit bonkers too. The girl spills the tea about a fight where the winner bags 3 billion won, no cap. But there's a catch, you gotta roll with a squad of at least 3. Kim's like, oh, that's a snag, because his academy's just a duo. Curious, the dude's all, anyone else want to squad up? But the huntress is like, nah. He's brainstorming hard, thinking who could join the crew, ideally a wannabe hunter who's still a free agent. After some deep thinking, he figures Siak's the MVP for the spot. Park's all puzzled hearing the girl's name, and he's like, you sure about this, bro? The hero's like, yep, burp. The huntress wonders if it's worth joining an academy just for a contest. But Seojin's like, nah, she doesn't have to join just to throw hands. Next stop, the Holy Mage's crib. The butler's like, hold up a sec. The hero chills on the comfiest couch ever. A bit later, the old dude shows up asking what's up. But our guy's just thinking, why is he rocking a cane? Putting that aside, he asks about Man-chol's daughter. The mage is all hyped, saying she's been everywhere since learning elemental magic, which blew his mind because she mastered mana in less than a day. Even Jimin would need a whole day for that. Still grinning, the mage is like, didn't think teaching her would be this lit. When asked again, the hero spills why he's there. The mage is shook hearing how careful the Dark Saint's being. Worried, he asks if Seo Yoon might also be on the Order of Truth's radar, just like Man-chol's daughter. Without waiting, our guy's like, if the girls are with someone invisible to the Order, it's chill. But for that, the mage's student needs to join Dream Academy and move. The old dude mulls it over, while Kim's thinking how he sees his friend's daughter as a sister, knowing even the Dark Saint's playing it safe. The mage is like, alright, let's do it, since he can't hold his student forever, and gaining XP is always a win. Later, the hero rolls up with the girl at the academy. The huntress is stoked to see Siak just like Lee. The dude's quick with the intro, but gets cut off by the hero. Covering his buddy's mouth, he's like, he's the Dark Saint's disciple. Then our guy intros his friend and says she's still in high school, so no jokes, please. Once intros are done, Iseo Jun's like, the plan's for us 3 to hit the team comp. Hyped, the blue jacket hunter's like, this is gonna be lit, while the newbie's more about her skills. The hero's like, chill, we'll have time to train before the showdown. Man-chol's on board, saying the girl's in good hands. The hunter steps up, saying they gotta pick a team name now. The duo starts brainstorming, but soon everyone's staring at our guy, because they see him as the team captain. Kim's feeling awkward seeing even Park's on board, since he was just about the contest. After eyeing the gym's sign for a bit, the hero's like, how about Team Dreams? Man-chol's daughter and the hunter are instantly vibing with it. Same with the Sword Saint's granddaughter, who's all pumped. And just like that, the squad locks in the name. From this little meetup, the crew went global, and their names started buzzing everywhere. Turns out the invasion battle's run by a private company and backed by big guilds. And why do these guilds drop mad cash on these battles? Because they're like a student buffet. So most hunters are in a guild, right? It's not just about flexing solo skills, they gotta show off their teamwork vibes too. That's how students with mad potential get scouted. Big guilds started dodging the government, calling it sponsorship. This got other companies hyped, turning the competition into a big deal. At the event, some hunters are shook to see Siwoo Park Yoonjung and Minjun from Gowan Guild. These 3 are basically the top dogs at the academy. Nervous, a dude's all, who's repping Meals and Owl guilds. Another kid's jaw drops when he hears Lee Ha Yoon's in the mix. And oh snap, the 5 heroes' disciples are here too. Manchol's all confused, wondering why no one's chatting about Kim. Round 1 kicks off and it's all about clearing out a spider-infested zone speedrun style. Lee Do-hyun from Aries Guild isn't thrilled with the scene. Loads of teams got wrecked in round 1, so his buddy's like, this dungeon's no joke, especially with those mutant baddies lurking around. The guild star is pondering if he should check on the squad still in the game. Later, Gaon Academy finally wraps up the cleanup. Seeing another squad pass too, the dude in the dress shirt's curious who it was. Turns out it's Dream Academy smashing it in 9 minutes and a half. The bald guy's like, check the machine, something's fishy. A dude rolls up, checks it out, and confirms there was a timing glitch. The squad actually finished 30 seconds faster than shown. So the real time's 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Flashback to when the action was still popping off. After taking down a beast, the main guy's thinking if Instructor Arachne hears its name, she'll freak. He decides to save the legendary spear for wild moments. The baddies start flinging webs. Super stretchy at the boy. But he's dodging like a pro, thanks to Longinus being sharp AF. Nearby, the Dark Saint's disciple is dishing out hits like a boss. Siak's watching them totally mesmerized. The monsters don't even get a chance to fight back. Even with limited spells, she knows she has to step up. She quickly throws glowing ropes at the enemies. A bunch of them get stuck, and Lee's like, whoa, didn't see that coming, unlike the main guy who's beaming with pride for his buddy. Outside, a hunter's curious how the team kept in so smooth. Our boy's all flustered, telling the hunter to zip it. Then he asks about the weapons his friend ditched. The boy spills that his master wasn't a fan of him using all the gear, so he's stuck with just the daggers and bow. When asked why he rocked the daggers, the hunter says he was looking out for Seo Yoon. A bit further back, the girl asks for a second. He wonders why everyone's giving them weird looks. Quickly, others spot Kim from the Mills Hunter exam, and Manchol too. Looking back, the main guy notices Siwoo staring him down. The young dude bails just after spotting the hero. The Dark Saint's disciples hyped, saying people are finally noticing them, but Seojun's like, chill dude, stop making a scene. The Mills Academy trio shows up, thinking everyone's impressed by their squad. But they soon find out in the most epic fail way that's not the case. Round 2 is all about snagging magical crystals in the cave before time's up. Dream Academy nails it in 4 minutes and 23 seconds, taking the lead. On to round 3, where it's all about taking out Link Bell monsters. And boom, the main guy's team crushes it in just 19 seconds. Round 4's challenge is surviving the Dryad Forest the longest. Yelling, the main guy's friend says they're out of arrows, so he's going to handle the creatures on that side with daggers. Kim, wielding his spear, takes on the baddies on the other side. A Dryad screams when hit, but that just fires up the hero even more. Even with monsters popping up like unwanted ads, our heroes chill, because hey, at least there's fewer of them now. Out of nowhere, a glowing orb floats by, grabbing his attention like a cat spotting a laser pointer. Curious, the dude's all, what's my Chiron sense picking up, and where's all this mana coming from? He quickly figures it might be the dungeon's core, or some magic thingy that spawns monsters. Boom, an angry Dryad shows up behind him, looking like it missed its morning coffee. But our guy's unfazed, grabs his epic spear, and yeets it at the glowing orb. To his shock, the spear just whooshes through the air, and smacks into something way ahead. Stunned, he's like, am I seeing things or did that just happen? Suddenly, branches start creeping towards him like they're in a horror movie. Before he bolts, he tries to figure out what his Chiron sense is buzzing about. Then it hits him. Unlike Gungnir, he never really got the hang of Longinus's powers, which are probably just as epic. Grinning, Seojun takes off running with the enemy hot on his heels. He leaps into the air, face to face with the orb. Ready for round 2. Meanwhile, the Gaon Guild squad's in action. The leader's yelling for Min Jun to hold the line. The blonde dude's like, hang tight, just a bit longer. In 44 minutes, they smash the mission. Sure, they're the GOATs. Noticing Siwoo's silence, they're like, yep, we nailed it. Turning around, Park spots the dream team and goes, since we rolled in together, first place is a lock. But halfway through, the blonde senses something's off. Looking the same way, the leader's jaw drops and asks, is that even possible? Astonished, Do-hyun's trying to wrap his head around seeing the dungeon's core. Turns out what the Dream Academy pulled off is off the charts. Still reeling, the Aries Guild guy's like, how did Kim get so OP so fast? And decides he needs to recruit the trio as soon as possible. Behind him, other guild members are frantically calling their leaders. Outside, the hero's admiring his spear, and spills that he first thought Longinus could ignore mana shields, but realized Gungnir could too, figuring it's just a class thing. Back to the epic moment, our guy's airborne, and with one epic strike, the core's split in 2. Intrigued, he wonders if the spear's power is hitting stuff that technically isn't there. Lee's all amazed, thinking the leader wiped out all the monsters. Meanwhile, Siak's trying to figure out his buddy's trick. Suddenly, Siwoo rolls up with a face that screams, not happy. Confused, the hero's like, what's up, hunter dude? Annoyed, Siwoo's all, you gonna give a lame excuse or what? This ticks off the Dark Saint's disciple big time. But the rival captain's like, I'm sure Seojun cheated, even though deep down he thinks it's kinda awesome. The issue is, in his mind, only a hunter like Hyun could pull that off. Seeing the guy walk away, Lee's like, how dare he diss us and bounce? Later, Manchul's daughter's trying to stay cool for the next round. Curious, she's like, isn't it obvious we've got this? And our guy's like, totally. Suddenly, someone calls out to the trio. Confused, the hero's like, what's this dude want? A bit awkward, the guy's like, got an offer for you. And if they're down, they'll snag the max prize of $6.5 billion. Talking terms, he asks if they know Round 5's got 9-star monsters, which, while not as beastly as real ones, are still a tough nut to crack. So the round's all about testing the strongest moves and how fast they adapt. All this gets mashed into a score later. The guy spills that no team's ever beaten the boss. And that's what the dream team's got to do to bag the cash. The hero's like, what if we pass? And the guy's like, no biggie, just an offer. Seojin quickly gets that the big academies are behind this, meaning more folks think they cheated last round. And now the guilds want to take down the dream team to save face. The hunter and the mage leave the choice to our dude. Insisting, the guy from the org says everyone's hyped about the idea, since the competitiveness of that battle has totally tanked. With his arms crossed, Kim wonders what the best move is. Then the young dude asks if he can throw in a counteroffer, because he wants the amount to be 10 billion instead of 6.5. The organizer is totally shook by the request. Explaining, the main guy says even if the group bails, 3 billion is locked in, while he thinks about how he'll cover lectures and elixirs if the cash goes up. Far from there, Do-hyun hears the updates, and finds out loads of people were stunned by the Dream Team's counteroffer. Sipping his coffee, the young dude says he's got faith in the team's potential, which leaves his buddy a bit mind-blown. We find out the monster for the 5th round is called Revenant, and besides not feeling pain, needs a double KO to go down. Unlike the leader, the bald dude thinks the creature's pretty OP, then everyone decides it's best to chill and wait. Inside the dungeon, Manchul jokes Seo-jun's possessed by the ghost of cash. Knowing what's on the line, the main guy tells his friends to go all out. Suddenly a black mist rolls in, making the trio turn to see what's up. Nearby, a creature seems stoked to have visitors, since it can't wipe the grin off its face. Outside, the crowd is shook to see a Draugr, which is a super tough 10-star monster to handle. Yelling, the dude from the Ares Guild says monsters with psychic attacks are banned in comps like this. Without a second thought, he decides to jump into the arena, because even knowing a student can't die from a monster's magic attack. There's a special case that changes everything involving psychic-type monsters, which can cause serious brain damage. We learned that back in the day, a monster of this class was summoned and even at 6 stars took out a hunter. In the arena, Siak and Lee are already hit. Meanwhile, our dude stays chill. In the control room, Do-hyun orders the organizers to yank the trio out as soon as possible. However, a guy explains someone was sent, but there's been no update. Seeing the workers stress about the costs if they break the dungeon's core, the hunter angrily questions if the execs will really let future legends die over a few billion, and then tries to chill out. But something on the screen grabs everyone's attention. On the battlefield, the monster's puzzled why Seo-jun isn't phased. With his hand on his head, our dude grins, showing he's more than okay. Intrigued, he wonders why there's a Draugr here. The monster widens its red eyes to see if it can regain control of the sitch. Hearing the screams, it gets happy and starts grinning again. However, to its shock, the hero stays unfazed. Suddenly, our dude hears a voice saying, "You must be on a winning streak now." Then his mind gets wrapped in a loop of phrases doubting his pro potential. But after a few seconds, the young dude feels better again. The enemy watches him, totally confused. Meanwhile, the main guy's stoked to see his speech progress, leveling up. Seeing the creature about to take off, Kim gears up to launch an attack. Without a second thought, he starts sprinting at the enemy. Scared of getting caught, the monster starts whispering again, causing the hero's mind to get bombarded by its evil phrases. Amid his rising anxiety, our dude remembers Buddha's lecture about how coincidences would eventually lead him to forge his destiny. Even so, the Draugr keeps whispering louder and louder, claiming the young dude's nothing on his own. The main guy tries to stay strong, repeating the teachings from the lecture. Thanks to Buddha, his mind gets that sometimes it's better to let go of stress and just accept the present as it is, focusing on the fact that everyone's a child of the same universe, which means the young dude deserves to be where he is, even if he doesn't feel it right now. As Seo-jun gets closer to the enemy, his lecture progress levels up even more. Without moving, the monster keeps trying to mess with his mind, asking if the young dude really thinks he's been giving his best. Determined, Buddha pops up again, talking about Tathagata's experiences, and about how this journey isn't just made of good times. People are always learning new stuff, right? So all those epic pics everyone remembers are just snapshots of things they accepted over time. If our dude doesn't vibe with a moment, he's got nothing to give back. And if he's got nothing real, he's got nothing to share. That's why moments show who he really is. Plus, they give him strength when things get tough. Finally, our boy crushes his anxious, doubtful self. He's face to face with the creature now. Panicking, it tries to chomp on the legendary spear. The hero feels his nerves buzzing like he just touched a live wire. But thanks to Buddha, his anxiety seeds are toast, leaving him with a rock-solid heart. Kim taps into the force of God. Boom, a massive flash lights up the scene. The enemy stares, totally gobsmacked, and then it starts screaming like it's seen a ghost. Grinning, the hero says it's too late to dodge, but hey, thanks for the lesson. The spear slices through the Draugr. Boom, a huge explosion sends bits flying everywhere. The arena screens go blank, and bam, everything's dark. In the control room, Dohun and the crew are losing it. Everyone's like, how on earth is this happening? No cadet should survive a 10-star monster's psychic attack. Plus, only the Soul Saint handled the ghost in Korea before. Sweating bullets, the Ares Guild hero thinks his team can't handle someone like Seo-jun. Now we're in the players' waiting room. Siwoo is speechless, just like the other hunters. He remembers only how Seo-jun could take on that creature. But what's bugging him is his power can't match the hero's. On the battlefield, our boy is stoked he didn't pass out. He's wondering if he won thanks to Buddha's lecture, since his progress bar jumped 14.2% super quick. While he's hyped about his gains, his pals are trying to figure out where they are. Snapping back, the hero asks if his crew's back to normal. COK yells, "Did you beat the Draugr solo?" Smiling, he says, "Let's bounce first." The duo helps the hero through the portal. Outside, recruiters are throwing offers at Kim like candy. Clueless, our boy is like, what's happening? What's that, the Imbians? Onions? A bit away, and organizers like, what are they doing? The dream team just got mind blasted. They need help, not offers. Finally, the trio escapes the chaos. In the infirmary, Seo-yun is freaking out. Sitting down, the hero says no one got hurt. That's why the duo's snoozing. The huntress asks if he's okay, and he's like, yeah, but low-key lazy. She was scared something bad happened to him, but now she gets he's not just a cadet anymore, which means he'll graduate soon. Time to party, but she's wondering why her heart feels tight. Confused, our boy asks if she's okay. She's like, yeah, all good. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. The president of the association pops in. When asked, Tabum says he got worried about the incident. Kim's like, seriously? He's thinking about the Blue Dragon's sword, which the Sword Saint never lent out. He thought anyone involved wouldn't make it out alive, but surprise, the boy handled it solo. Now he gets why the Sword Saint's into him. Curious, the huntress asks how they know each other, and the hero awkwardly spills about the sword thing. Getting up, our boy says he's good. But since the president's here, he wants the deets on what went down, and why the Draugr was where the boss revenant should be. Seo-jun is shocked to hear the manticore overloaded. Tabum explains Jimin used his mutation research for the competition. The hero is thinking, does this mean they can create a distortion? Which in turn means the whole world went bonkers because of this wild phenomenon. The president's all, oops, my bad, and promises this kind of mess won't happen again. But knowing talk is cheap. If the boy wants anything, he just needs to holler. Grinning, the main dude says he'd be stoked to get 3 billion won. The man nods, ready to make it rain, not realizing the boy meant 3 billion won for each person. Because of the epic showdown, skills that could make the top academy elites cry came to light. And thanks to the Draugr drama, every guild wanted to snag the Dream Academy team members, which basically set Korea on fire metaphorically. Still chilling in the hospital, Manchol's daughter says she'll only keep the 3 billion. Lee's cool with it and says the main dude can keep the rest since he soloed the boss like a champ. Super hyped, our boy hugs his squad and shouts he loves them. After splitting the loot, Kim's sitting on a sweet 22.5 billion, which means he's just 4.5 billion short for the Sky Sage's lecture. In the guild HQ, the boy asks COK if the Dream Academies hit the big leagues. The huntress confirms, and the hero wonders if they can now tackle 6-star dungeons. But then he finds out they need an A-rank hunter on the team for that. Knowing the girls are B-rank, the main dude worries they won't get the green light soon. Concerned, the girl apologizes, but the hero insists he couldn't have done the tournament without her. Outside, our boy realizes he probably shouldn't have brought it up. The real issue is figuring out how to stack more cash. Thinking, Seo-jun debates whether to wait or hit up the mana lecture first. Stuck on what to do, he decides to ask his mentor. Boom! The instructor pops up and asks what's up. Nearly jumping out of his skin, our boy asks if he could show up less ninja-like. The mentor's all, nah, that's no fun. They head to the terrace to chat it out. After a pause, the mentor asks if the hero's level is all good, because if it is, he'll offer a causality discount for both lectures. The protagonist's all, what's this causality discount? And finds out it's a special event. Curious, the young dude asks if price cut events are still a thing at the Academy of Transcendence. The mentor confirms, saying the boy can score up to 100% discount. Pumped, he's all in. But the mentor says no freebies, gotta earn it, which means his student has to join the ongoing event. The goal? Support students with killer grades in exams and simulations. Bummed, Kim's like, well, my grades were trash. But then he remembers all he's learned since then. Still, he figures it's impossible to ace enough to be top tier. The mentor cuts in, saying the contest is for students with the most improved grades. So the discount matches the improvement rate, which means all the hero needs is to boost his grades. Our boy's mind is blown by the offer, and he decides he can't let this chance slip. Elsewhere, the young dude announces the fake gold bar is ready. Scrolling on his phone, the mentor tells his student to hang tight. since the exam fee's gotta be paid first. Using his noggin, the protagonist calculates what he'll have left and the discount needed for both lectures. Quickly, he figures he just needs to bump each subject by 3 points. With that sorted, the exam kicks off, starting with combat skills. Holding the gold bar, the hero waits for the Dragon of Destruction. Suddenly, something zooms in super fast, even catching the mentor off guard. Our boy chucks the gold bar and grabs his spear. Feeling relieved the creature's distracted by the bar, the protagonist keeps running to set up his attack, but is kind of freaked to see he's up against a 9-headed hydra. A bit further back, the mentor shows the hero's got 30 minutes to win. Grinning, the mentor tells his student to hang tough, while the kids all, "Why didn't my teacher mention the problem would be different?" The mentor, super chill, says he thought the kid knew, because if the questions were the same, it'd just be about memorizing answers. Just before getting whacked, the hero's like, "Nim should have given me a heads up." Then he realizes dodging might not be an option. Boom, a mega explosion goes off. Our hero is launched into the air like a rocket. Determined, he tries to focus on boosting his 3 key points. Kim activates his Stairway to Heaven ability to stay airborne. Surprised, the little dude's like, "When did you master that move?" The hero just stares at one of the Hydra's heads, no words. The creature fires a purple beam at him, leaving a tiny cut on his arm. In seconds, our boy is screaming in pain, and crash lands on the ground. Confused, he's like, "What's happening?" Then he's all, "I'd rather die than feel this pain." A message pops up saying he failed. The mentor strolls over, asking if it hurt a lot, explaining that the Hydra is a rare class poison monster. Seojin recalls Karen's ordeal and gets why he wanted to die too. The silver lining? His progress rate went up, even with the fail. Still, he wonders if he should give it another go. The teacher says he can quit if he wants, but can't promise the points will be enough. With no other choice, our boy hits yes. Facing the enemy, he thinks it over, and figures he needs to deal damage for good points. So he whips out his aura blade. With a strike, the monster loses a head, which makes him super stoked. He's all, "Just gotta do that 8 more times." But then, bummer, the head grows back. Wide-eyed, Kim's like, "How's that possible?" The Hydra, impatient, shows off its skills, leaving the hero no time to even blink. After failing again, he wakes up screaming on the ground. Shaking, he wonders how to beat this thing. Thinking back, he got 4 points hitting Fafnir with the Longinus Spear, but never really got how points are scored. The mentor says if it's too tough, he can read the comments, but doing that will lower his score, which still doesn't stop him from getting a high score. Our boy starts crying, ready to tell everything to go to hell. And so another attempt kicks off. Panicked and angry, he orders the enemy to charge. All the while, the professor's cheering him on from afar. Shouting, the hero's like, "I hate the little one," before getting caught in an explosion and failing again. After hours, he finally passes and eagerly waits for results. To Seojun's shock, a message says he scored 8.8. The mentor's like, "You're becoming a different person." Curious, the professor asks when he learned divine power, but says his standard scores still kind of suck. Trying to shake it off, the hero's relieved to get the points he needed, and pumped he's ready to keep going. But later, he totally regrets his choice. Flashback to 9 days ago. Starting the endurance test, holding a big rock instead of Atlas for an hour. At the end, he scores 5.9 points. 6 days ago, he preps for the speed and reaction test, where he must win a staring contest against Argos. Problem is, Argos has like 100 eyes. Kim scores 4.2. In the 4th test, he has to endure Archlick's mana drain. The creature's like, "Is that all you got?" Awkwardly, he explains he hasn't turned any speech into mana yet. After scoring just 1.6, he feels totally doomed. Because his total score only adds up to 9.1 points, ready to quit, he asks if he can get any discounts. The mentor's like, "Nope, score growth's gotta be 50% or more." Then he's all, "Time to kick off today's exam." The dude's gotta listen to the Archlick's epic jam session for a solid 30 minutes. The creature pops up, hoping our hero doesn't flop this time. Thinking hard, our guy's sure he's gonna ace it. Fast forward, the test wraps up. He's relieved but remembers level 2 is where it gets real. He's gotta shake off some gnarly 9th level hell possession in an hour. Out of nowhere, a spooky voice is like, "You'll never shake me off." Kim smacks his ear, wondering who's yapping, not realizing he just nailed level 2. Level 3 is all about resisting Aphrodite, the ultimate temptation queen. Seeing her, he's like, "Aren't you freezing in that outfit?" Boom, another level down. His mentor's totally shook. Level 4 is a scream fest from hell for 30 minutes. Loads of tormented souls pop up, blaming him for their mess. He faces a monster asking if they've met before. He's kind of blanking. Seeing he's crushed another level, the mentor's like, how's he doing this? Level 5, the Demon King's ready to rumble. Seojun is sweating bullets as the demons all, even Faust couldn't handle this, because the hell of lust is like a no desire left behind zone. After smooching Park, he's off to Ambition Hell, where he can snag whatever he wants. In Gluttony Hell, the Demon King's bragging about endless food, a buffet bonanza, and Sloth Hell, our dudes fighting to stay awake. Next, Wrath Hell offers him a shot at payback on his heart's tormentors. In Envy Hell, he's facing all his wishlist items, but he powers through again until Pride Hell hits. Suddenly, he's back in the real world. He flunked the 5th test with 22 minutes to spare. Checking his phone, he's like, this level's no joke compared to the others. Still, he's all about trying again and again and again until he burns through 9 tries. Wiped out, he waits for his score, explaining he passed level 5 because his heart's got some serious gains. Hearing his progress is 31.7%, the mentor's in disbelief. Last time it was May 15th. Shocked, he grabs his phone, seeing the truth with his own eyes. Asked about his progress in Hercules class, Seojun is all, just lucky I guess. The little dude is skeptical, thinking he's being played. Our hero covers his ears, dodging the next round of insults, and insists it's all luck, man. Psych exam results drop and he's stoked with 22.8 points. A few days later, all results are out and our guy smashed his goal. His boost is a whopping 80%. Now, he's set to attend the Heavenly Sage's lecture. He hits up Nim, asking how many points he needs to dodge failure. The mentor's like, you need over 60 in each subject, so a 59 in anything means game over. Asked about passing points, the teacher's all, you gotta hit over 90, so he needs a total of 630 points or more. Checking his score, he's feeling the frustration. Seeing him typing, the little dude's like, starting the Sage's lecture now? Our guy's all, yep, but what's the Celestial Meteor lecture gonna cost? Turns out he needs to master some other skills first. With not much else to do, he dives into the available lectures. But he's floored seeing the price tag is 5.4 billion. Still, he figures at least he doesn't have to cough up 27 billion anymore, which is a win in his book. Super hyped, Kim smashes the start button. But plot twist, the video doesn't budge. Out of nowhere, the Great Sage pops up and says, sorry. Turns out he had to answer Master Tripitaka's call. Our dude is stoked to see the instructor is a legit sage from the heavens. The guy breaks it down, saying this lesson's all about stick and spear basics, plus deflecting, grabbing, and pinching moves. He spills the tea that all spear and stick moves come from 3 forms, which he's going to remind the cadets who totally spaced out. Kicking off with deflecting, the sage says it's all about an outward deflection move. With one epic demo, the teacher splits the mountain in half again. Next up, grabbing, the dude says you gotta push the stick inward. And for pinching, you gotta strike like you're pinching a single point. After the demos, the instructor says if you want to learn the Celestial Meteor, you gotta nail these moves. Especially since these techniques are a must for certain spear and stick moves. With lecture 1 done, our hero gets his daily task and finds out he's gotta do the deflecting move 1,000 times. Beside him, the mentor explains that in the next lectures, everything's going to be next level, which means the levels are going to be totally different. Our guy jumps right into the task, so after setting up his spear, he nails the first move. Boom, a massive explosion happens and debris flies everywhere. Confused, our dude looks around and sees he's wrecked a big chunk of the area. We zoom over to a far-off temple, where the Ares Academy rep, Chein Gown Academy rep, Legion Song, and Mills Academy rep, Seojin Hyun, are chilling. Putting his cup down, the guy says the top 3 hunters' status isn't looking too hot. All thanks to the Dream Academy, so he's thinking of checking out Seojun's fighting skills. The blonde dude asks if he's nuts for wanting to mess with someone backed by the Sword Saint. And without waiting, he says he's going to pretend this convo never happened. The short-haired girl bounces too, but the Mills rep brings up the upcoming exchange tournament. Shocked, the girl asks if he's thinking of sending Hyun. Grinning, the glasses guy asks what they think of the plan. We're back with our hero, still shook by what he did with one move. Sitting down, he says it felt like he used god-level strength. The catch is, it drains a ton of energy. The mentor explains this course assumes the student's not a newbie, so at the boys' level, the bar is going to be super high. Thinking hard, our guy wonders how he'll finish the daily task. Lightening the mood, Nim says if it was truly impossible, he wouldn't have let him sign up. When asked how to get through it, he remembers the magic course, and says if the boy took those classes to boost his training, it'd be a breeze. After cleaning up his mess, Kim says he's ready to roll. Then he asks what's next on the agenda. Dropping some wisdom, the professor suggests checking out the experimental classes. The hero decides to do that and starts with instructor Lu Dongbin's lecture, which is all about developing inner focus. According to the prof, you got to up the size of the vessel, aka the human body, which has flow points split into 3 types, being the upper flow point, the central flow point, and the lower flow point. The first is where the spirit returns to the void, making it the MVP. But our guy finds out that point's out of this course's league. After mulling it over, he figures out why, since if the brain controls the upper flow point, it means it's in the mental zone. Plus, you can't use inner focus at that point or the middle point, which is in the heart. In the middle of his thoughts, our hero suddenly feels something's off. Clueless, the mentor is all, "What's up?" Turning around, the protagonist's like, "Got a question." He can't wrap his head around why he can't take both courses at once. Even though the upper flow vibes with Siddhartha's rock-solid mind, which means any magic course already boosts 2 flow points at once. Kim's like, "Yeah, that checks out." But the more advanced the course, the less he gets it. Seeing his progress in the Merlin course skyrocket, Seojun is like, told ya, and he wonders if any other students mention this. The mentor's like, nah, shouldn't be a biggie. The protagonist's all, can you ask the instructors about it? Noticing the professor's not too thrilled, the young dude's like, why the hesitation, since it's normal for students to have questions about classes? The mentor's like, alright, I'll do it, while our boy is thinking how it always circles back to his wallet. Later, he rolls back to the academy. Park's like, good timing, hero, since some folks want to meet him. Leading the way, the huntress says they're from the Aries, Gaean, and Mills guilds. Jinhoon and Haein are all smiles. But Seong's keeping it serious. Kim's confused. Why are the big shots here? The trio's like, it's about the inter-academy friendly match. Usually a chill, unofficial battle between the top guilds, but now they want to bring in the Dream Academy. The huntress is cool with whatever the protagonist decides. Smiling, he asks about the prize, but surprise, no cash prizes here. The goal's to boost competitiveness and talent growth. Our boy's like, Park, does this help the academy? She smiles, nope. Turning around, he's like, not interested then. The Gaeon rep is fuming. This is a golden chance. While she pleads, Seojun is thinking how annoying they are. A bit later, he finds Lee and asks if he joined the match for him. The hunter's down, got nothing better to do, plus it's a chance to test new skills. Saying bye, our boy tells them leaves his sub, which the recruiters aren't thrilled about. They're all panicking, what now, no. Flashback to when the hero asked for 6 billion to join. The blonde dude's like, if he's out, the match is pointless. Even agreeing, the girl's like, whoever heard of cash prizes here? Meanwhile, Mills is trying to figure out why his buddy needs cash so bad. After some back and forth, the Mills rep asks for a second. Apologizing for the wait, he says it's sorted. Lying, he says he wants Kim in the match to challenge other students. But since the kid wants cash, they got to roll with it. But the hero's got to follow some rules. Later that day, Seok is training hard. In no time, she expands a spell, lighting up the place. The Holy Mage pops up. Condense that magic more. Elsewhere, Lee is working on his sprint and dagger attacks. Our boy's amazed at how hard they're grinding. Turns out the prize started at 6 billion. But then they added second and third place prizes, totaling 12 billion. Flashback to Jin Hyun explaining the deal and how the trio is funding it, so they set the format and rules. Plus they want all Dream Academy members in. The protagonist's like, any more conditions? Glasses guy is like, nope, but they need someone's approval. Seo Jun's puzzled until he remembers Park. Facing the group, the huntress is like, what's this about? Back to now, the protagonist watches his ally train, while trying to figure out why they want her there. Walking up, the hero's like, you don't have to do this for me. Grinning, the young woman says she's never really thanked him for everything, so she's stoked to finally help out. The main dude tries to argue, but the huntress just nudges him and says it's all good. As he bounces, our guy figures he should gear up for the friendly match too. On the way, he remembers the mentor, who's still MIA. Boom, a message from Nim pops up, telling him to pause magic classes for a bit. Confused, the main dude wonders what's up with that. But the teacher says it's too complicated to text, so he'll hit him up with more deets later. Fast forward a few days, and it's the morning of the friendly match. Outside, Kim says the event looks massive, like a raid battle. Nodding, Park says no wonder the organizers are called the Three Greats. Lee's stomach growls, which ticks off COK. Looking around, our guy spots a bunch of reporters, who seem to be hunting for some scoop on the event. Reading the script, the huntress says the opening event's a one-on-one tournament. The Dark Saint's disciple starts praying to face Seoyun, since he's been peeping on the main dude's training and knows he's next level. The duo starts bickering while the reporters keep swarming, until suddenly someone shouts that Hyun's arrived. The girl rolls up with her bodyguards, but our guy doesn't really get why everyone's freaking out. Yelling, the journalist begged the huntress for a chat, but she just ignores them and follows one of the match organizers. A reporter asks if it's true the girls stopped competing because of Kim. Hearing this, the young woman stops dead in her tracks. Turning around, she asks who that person the guy mentioned is. The journalist hits the ground in shock and the huntress just keeps walking. Lee shows he knows the girl and says she's super cool, making Manjul's daughter all flustered. Coming closer, she says she's never heard the boy say that about her. Teasing, the hunter claims he doesn't hype people still in school, sparking a pretty heated argument. Suddenly, the squad realizes others have noticed them. With nowhere to hide, they all freeze as flashes go off like crazy. Arms crossed, Lee tells the mage to shout louder next time. Laughing, the main dude says they should head inside. In the Dream Academy's waiting room, Jin-hoon reminds everyone no personal gear is allowed in the match, so weapons will be provided except for COK, who doesn't need any. Holding a bow, Lee says he's not used to this kind of gear. Joking, the mage says a confident blacksmith doesn't whine about his hammer. Disagreeing, his buddy says weak hammers can't handle the pressure for even 5 minutes. They quickly stop teasing and ask if the captain's cool with the spear, since it's nothing special. Before our guy can answer, the duo is back to arguing, thinking Seojun wonders if this will work out. The main dude's first opponent questions why special gear is banned if he doesn't seem to have anything special. Flashback to when Siwoo said he wouldn't join the friendly match. Confused, his buddy asks if he's scared of Ha-yoon. The young man denies it and spills that he doesn't want to join because of Kim. Back to now, the hero faces his opponent with a grin. He's thinking this is his shot to show everyone who the real Rookie of the Year is. With both in their spots, the organizer kicks off the showdown. Quickly, the main dude vanishes from the light-haired guy's view. Intrigued, he realizes he didn't even see the hero move. Still, he manages to turn in time and block the attack. Facing the main dude, the hunter wonders where this insane power is coming from. Our guy lands another hit, causing a boom. Then he sends his opponent flying. The young man tries to stay upright, but realizes too late he's about to get hit again. Without flinching, Kim aims his spear at his opponent's face, stopping just when the blade's super close to his eye. Something happens and gusts of wind whip around. Everyone's confused until suddenly, the main dude is announced as the winner. Holding the totally cracked spear, he says he saw this coming. Meanwhile, the short-haired guy drops to the ground. Unbothered, the hero turns away and asks if the organizers have a tougher spear. Sometime later, he checks out the spare spear he got and realizes it's just as flimsy as the other one, which means he's going to need a new weapon after every fight. His friends roll up and mention that everyone's losing their minds over the young dude. Backing this up, Park says they've even posted about it online. The main guy is shocked to see they're actually writing about him, and finds out that, on top of that, the big guilds are thinking about sponsoring the friendly match. Our dude says, "For real, Hyun is awesome," not getting that all this hype is because of him. Laughing, the hunter says the hero's the main attraction, especially after he apparently redefined what it means to be strong. The main guy cracks up at his friend's jokes. Unlike the young star, who's not thrilled to find out why everyone's buzzing, Jinhyun asks if she can beat Kim, then says the girl should chill if she loses, cause second place ain't bad. With a serious face, the hunter says the young guy's got skills, but he's still just a student. The dude says he was just showing he cares, and that's how the convo wraps up. In the VIP zone, the Mills rep comes back to focus on the main guy and shows he's not totally buying that he's just a student. We find out that as the tournament rolls on, the Dream Academy's been crushing it, to the point where everyone's making the cut. After another fight, our dude asks if there are any spears left, since this is the 9th one that snapped. Thinking, one of the organizers figures out the young guy alone has racked up damages over 100 million. After mulling it over, Seojun asks if it'd be better for him to use his own spear. At first the guys say no, but soon they start thinking maybe the director will make an exception. While they're sorting this out, the main guy notices his friend shaking a lot. He goes over and asks if she's up next to fight. When asked why she's shaking, COK spills that her next opponent is Ha-Yoon Lee. Quickly, our dude gets why the girl's freaking out, especially since her training just started not long ago. Even so, the young guy grins and says it's not like she's gonna raid a dungeon solo or anything, which means she can chill if she doesn't win. Thinking, Manchol's daughter remembers she barely did anything in the last tournament, and even though she loved fighting with her friends and being in the spotlight, she still feels the guys are way ahead of her. Cutting off her thoughts, the announcer says the match is about to kick off. Kim tells his friend to give it her all. Smiling, she says she will, while thinking she needs to prove she belongs on the team. In the arena, she sees her opponent coming closer and gets even more nervous. But as soon as the start signal goes off, the mage bolts with all her might. With her power on, she says the huntress can go ahead. But the huntress says she should make the first move. The mage says she doesn't get what the girl's planning, but the girl claims she thinks this is the quickest way for people to know their place. Drawing her sword, Ha-Yoon narrows her eyes and asks the young woman to show what she's got. Without moving, Manchol's daughter sees her opponent's guard is totally down. Fuming, she vows to make her regret what she just said. Mockingly, the hunter says that was a super original line. Closing her eyes, the mage activates one of her spells, called Fear. It's meant to mess with the opponent's senses. Then she charges in with everything she's got. The reps are shocked by such a move, since it's not common for a sorceress to get into close combat, especially against someone like the heroine. On the battlefield, the young woman with red eyes dodges all the hits like a pro. Still, COK doesn't give up and teleports closer. Thinking, Ha-Yoon wonders how a student can move like that and cast spells at the same time. Then, she says out loud she's starting to get why her students always lose to the Academy of Dreams. We find out the main job of a mage is to use buff magic for the squad from a safe spot. But in real fights, things never go as planned. That's why the girl was taught to focus on practice over theory. Watching the fight, Lee cheers for her friend, while our dude thinks about how the young woman fights a lot like the Holy Mage, who, during the epic chaos of the Great Cataclysm, became the ultimate monster nightmare, earning the title of War Mage. Dodging another attack, the huntress asks if that's all the mage has got. Then she decides to throw a punch of her own. COK spits out some strawberry juice, and, while her opponent's busy calling her pathetic. But surprise, surprise, it was all part of a bigger plan. The mage cranks up her power again, sending debris flying everywhere. Problem is, the huntress looks totally unfazed, which means they're not even in the same league. After a slap, Seok gets launched like a frisbee. Cha's relieved, but her friends are freaking out. On the ground, the mage can't even move. Ayun, not caring, grabs her shirt, ready to keep going. Lee bolts while Park's just standing there, jaw dropped. Our dude's about to charge in, but the mage stops him. Even banged up, she insists she's good. An organizer steps in, telling the huntress to let the girl go. Without much fuss, she obeys and tosses Minchul's daughter to the ground. The protagonist rushes over, scooping up his buddy. Still turned away, the red-eyed girl calls the scene pathetic. Kim's fuming, but Seojun tells him to chill, since it's all her fault for being too weak. Turns out, right after the match, the med team swooped in to help the mage, and luckily, her injuries weren't too bad. But even with the huntress's harshness, she just got a warning. Noeul, outraged, tried to get back at her, but ended up on a stretcher. Park vows to make an even bigger scene, but Seojun stops her. The girl asks why, but the hero just tells her to let it go. The tournament rolls on, but the protagonist's barely paying attention, only remembering his friend's worried face and constantly needing new spears, until it's finally his turn to face Hyun. They stare each other down in total silence while the announcer hypes it as the most epic match ever. Outside, everyone stops to watch. Breaking the silence, our boy says he's got a question. He needs to know if she really had to go that hard, even being the top prodigy in hunter history. Without waiting, he says he's always felt lost, but this proves how hard he's worked. And that's why she can't just diss it. Impatient, the hunter asks if he's done with his speech. Rubbing his neck, he says she needs to feel it to get it, so it's go time. With his hand in his pocket, Kim tells her to bring it full force, just like she did with Seok. With a dark look, he promises she'll taste humiliation. Hyun says all the praise must have gone to his head. Unfazed, our boy says she'll soon get it. Confused, the judge checks if they're ready, then kicks off the match. Furious, the hunter gears up to fight, but to her shock, the hero just stands there. When asked, he repeats himself, showing he won't budge. Annoyed, she argues, but he says that's not very original. Finally, the hunter charges with everything she's got. Yet Seojun just dodges like it's nothing. With her eyes glowing red, she desperately tries to land a hit, while he just watches and yawns, all while swaying side to side. Debris starts flying everywhere. Still, our boy asks if that's all she's got. The hunter steps back completely to activate her special power. He's a bit surprised she can use the aura blade, since that means dodging is not an option. Turning his shoulder, Kim blocks the hit without a shield. From afar, it's clear he only used the spear he got. A flash lights up the place, leaving everyone stunned. Giving it her all, Hyun can't believe she's being pushed back by a student. Unable to take it, she steps back. The protagonist still stares, unmoving. Then, he powers up and says he's getting serious now. She thinks she's all that. She's out here doing epic stuff like it's no biggie, all thanks to her mad skills and talent that make it look easy. Watching him go full beast mode freaks her out. She still doesn't quite get what's happening. Her power is starting to wake up, slow and steady. Golden energy wraps around him, and bam, a wave hits the swordswoman. It's tough to handle that kind of hit. Even the trickster gets a bit banged up. This injury leaves her puzzled because the powerful dude just twirled his weapon. Out of nowhere, something's pulling her in like a magnet. Boom, an impact shakes the battlefield. All that energy is dragging her toward the fighter. Being yanked around like this is scary. She's getting closer and closer to her rival. Now things are getting real intense, because Seojun's about to unleash his epic attack. A massive energy beam blasts toward the cocky one. The force is so strong it even cracks his weapon. The impact sends her flying, until she crashes hard on the ground. This whole thing leaves her totally shook. She didn't see it coming. She thought no one could top her. No way anyone could beat her. After all, she's the goat of skills, and her enemy's like, this ain't over. Plus, she can't let her name get dragged through the mud. Her hand moves quick, sword ready to strike. She's gearing up for a brutal hit on the dude. But then, one punch from him stops her cold. The hit sends her flying back, no sweat. You can see the fire in her eyes. She's so mad she tries to go all out again. Then, another dude's like, should we step in? But the other guy's like, nah, Hyun's got a weapon, Seojun doesn't. Still, the fighter's not backing down, and the prodigy takes another hard hit. After getting tossed, the swordswoman lands on her feet. As she gets closer, the guy's like, some people get beat up every day because they don't have your talent. They get smacked around at school, no choice, and the powerful one dodges again. None of her hits land, and she's like, why can't I hit him? The boy stops in front of her and asks if she knows why. Back to Seojun's logic, he says the weak don't think about fighting back, and an aura surrounds him. Fear grips the opponent. He goes on saying, when you're always knocked down, your focus changes. Hearing this, the selfish one freaks out, and he says no matter how strong the hit, the oppressed don't fall. They keep moving bit by bit. Even if they get knocked down, they always get back up, and the fighter's legs shake. They might stumble, but they'll get back in the game. Facing their opponent is the only way to beat something unbeatable. He asks if her talent can do that. The swordswoman's like, nah, that's not a skill. Hearing this, the warrior gets ticked because she panicked after just a few hits. Now his fist is glowing with energy. Magic trails from the attack. This sight leaves her speechless. The protagonist's hand gets closer. The peak she stood on shatters, just like her vision of herself. Luckily, his arm stops, just to ease the impact. Such power leaves her speechless. She drops to her knees before him. The trio is shocked by what went down. The other two are flat on the ground, and this young woman feels a bit relieved. The defeated one is stunned by the power gap. He asks if she gets it now. The first round of the tournament goes to the young man. The three are like, what now? The moment's a bummer for everyone. Even the blonde didn't think he could beat Seo Jun. Hearing him is wild because even retired, the guy's a big deal, S-level, academy leader. Even the slick one thinks he might lose too. Every hit from the protagonist isn't from a regular student. Before, he wasn't this strong until he learned some new tricks. Now it's clear the protagonist is on another level. Time to admit they can't beat him, but maybe they can use his strength to their advantage. Some folks ask if the winner's a Star Sword disciple. Others want his thoughts on the exam. Everyone's jaws drop seeing him zooming through the air, totally ghosting the reporters. Even if they could be taken down by the fighter, these three pranksters can't let the Dream Academy slip away. Now the buddy's all like, what just happened? It's the champ heading back to the locker room. They chat about the press, which the powerhouse totally dodged. Now the whole country seems to be buzzing about what went down. The internet's blowing up, calling him the next big thing in pro hunting. Loads of people online are fangirling over him, until the haters start throwing shade for no reason. Both just stare at each other after reading the comments. Then the chill one cracks up at the whole situation, because it's time to gear up for the next round happening in a dungeon, with all the teams battling it out. But here's the kicker. The squad's stuck in the hospital, which might mess things up, and the reporters outside stopped her from getting answers. Finally, someone managed to kick them out of there. As she comes back, Seojun's got to catch some Z's. He waves goodbye to his buddy. Now the goofball realizes using divine strength was a bad move. He should have just knocked her out. Turns out he got caught up in the moment and slipped up. The tiny dude pops up announcing he's the mentor. But something's got him shook too. After all, he ended up spooking the main character. To make things worse, the dude's gonna pull this stunt again next time because it was epic. Now the strong one asks if his buddy found out anything. Not only did he grill a bunch of instructors, but he also quizzed the next director to be sure. Most teachers thought it was impossible. Makes sense because there's no way the Transcendent didn't think of this. But the little guy's got something to spill, because the admin thinks it might be doable if he gives it a shot. Even though they're not sure, the manager said it might be possible, but using the lower and medium points at the same time was a no-go at first. This makes the dude wonder why this only applies to him. Since this is the leader's take, it's an expert's opinion. There's a cap on the mana a being can use and soak up, and since the energy comes from the being's essence, it can't be maxed out. And this limit would be hit even if focused on one spot. There'll be a consequence if he tries to push past these limits, and the penalty would basically be poof, gone. But using the medium and lower focal points could save him from that fate, and the kid's kind of confused. The reason is his karma count's never been logged. In other words, there's no karma math for his being. This comment reminds him of when his little buddy had to tell his boss the fighter didn't have an ID. His hands soon clash afterward. The takeaway is that not having a registered karma makes him limitless, and the director thinks this would stop him from vanishing. Even so, a bunch of precautions are still needed. First, he's got to open all his points at once. After this first move, the karma numbers will skyrocket. This is needed because the 2 focal points will need way more than double the mana. An exponential boost is needed. He'll tap into a ton of power through this, but it's impossible to do it solo, and it'll definitely cost a fortune. And the cost is stressing him out big time, so much that he still hasn't moved houses because of it. In the little dude's opinion, this is a shot that might be worth taking. Since the board itself said it might be possible, that's reason enough to try. The idea of transcending using all 3 of his focal points seems to hook him. If it works, mind-blowing stuff could happen. Even the director's hyped to see it, so much they'd even quit their job if it happens. Seo Jun's wondering what kind of person he is. It's tough to explain what kind of person the manager is, but it's clear he was the second to transcend. Seems like the main character didn't know this tidbit. It's the first time he's hearing the story. Then the mentor decides to spill the origins of the Transcendental Academy until the door starts creaking open. That buddy from before is back, and the little creature vanishes in a flash. She asks who her friend was chatting with, and he plays it cool, denying it right away. When the plan for round 2 is laid out, the slick dude pops up to cut her off. We see the trickster gearing up to break down how it's all going to go down. The exchange is a lit chance for everyone to flex their skills and face off against the best of the best. The organizers decided to roll with the second round, even though Seo Jun's flying solo on their side. So they're thinking of switching up the rules for the next showdown. The plan, each team gets 1 student and 1 instructor from each academy, and that's how the dungeon duos will be set up. This way, Seo Jun and Seo Yoon can jump into the action like usual. The catch, she's paired with an A-rank hunter, which might crank up the online hate for her being Class B. When the smart girl asks if the prize is going to get a boost, the organizer looks like he just got hit with a pop quiz. The one who's totally lost is the main dude, but the girl keeps grilling the slick guy about this switch-up. As she starts pushing for this change, the flustered dude asks what kind of prize she's dreaming of. She turns to her buddy. Now the girl says her friend shouldn't sweat it because no one's had his back so far, and she wants to pitch in. Plus, the chill one couldn't care less about the haters. Listening to her seems to get him deep in thought. Then the warrior says he wants more than just extra prize cash. His ask, swap out the instructors for directors in round 2. Since his partner is a director, it's only fair the other big shots step up too. Hearing this, the other dude's left speechless, and the brainiac demands a 6 billion prize. If not, he's out and the suited guy's jaw hits the floor hearing this. But then a creepy grin spreads on his face like he's down with these ideas. When round 2 kicks off, teams are set up just how Seojin wanted and the battles are on in 3 dungeons. Students head to the first dungeon, directors take on the second. When they snagged the magical crystals, they got to place them on an altar to unlock the third. The duo that blazes through the fastest wins, and boom, registration's open. We see the fighter locking in his spot. He also gets a ping about his skills. One of the crew checks if he's good to go, and he gives the thumbs up. He quickly calls for his partner. They face their team's portals, and he wants a word with the girl. Then he spots the altar for the crystals. His partner's looking a bit jittery. Truth is, the poor girl won't be as speedy as her rivals, but this round's all about the lowest total score. Basically, it's all on how much time he can shave off. The big question is if his powers can stack up against S-rank hunters, and they're cleared to enter. They lock eyes before diving in. It's clear the dude's doing everything to hype her up and promises they'll meet again soon. This makes her cheeks go red. They step through the portal, and a massive creature blocks Seojun's path. Its huge claws dig into the ground. All the big bad werewolves close in, only to get waved off by the fighter. Just a swing of his arm unleashes a wild aura. His epic strike is ready in a flash. The first focal point opens up, then the second one lights up too. But something suddenly freaks him out. A stumble sends him tumbling. His spear swings out of control. The force is so intense the shockwave towers over the mountain. This power sends the monsters running scared. What freaks them out even more is him admitting he messed up. Obviously, the smart ones know it's time to bail. Later, the young dude's holding his crystal. He's shocked that these man-made creatures know when to scram, and he took them down with ease. After the win, he heads back through the portal. His partner's still MIA. He needs to drop the stone on the altar to stop the clock. Something makes him freeze on the spot, so the main guy looks at something puzzled. Time's ticking as things unfold. This discovery hits him hard because it's something that could really mess them up. He quickly figures they're both in hot water. There's a big gap in the clear times of the 2 dungeons. Usually directors would be quicker than students, but for them, it's flipped. If he drops the crystal now, everyone's eyes would be on him. Not the director, but if he keeps stalling, they're both toast. Plus, the poor girl might not even finish the mission because the dungeon's level is off the charts. And he feels guilty for chasing cash instead of thinking it through. And the academy is about to wrap up its course. He remembers when his buddy decided to back him up, his hands shaking with doubt, until he remembers that other people's opinions don't matter. We see Seoyun giving it her all. She finally takes down the salamander. Then out of nowhere, something catches her off guard. Another creature shows up, spitting fire her way. But she dodges the attack and strikes back. Her blade's locked on the monster. Her eyes are laser focused. This hit takes down the enemy. Boom, an explosion rocks the place. The energy's wild, catching her off guard. Fire spreading like crazy everywhere. The fighter barely gets away in time. Then another reptile pops up to attack her. A fire beam almost turns her to toast. She's starting to sweat about her situation, because she knows her buddy's waiting outside and the fire's still raging. She has to win no matter what, and the beast's going all out. As she hits the ground, she spots something coming. It's the opponent's tongue wrapping her up. From the front, the other one's attacking fiercely. Luckily, the sneaky one breaks free and dodges, but it's clear she's stressed out. Honestly, the poor girl never had the talent. Even being the Sword Star's granddaughter and trained by the hero of the Great Cataclysm, her best was rank B. More fire surrounds her, going wild. Even though she respected her elders, she always felt bad for not matching their greatness. All this made her hate herself, and a burn marks her face. Now, the swordswoman's completely surrounded, until she remembers her goodbye with the student, and finally admits she never wanted to be a hunter. A bloodied hand grips the crystal. She walks among the fallen bodies, and she thinks back to when she met the main character. Because she figured they could help each other out, she believed he'd be a good enough student. Then, a movie of all the events plays in her mind, remembering every fight and training. Seeing all this, she just wanted to spend a bit more time with him. With the hunter exam coming up, this might be their last moment together. She can hardly believe their time's almost up. In other words, she has to do everything to help him, even if it's the last thing she does for her brother. Crossing the portal, the director thinks this would be enough for her. Then the girl soon meets her partner. She stops to face him suddenly. The crystal soon drops to the ground too. The hunter is wondering what her buddy's up to. He's kind of confused, and the poor girl starts feeling awkward. Seeing her like this makes him feel awkward too. Even though he thought about money, it wasn't the only thing on his mind. Because things like cash can always be earned later. But standing by while his loved ones get hurt is something he can't let happen. Then the young dude thanks her for her effort. He heads towards the great altar. Both place the crystals, and the boy starts thinking about what he'll do when he levels up and becomes a pro hunter. His biggest wish isn't to be alone, but to be with people like Seo Yoon. Finally, they nail the first 2 tests. To win, they got to beat the 3rd boss in 48 seconds, and the main guy's got something to say. They couldn't have made it this far without her help. Because of this, he'll need his buddy's help again. Knowing the boy will still need her support moves her, so much so that she starts crying right away. When she asks why, it's because she's the only person Seo-jun trusts. In other words, if he passes out, the director's got his back. A colorful aura of power starts surrounding him. Hearing this blows her mind, so much so that she doubts when she sees the warrior's power. It's going to be impossible to find and beat the basilisk in 30 seconds. The only way out is to use an attack so strong it'll blow up the dungeon. Then the strategist gets ready to act, his aura blades powered up with the strength of the gods. But it's still not enough for his plan. A vial of void milk pops into existence. Then, the dude downs it like a pro. It's so powerful, his aura's vibing hard. Everything's shaking like a dance party. The swordswoman's all like, where's this power from? And boom, his lower focal point's lit. Then the middle focal point's like, hey, I'm here too. His master's teachings hit him like a playlist on repeat. Every move's coming back to him. His hand's on fire, literally. This power is shooting out a rainbow beam. Now he's channeling that energy inside. Next, he's wrapping that force around his spear again. The ground's cracking like a dropped phone screen. His sensei's instructions are on replay. His memory is getting clearer, like wiping fog off glasses. He's super focused now, like a gamer in the zone. He picks a target like choosing a pizza topping. His eyes are shining like LED lights. He zooms in for the final attack. Then he goes for the massive thrust. The pressure's so intense, the weapon's cracking, even the tip's shattered like a broken pencil. Even he's like, whoa, did I just do that? His eyes are glued to the target. One director's jaw drops. His buddy's just as shocked. The slick dude's mind is blown. He's all, what just happened? Dream Academy crushed the 3rd dungeon in 41 seconds, victory dance time. Later, Seo-jun wakes up. Seo Yoon's chilling with him at the hospital. The desperate dude's like, what went down? She just says, we won, duh. Plus, the Lancer's feeling awesome. Seeing him all good makes her blush. Then he's like, why is she acting all weird? Until she thanks him with a big ol' smile. Those words hit him like a surprise party. Above all, they totally make him happy. Out of nowhere, people storm the room. A security guard is trying to play goalie. The press is snapping pics and firing questions like a quiz show. Everyone's buzzing about the dungeon and its epic destruction. Other academies are in denial, saying they lost to the hero, not Dream Academy. The exchange looks after that bombshell. Despite it all, the boy's still grinning. Because he's just a regular student, no biggie. And out of nowhere, he fibs about doing nothing. All he did was follow the director's orders. She can't figure out why he's saying that. Reporters are treating her like the nation's top hunter, asking about her secret training methods. Seeing her in the spotlight makes him happy. Turns out she's not great with all this fame. Suddenly, something catches her off guard. A video about Seo-jun hits the web. A YouTuber spilling the tea on the Lancer and his academy. Everyone knows about their friendly exchange. But what blew up online was the hero's insane talent. Even as a student, he's already hero level. Now the mysterious figure is dropping more story deets, making it clear Seo-yoon's the secret sauce. His grandpa's the legendary Sword of the Star. That second round had academy directors involved, so he wasn't solo. The video is over, and the comments are buzzing with surprise. Meanwhile, the Lancer's super stoked, because the cash prize was massive. On his way to the academy, someone blocks his path. The girl's standing right in front of him. It's Hyun, the one he beat earlier. She tries to chat, but he's not interested. This leaves her totally stunned. Her disappointment's written all over her face. Now she won't give up and keeps following him. Of course, this freaks him out so much so, they end up face to face. When he sees she's not talking, he bails, until she mentions the Star of the Sword. Rumors about the old man being his master are spreading. Then he jokes that if it were true, he'd use a sword, not a spear. Seeing her surprise, he asks if she never thought of that. At that moment, everything clicks for her. Then he starts walking again until she calls him once more. If that legend didn't train him, who did? All these questions make him feel awkward, so he just walks away into the sunset. A trail of lights chasing him like a comet. Such speed totally freaks him out. It's Hyun who can pull off the same move. They both land again, and he's got to admit she's got skills. As he's getting all stressed, the impatient one's like, spill the beans already. He even thinks she's cooking up some excuse for losing. But nope, she's just curious, and that throws him for a loop. Plus the cocky one's asking where the other director is. Turns out the Prodigy's got a question for the lady. Problem is, the manager's off dealing with some drama, and he's clueless about when she'll be back. Now the demand is that the selfish one stops tailing him, and seeing her all buddy-buddy is just weird. He suddenly remembers his mentor leaving. Then he figures he might catch up with her at the academy. We see the warrior kneeling before her grandpa. Her visit, total surprise. She's there to snag her sword back. These words freak the guard out because it's her first time training on her own. Her goal, to join him. Then the elder quickly realizes she wants to tag along with the boy. The fact she's ditching her dream to follow him as a pro hunter shocks this legend, but that's not the deal. She's not ditching her dream. After all, the protagonist's biggest wish isn't to be a pro hunter. Back then, knowing this blew her mind since the boy shelled out big bucks to train, but it wasn't his dream. Then, the spearman says it's all because of something important someone once said. He can't explain it, it's kinda tricky, and his mentor's left scratching his head. The lesson the hero got is that dreaming's a verb, and jobs are just nouns. Basically, a job can't be a dream, so what he dreams of isn't becoming a pro agent, but carving his own path in life. She gets all jittery remembering this, her hands clench as she recalls that chat. Plus the director's all about training in sword art again. Her grandpa watches her, all serious. Now the poor guy's broke. That stuff used in the dungeon cost 2 billion won. To make it worse, that amount seems to have tripled. The big question is how to score more cash. Something soon surprises him out of nowhere. He senses a presence and asks if that someone always has to be sneaky. It's the Dark Star. The old man's shocked he got spotted, since he only felt him, and the poor dude admits he's getting old. Then the spearman asks why his buddy's there, worried about the vision. Before they chat, Seo-jun assures him the kid's fine after facing a tough opponent. Knowing this seems to tick him off, as he told the young man to stick to one weapon. So the shadowy figure drops off some books for Minyol. Plus he offers 3 billion for the protagonist to agree to make this delivery. Switching gears, the warrior asks if the elder knew the Demon Star's disciple was at the academy, and that seems to surprise him. But it's about another student, and this other legendary dude paid him 10 billion won to watch over his pupil. The trickster starts explaining the whole story, but it's all gibberish. In the end, he sums it up, saying he got paid to babysit that young grasshopper of the Demon Star. Someone's like, what's this convo even about? Another legend rolls up to the scene. Turns out the bearded guy's not thrilled to see the Dark Star there. They both glare at each other, all fired up. So much so that the gray-haired guy's aura starts flaring up. The slick one demands an answer. His rival unleashes his power too, saying it's just business, and asks the same thing. The spearman's feeling all awkward about this. The two elders get all heated and are about to throw down. But if they want to brawl, they got to take it outside. This argument is wearing down the dark-haired guy. Since there's nothing else to do, he decides to step in. His aura spreads towards the two. They're hit by such power, and they end up following the young man's order. It's wild how strong he's gotten so fast, and they gotta be careful not to wreck the place. After all, if the academy gets trashed, the Dark One will have to take his student to live in the mountains. Just like the swordsman won't be able to face his own granddaughter after wrecking her school, after getting scolded, the elders are totally losing it. Time for the duo to chat about the big stuff. The Order of Truth is scheming with the Berserk. He's not sure, but the apostles might be on the move. Enemies could be stirring, but linking them to the Wild Warrior is still a mystery. The plan? Investigate, and he needs Seo-jun's backup. He called him because the legendary dude can't solo this mission. Plus, their foes are doing experiments in a special dungeon. The young guy is a student, so he can only hit up certain dungeons. But they can chill until he aces the hunter exam. When the rival asks if the kid can help, the swordsman's like, why ask him? The answer? The hero's the only one who can, and the fancy guy's confused. The dark dude's not spilling the beans, since the suited guy won't trust him, just like last time. This confession hits hard. Both of them get all tense again. It's like they're two kids on a playground. Now what's the Sword Star doing here? His granddaughter's not around to greet him. He remembers meeting her. That memory just makes him madder. Then something grabs everyone's attention. They're all ready to face whatever's coming. Something's got his attention. Steps are taken fast. Out of nowhere, someone crashes in the hall. Seeing this person leaves him speechless. Yun just popped up out of thin air, the intruder's blushing. She just happened to pass by the rival academy. Feeling a huge energy, she decided to snoop. Now she's in front of the legendary sword user. Enough to freak her out. Of course, the poor girl's panicking, and the protagonist even jokes about the Dark One hitting her. The elder demands answers from him, until the dark-haired guy agrees to help. After the hunter exam, he's all about the cash he'll get. The greedy dude's thinking about his price tag. She's amazed seeing him haggle with a legend, who offers 10 billion won. The deal's finally sealed. Then the clever one remembers the book delivery fee is separate from the mission. The swordsman teases the warrior for choosing cash over training with his rival. Turns out the gray-haired guy's been there too. It almost leads to another fight. He starts to vanish from the scene until he's gone for good. Someone asks about his ties with the Dark Star. The young guy says they're just business partners. Now time to grill her about the invasion. She tries to explain she didn't follow him. The poor girl gets another shot to defend herself. If she doesn't spill the truth, the elder might punish her. This makes her even more frantic. When Seo-jun's about to wrap it up, the wild girl asks to join the academy. This shocks him with the hunter exam looming. The anxious girl gets even more jittery. He wonders if she's spying, but she just wants in. Then the gray-haired guy decides to bounce. The fancy guy tells him to handle her. When the poor girl begs, her idol just walks off. Now she's stuck with the protagonist, totally shocked. She thinks her rival's honest, but it's the director's call, not hers. It's clear he's finding an excuse to get her a scholarship. The mission? Guard these items until Seo-jun's back. It's super heavy, even for someone skilled. All her mana is needed to hold it, and the slacker's training doesn't want interruptions. The elder heads back to base. He enters the same room and sees his granddaughter. Her stubbornness about her goal is intense. She stays silent after the taunt, to the point where her grandpa's uneasy. Then she moves towards her blade. Soon, she grips it with determination and starts to slowly unsheath it. The draw creates a mist around her. A massive force is unleashed with a simple move. This technique is all about quick strikes and draws, just like hitting the opponent with thrusts. Distance is key because if you're too close, your attack's going to be weak sauce. But the fastest jab, that's all about the joyful blade move. So the wild sword's all about catching the opponent off guard until it switches up its attack style, throwing the opponent off the scent of the big hit. The solid sword might be slow, but it's not a total noob. It can totally crash the enemy's party. The big blade's all about putting some serious muscle into the swing. Every move's gotta be about knocking the other guy flat. The Colossal is like the big blade's glow-up. Plus, it's a happy clash because it's beefier, heavier, and way more epic. The sneaky style is all about tricking the eyes with some slick footwork that messes with your head. Talking about the smooth style, it's all about flipping the attacker's energy back at him. Finally, the ultimate sword mashes up the best sword skills, ready to own anyone who dares to draw a blade. This whole vibe makes your aura pop until the relic's tucked away again. These are the sword pillars that break the sky, known as the sword gods. There's a countdown till the hunter exam at year's end for her to nail it all. If she bombs, she'll never wield the weapon again. Even her assistant's like, no way. If it's too much, the director might just throw in the towel. But the woman, she's all, I'm gonna crush it. The dude tries to chat her up until the silver-haired guy is like, get ready. Her resolve solid as a rock. Something totally catches the talented one off guard. The energy's off the charts. He teases her when her arm slips. We see the other students rolling back to the academy. It's tough to max out her power levels. She's wondering how many elixirs it'll take. And the Prodigy's going all out. Her hustle's wild, and it bugs her that no one sees it. Then the jerk's just thinking his rival's learned zilch. He just starts waving at the girl until he starts worrying about her condition. She's itching to slap him. And then the brunette finally gets a breather. It's weird for him that everything's working fine. Time for the poor girl to carry the load again. What's got him curious is why the magic seal's not kicking in. This should zap anyone who touches the bag except him. Until he remembers the director could handle it too. Plus, after she fainted fighting the giant tree monster, her pals managed to lug her stuff. Probably the seal only zaps those trying to swipe it, so he asks the girl to toss another item in the bag. She just nods and does it. A shock hits her like a bolt from the blue. The other students finally show up. Of course, none of them are thrilled to see her there. In the end, it's Seo Yoon's call to let her in or not. He remembers he's got to drop something off for Minwoo. It's the books the master left to help him stop getting owned. Watching them chat while she's in agony is brutal. Plus, she's the only one who knows about his insane power. The plan's to figure out how the powerhouse trains, eh? Everyone got an earful from Seojun, who now has to wait till dark to jump off the roof. This convo's got her second guessing. Time to pull her out of that Herculean grind. Her new gig's to help Soo Young train. At first, the brunette's not feeling it. She's speechless, cause she's gotta do it. Plus, the main guy lets his buddy use the talented one for whatever during training. It's a solid plan because the newbie's super strong and can help out with training. A bunch of fireballs get summoned. The attack kicks off. We see the goof trying to say something, only to get blown up over and over. We see a bunch of folks hustling at the Pro Hunter Association. One of them looks mega bored. Everyone's over this meeting. Looks like the hot topic's still Seojun. Cause the Lancer stirred up a storm everywhere, so much that news about him leaked to the public. Someone pops into the room out of nowhere, and the exec's like, sorry for the holdup. Every reporter is grilling about the kid who's rocked the scene. Letting the heroes skip the Pro Hunter exam could backfire, plus putting him in other tests would be unfair. The fix? Shake up this year's tests big time. Everything's going to be on a whole new level. No more easy mode. In other words, there will be tougher challenges and the difficulty could mess with the class rankings. Alright, so they're all hyped about leveling up and this dude from the press is all, yo, got a question. He's asking how much harder it's going to be, and the whole point is not to ace it. So even the main dude's gonna struggle, and that's the plan, which freaks everyone out. Cause you know this is gonna crank up the difficulty big time, every reporter scrambling to get their questions answered. Bottom line, if nobody gets perfect scores, no one's hitting Class A. Unlike before, being top dog doesn't mean you gotta be perfect. He tried to make the best calls, but the big guild's lobby blocked him. They're only after hunters who are rank A or higher. But the guy in the suit's like, they have no clue what'll happen if they mess with Seojun. If someone nails the test, they get first dibs on dungeon missions for 5 years. When the main dude becomes a hunter, it's going to be a game changer for everyone. She's spooked by what she sees. Cause the cocky one's teaching her student. A lot went down while she was away. There's doubt if the manager handled everything. She's kind of unsure how to reply. She finally spills that she can't work at the academy till the exam. She'll pop in now and then, but not much, and nothing major's gonna happen. The Lancer's thinking about the hunter test. He needs a hand to train till then. Hearing this makes the girl happy. That's what the director wanted to chat about. Her plan is to turn the academy into a guild. At first, they're not on board because it's small, might be more like a strike team, and the dark-haired one remembers her dream. The thing is, the clever one argues that a dream isn't a job, but she's got one condition, and that's Seojin becoming the boss there. Thing is, he's got to snag the rank A license in the exam, because that's when hunters can start guilds. One student's totally pumped about the idea. To him, it's genius. Not just him, the other girls are all in too. They're so into it, they start dreaming big and making plans. Seeing this gets him all riled up. All he can do is crush it in the exam. Then the swordswoman's like, I'm gonna train hard too, and he's all, yo, what did you say? Just for the hardworking one to say, everyone should give it their all. Or this makes him grin. The duo's getting super hyped about their future roles, and the main guy's like, whoa, chill. From a distance, the talented one's looking a bit unsure. Later, we check out the former director's training. As time ticks by, everyone's pushing harder. Someone shows up for the training sash. Hyun's kinda shy about joining in. Meanwhile, the hero's going all out, to the point where his skills are leveling up like crazy. Finally, exam day's here. One team member's nervous because she wishes Seoyun was there. She said sorry for not tagging along, and the warrior's thinking his friend didn't say why she's MIA. Then he remembers to bring up something else. He's puzzled why his rival's there, because the poor girl wasn't allowed in the academy. Turns out the other students brought her along. None of them are holding grudges from before, so the dark-haired one's got nothing to say, until someone spots him. A bunch of people start crowding around them. Feeling awkward, the strongest one waves by to his crew. They crack up at this. One girl's thinking she's got a lot to work on, and the fighter takes off like a rocket. We see a meeting of the exam bigwigs going down. Sungmin's like, there's a promising crew. Yumi's all sarcastic saying that Guy's guild is broke. Then the guy fires back that they're doing better than her crew and Doseo. Manchul jumps in saying warriors are worth more than cash. They're griping about the association president pulling a fast one for Seojun, but the sneaky ones are ready for it. The dude at the end asks if everyone's clear on the plan. This is Jinchul, who's like, if the main guy hits rank A, things are gonna get tricky. They're chatting about whether they can recruit him, but they gotta figure out what to do if the Lancer says, nah, I'm good. Time's ticking before their target hits level A, and the boss remembers his not-so-gentle approach to things. He's not a fan of competition, so everyone's gotta focus on stopping the hero from leveling up, which is a bigger headache than recruiting. Everyone nods in agreement, totally spooked by his vibe. Getting rid of the poor dude is top priority for everyone there. The first test is written and designed to be super tough. The tests get flipped onto the tables. The questions seem to freak him out right away, and one of the execs says it's impossible to get a perfect score. Later, the goofballs find out their target nailed the max points. They thought hitting 100 was a pipe dream. The first test was all about theory. The second is going to test physical skills. Now the third's all about magical powers. Then the fourth's a dungeon raid. In fifth place, they'll battle monsters. Finally, the sixth test's one-on-one fights. Seeing the scores, everyone's blown away by the tough questions. Minwoo only scored 50 points. Meanwhile, their other buddy, who got 87, wonders how the main guy did so well. The lucky dude just guessed the answers. Hearing this leaves them both gobsmacked. Of course, they hate this news, and even the dark-haired one would have flunked right at the start. Now the girl asks how much Hyun scored. She hesitates to spill. When she finally does, it was just 32. They're stunned to hear her say that. Turns out the most talented person in Hunter history is only good in one area. The fact that the trickster aced it all ticks off the schemer. Not to mention their target crushed both the written and physical tests. Everyone's scrambling for excuses because their target passed a test meant for guildmasters. Turns out the exam's not over yet, and there's still hope. They know Dream Academy's plan is to become a guild, including the Lancer and the Sword Star's granddaughter. Everyone knows what that means. Their future guild will have cash and raid priority for 5 years if all goes well. And that's the association president's game plan. This could totally mess with their spot. The redhead's idea is to check the warriors' skills and tweak the tests to make them even harder. It'll be nearly impossible for the poor guy to pass. But the genius just aced the third test, and he totally owned the dungeon raid. This news bums everyone out again. It's enough to make everyone freak out thinking there's a spy in their midst. Then the boss starts plotting his next move. There's almost nothing left to do, with only 2 tests left to crown Seojun as Class A Hunter. The boss's last-ditch plan is to cancel everything. When questioned, his eyes flash like lightning. His aura reaches out to the woman, and she's terrified by the pressure. The one-on-one combat examiner will be from the Warrior Guild. This will have to change again. We see a young dude strolling down the street. He looks kinda uneasy. He questions his boss's choices, who knows about the big 5 guilds meddling, but still tells him to chill. Now the old man cuts him off right away, because if that would make the Lancer fail, he'd never have started his journey. Plus, the organization bosses wouldn't do this without backup. For now, they gotta let it slide. This decision hits him hard. Turns out the slick dude ignored orders and went after the warrior. His surprise is obvious. because the crazy guy's aura is off the charts. The dude asks what he's doing there. He's so worried he thinks something happened to his old director. It's not about her, and the ally notices his energy's way different since last time. In months, the fighter's leveled up big time. Seems the legendary swordsman already knew this. His question is, what's up? There's something to tell Seo-jun. Day 3 rolls around, and the Academy trio scores perfect. Everyone's hyped except the dark-haired one. His silence is louder than a rock concert. A dude pops up and says the examiner for the last test got switched. Everyone's like, oh man, this is gonna be tough no matter what. But the student, he's thinking it's way worse than that. Now the 4 big bosses of the guilds are stepping in as examiners. Everyone's jaws drop except for the Lancer. He's got this super serious look on his face. 1 hit and Hyun's down for the count. She scores a 64. Shockingly, those points are actually decent. Her opponent, Manhwa, with a sword so legendary even the Sword Star gives a nod, he respects the candidate's strength. It's like the elders paving their way to greatness, but this could lead them to ultimate truth. And the next challenger steps up. It's the warrior, looking all serious and icy. Everyone's hyped for the showdown. They're all buzzing about who's gonna win. People on buses are glued to their screens. Even construction workers are tuning in, and the association's president is on edge. Gym buddies are watching too. They face off, no backing down. He lets out a sigh seeing his next rival. He's impressed by the scores, no doubt, but he knows a perfect score ain't happening. Even the dark-haired dude gets it. His eyes are locked on him. Just yesterday, the poor guy found out the guilds were plotting against him. Even with perfect scores, it's about to get messy. No matter the fight's result, they might just give him 99 points. Protests won't work, and this blows the student's mind. Even the Guardians of Truth Guild got caught up in the mess. Only a chance if the Saint of the Sword steps in, maybe the old guy will negotiate. This thought's got him deep in his feels. Now he's worried about Seo-yoon and the deadline from his grandpa. The assistant thinks it's an impossible mission. But hey, it's her battle. No one should butt in, and she hopes the fighter scores big. Then Seo-jun asks his buddy to spill the beans to the swordsman, but the guy's not down with it. Says it won't ease her stress, and the goal's impossible. No shame in failing. Yet he wants the opposite. So the girl doesn't feel alone, because the main dude's got his own impossible quest. He's aiming to ace this without the Star of the Sword's help, and someone calls for Seo-jun. Now, a dude yells about the student training like crazy for days. She's clearly wiped out. And yeah, becoming a master swordsman in weeks is nuts. But the vet says let her be. Despite it all, it's what the fighter wants. He keeps an eye on her during training. Her determination's rock solid. She keeps pushing. Now the assistant's starting to get why she's picking up the sword again. Her moves are steady. Back to the fight, Seo-jun says he can't nail a perfect score, but it's all on him in the end. The elder acts all sly, trying to say points don't matter, but gets cut off. He wants to know who decides the points if the examiner can't. If it's clear the Lancer deserves a perfect score, what's the deal? Then the old guy quickly figures the examiner's got to be knocked out for that. For that to happen, the candidate's got to win, and the trickster hopes the guildmaster stays alive. These words tick him off big time, but he keeps his cool with a deep breath. The conspirator sees his opponent's arrogance, who talks about needing those 100 points, and he tells his enemy to make the first move. This boldness stuns him right away. At first, he wasn't planning to go all out, but soon he's off the ground, moving fast, because he's aiming to teach a lesson, and they both dive into the fight. A ton of energy bursts from the clash. The veteran's rage is clear. Something's starting to surprise him, because the young dude keeps saying not to get neutralized. After all, his spear's a beast to handle. 9 years back, someone noticed Manhwa shared a name with the Warrior Guild's leader. Turns out, back in the day, the manager's dad saved his dad's life, and knowing this blows the guy's mind. He remembers the Great Cataclysm. Things got worse when Monster Legion showed up, surrounding evac zones, so the government and military decided to make the ultimate sacrifice. The trapped folks were just chilling, waiting for the end. The 5 epic heroes were busy dealing with other chaos. Basically, it was game over, until a beam swooped in to save the day. One of the civilians was shook, because a fighter was taking on the baddies. The hunter Wanjai Han whipped out the blade of absolute truth and saved everyone. That day the legend dropped some wisdom on humans. It's all about asking if you gave it your all. Like, did you fight till your last breath? A massive energy wave starts smacking the invaders. He gets hyped remembering how the legend saved 50,000 people. Sadly, the hero sacrificed himself that day. His dad was one of the saved, so he named his kid after him. Back then, Seo-jun wanted to be a hunter, but he was still saving up for academy fees. Then the old dude feels bad for his rookie working so hard and tells him to stay healthy. Right then, another dude butts into their chat. Meanwhile, another headline takes over the news. The 10-star guild got wrecked by Manhwa. Then the main guy got called back to action. Everyone was buzzing that the hero's skill wasn't just about muscles. We see the big deal giving a live interview, explaining that his skill is all about the unbreakable human spirit. The dark-haired dude thought that was epic. Back to now, we see the Lancer tossing his opponent. This move already does some serious damage. and the young dude stays strong and steady. Another hit lands with the spin move. The pole is used to mess him up. Even after all that, the gray-haired guy is still standing. The problem is, now comes the piercing attack, zooming in like a supreme beam of light. It's enough to launch him with even more force. A trail of chaos is left behind. Everyone's amazed and thinks he's stronger than the guildmaster. Now the old dude stands up despite his injuries. Seeing him rise and keep talking is wild. It seemed impossible, but if the main guy hadn't held back, he would have totally taken him down. A clean and total defeat for the experienced one? Or so it seemed, because he remembers the rules and powers up again. After all, someone from his crew never gives up, even in a lost fight. His determination starts to glow. Someone from his squad needs to ask if they did everything they could, or if they fought till their last breath and Seo-jun stays quiet. Just like he must also check if he left it all on the battlefield. The essence of the Blade of Absolute Truth kicks in, and his supreme charge happens, only for the kid to dodge and ask if all this is real, because he wonders if the examiner caved to the conspirators. He also demands to know if they teamed up against him. The dark-haired dude wants to know if the gray-haired guy gave in for power. The ultimate question is if this was the philosophy followed by Wan Jae-han. We see the memories of the day the savior fought. Then the fighter thinks he respected him, because he also believed in the unbreakable spirit, just as he wonders how his opponent will meet his dad in the afterlife. Hearing his predecessor's name ticks him off. At that moment, the Lancer remembers he was dared to take his enemy's life. Even though he was almost ready to do it, he won't go through with it. Something else is summoned instead of the spear. After the fight, the warrior will be out for a month or two. These words make him even madder. Another charge is made while questioning if the kid's mocking the absolute truth. Before he can react, the main guy dodges and preps a massive punch, also making it clear that the mockery comes from the dishonorable. Such a punch sinks the foe into the ground. Even Seo-jun seems ticked about all this. The traitor gets what's coming to him, once and for all. No one gets what just went down. It all ended with a fist. After the impact, he strikes again, only to get owned once more. The second punch makes him spin in the air. Another attack is ready to go. When launched, the enemy's sent flying. He quickly pops up behind him. A destructive combo of punches is delivered, until he's smashed against the ground. Such a skill gap blows his mind. The main guy's strength is insane, so much so that the old dude thought the young guy would be beneath him. And he couldn't even touch him. It's a whole other level. His hand grabs the fool's collar, another charge is ready to go, until someone tells him to chill. It's the defeated one who wants to be taken down. Then energy is seriously unleashed. The force of the gods is called upon, to wrap things up once and for all. He grabs the poor dude again, his state totally pathetic. Or maybe even worse, but now he gets the perfect score, because the humiliated one didn't follow the path of absolute truth but Jinchul Ryu. Letting him go might change his mind, plus knocking him out is a no-go because of his philosophy. He could lose 1,000,000 times and still not get the perfect score, but if he takes him out, he's disqualified. It's all part of the enemy's sneaky plan. Everything's done to stop him from hitting Class A. His hands shaking with rage. Turns out the path of the transcendent is to make a way where there ain't one. That's how you become the one who beats the impossible, and the winner remembers he'll only bench him for months. The strongest punch is ready to go, even the warrior's begging for help when he gets hit. The force is insane and the light's epic. Boom, explosion with the impact. The untamed, unshakable mind is part of absolute truth, and the poor soul's left totally wrecked. Anyone on this path has got to ask themselves, and finally, the fight's over. Seo-jun gets the philosophy so well, Mantrol's reminded of his dad. Looking at him, he figures this is the essence of the doctrine, and it ain't much more than that. The beaten dude hits the ground, his rage face shows up. He yells for the top guildmaster. The villain's watching all this go down. A threat's thrown at the wrongdoer who's next. Problem is, the grim-faced guy ain't worried. The workers are hyped about the win, just like the association's president who's ready for interviews. An old lady remembers meeting him at the hospital months ago, and her grandson's shook. Now, the fighter's back with his crew. Meanwhile, his enemy is trying to figure out what went down. They did everything they could, but he's still not happy. To make it worse, their political rivals stepping in, calling a conference about recent events. Plus, Manchel can't wake up now, he's super wiped out. It's gonna take months for him to bounce back. Basically, everyone there lost. He's wondering what the new excuses will be. But in the end, they all got beat by a student. So much so he remembers the threat he got. All that's left for the coward is to throw insults. Yet his anger is still burning. The win just now was a shocker. Human limits totally smashed. Of course, the warrior went easy on the talented one. Everyone's blown away by the power, and he couldn't care less. They joke about his strength, but none of it matters. Then they finally head back to the academy. Since they won't be a school anymore, they gotta change the names. Plus, no one's confirmed if Seo-jun is going to be a Class A. Just waiting on the president of the association's announcement, wondering if they'll stay in ranking B, she announces the team's return. No one's there waiting for them, because the old director didn't come back, and it's weird not seeing her at the base. The question is if the Spearman heard anything about the old leader. Turns out the guy's not answering, because he just up and vanished. like flew away because his partner's deadline was at the end of the exam. Her not coming back to the academy could mean bad news, so the young dude goes after her. Looks like the master band visits. The poor guy tries to find a loophole, but no dice, because the old man knew the protagonist would show up. Even though it doesn't stop him, he can't use force to get through. Someone suddenly lets him pass. We see the well-dressed dude coming up. It's Seo-jun giving the green light. He'll take the heat for whatever happens. The door creaks open, and the assistant calls his buddy. They both rushed into the room. They stop right in front of the spot. She kneels before her grandpa. Then the woman spots her partner. Since the elder band visits, ignoring his order makes him unleash his destructive vibe. While the spearman stands firm, the right-hand man can't hold up. All that's left is to beg for forgiveness. Despite this, Seo-jun's got something to say. His growth and power boost shocked the legend. He's not the weak kid from before, but someone serious. Alright, buckle up, because this story is about to get wild, so the teacher dude's done with his student, right? He just sends her off because, well, deadline's up, no more time to chill. His ask was super basic, and if she can't handle it, better to bounce now than faceplant later. Basically, the poor girl's not keeping up with him. But hold up, someone's all, it ain't over yet. Because the hunter exam's still in play, yo. This news makes him mad, because he thought it was all wrapped up. He's there to prove it until, bam, something interrupts. Turns out his score is still MIA, so technically the test ain't done yet. His combat points, still a mystery. So her battle's still on. She's all shocked by this twist, and of course the legendary dude's not happy. Meanwhile, his rival's feeling all pumped. This makes him rethink his game plan, until he finally goes, alright, I get it. They lock eyes, ready for round 2. He reaches out to her. They step closer with intense vibes. Then the brave ones all go for it. It seemed impossible for the poor girl, but he's living proof that anything's possible. Boom, another shot at glory. So much so, the swordswoman turns to her buddy, ready to throw down again. Everyone's on the edge of their seats, and the Grandmaster's ready to rumble. She charges in, no second thoughts, and delivers a killer thrust. Her footwork's on point now. A powerful stab right on target. They're moving like lightning, facing off like equals. Both hands gripping tight. Because a heavy, brutal blow lands, her effort screams, I want to win. One foot wobbles, but she's steady. The energy from their clash is intense. He's low-key impressed by all this. But even with all her effort, her sword's deflected, and that throws her off balance. In his head, the fight's already done. He thought he'd go with a smooth style, but keeping up with her? Nah, he goes for a big slash. She flinches, eyes shut tight. Everyone's watching, holding their breath. Even the main character's all eyes. Then her eyes light up like, whoa. And she blocks that thrust like a boss. Plus, she counterattacks, no sweat. This move catches him off guard. Feelings always beat understanding, right? Now she senses something's off with her grip. She spent her life in Legend's shadows, never meeting them. Because of that, she lived a basic life. Maybe would have done okay if she hadn't bailed for so long. But meeting Seo-jun changed the game, and her technique's all about distraction. Every hit's fast and furious, all because she wants to be near him. Fighting with her heart, she remembers Grandpa's lessons. She feels something else stirring. Clarity and purpose start to shine. Something's taking over from inside. It's a power stronger than anything. A beam of energy wraps around her. It's like her sword's ruling the battlefield. She nailed her goal. Seeing her like this, total shocker for him. Before she had limits, but now the old guy's like, who even is this? Now the emotional girl asks if she can tag along. She wonders if she can go now, and her buddy's like, huh? Before the fight continues, Seo-jun chats with her friend. Her joy's off the charts, totally visible. Some only see the tough road ahead, but sometimes different folks show up. People like this don't see the path. They help others find theirs. And the duo's celebrating. Even the legendary swordsman couldn't pull this off. Their happiness blows the Grandmaster's mind. The sword star is curious what an old pal would say, and Seo-jun's all, sorry, but it's cool. He's stoked to see the young ones thriving. Later, the girl calls him over. If she flopped, the main dude would have hit up the association's president. Of course, that's a weird move. Turns out the trickster was going to ask to delay the hunter exam's end. Hearing this makes her blush like big time. Messages say the politician wants a word. They gotta hustle now. People are waiting for them there. They start heading out. Everyone's cheering for the former director when they see her. The crew's hyped to have them back. And oh, the exec shows up. Cracks a joke about calling him a hunter now. The big news, the powerful one aced the exam. His perfect score snagged him the award, and the rest got stamped as rank B. He thought about giving him rank S, but that'd be overkill. Now the spearman's on a mission to level up. He's got perks for his skills, like first dibs on raids. Plus, they got a chat about starting the guild. Knowing this gets the dapper dude all hyped. Then the guy offers to help him set it up, and it's a total shocker. After all, it's a tough gig with loads of paperwork. But the trickster's got a way to make it a breeze. Still, there's a snag. To kick off the group, they need at least 5 hunters ranked B or higher. Even if the press pushes them in, big guilds will try to block it. Time to brainstorm new members. We see the talented one giving him the stare down, until Seojin remembers she's around. Another one joins the squad, and the poor girl's not thrilled. He's got a name for the guild. It's going to be called Dream Team. Meanwhile, the schemers freak out about the new team. A boom cuts the convo short. The intruder sees no one's changed. Who's here? The Soul Star. His rage totally wrecks them. Each baddie bites the dust. He's not shy about hating their shady ways. The strongest didn't stop the big disaster to let these clowns rule. Now he's facing the head honcho. While the gray-haired dude admits the mobster's grown, the villain says his rivals got old. Someone pops up breaking the chaos. It's rude to brawl under someone else's roof. We see the elder noticing the mystery guest's finally here. Her name's Kalia, and she's got a grin. Plus, the swordsman's not hiding his scorn for everyone's weakness. The rogue knew the fools would be safe if he stepped in, and the woman asks why he's there. His move was just to remember who she was. The main guy makes the guild, everyone's in for trouble. So they'd obviously try to mess with him using dirty tricks. Then the Soul Star says trying anything would be dumb. Her question is what happens if they ignore the warning? They lock eyes and the master promises there'll be fallout. The two keep butting heads, until the rogue backs off. Even the mystery stranger is shocked by this move. But the man doesn't need that. The powerhouse soon vanishes from there. All plans are scrapped. He wonders if the apostle's successor will bow to the legend. Then the commander tells him to know his place, because the Stellar Blade's not to be underestimated. After all, his skills are almost hero level. She'll spell out this level for the fool. There's a huge gap between the guild boss and the elder. Plus, they'll need a new way to hit Seojin. He doesn't quite get the plan, but destiny's set in stone. A ping hits his phone. It seems to spook him for some reason. Everyone gathers at the guild. It's their first group raid, so they gotta bring their A-game, and Seo Yoon's the vice master. We see Minhyul pumped for the mission. Only his buddy's feeling a bit shaky. Yoon explains the difference between these and the fake ones is the challenge and the risk of losing your life, until Kobong shows up stoked about cashing in with the dungeon. Everyone thinks it's weird he's all about the money, because the poor dude's stressing over his bills. He soon gets ticked at his pals for judging him. Despite that, everyone's buzzing with excitement. One more person's missing, who just rolled up. Seeing him leaves Seojin shocked. It's just her dad joining in. When everyone's ready to roll, the archer asks where the dungeon's at. His creepy grin says he's got a killer spot in mind. We see someone asking for entry permission for the intruders from the Black Dragon Zone. Turns out, the guy doesn't care and keeps opening the portal. So much so that the fools freak when they find out the old man's with the main guy. And they ask what the old man's group is. He says he's with the Dream Team, and now the Lancer lands a huge hit. Everything's finally sorted and no more baddies in the way. The swordswoman charges into the fight together. Their slashes are quickly taking down the dogs. The other duos using their magic to attack them. Loads of energy arrows pierce their bodies, until the monsters' bodies hit the street splat. They didn't take long, just a few minutes of chaos. This time, the dude's pumped to jump in but gets ticked when Kobong teases him about his age. The goofballs freak out over this chat, and the wild guy unleashes his chaos on the clueless, enough to make the dummies bolt like their pants are on fire. Why he picked this spot, totally obvious now. Everyone's hyped about the mission win. Even if it was a breeze, those critters are worth a cool 100 million won. When the goofballs cheer about their soon-to-be fat wallets, the boss reminds them this is just the kickoff. Stone golems crushed like cookies. Sea monsters, not even a chance. More battles go down until everyone's wiped out. Meanwhile, their captain's all about that cash grind. Turns out they're all beat, but Seojin still needs them for that sweet XP. And when the kid asks to chill, the boss flips out. Then he drops a lecture about needing more won. For him, it's all about stacking cash and leveling up. No stopping this dude's money obsession. When he looks for Hyun, she's MIA, teamed up with the main guy. She's all sorry for ditching. Seo Yoon's the last hope, being the vice master and all. But nothing stops her hunger for more loot. The new guild's hitting dungeons and snagging Black Dragon missions. This could mess with the big league's status. Can't keep up with the Dream Team. An emergency hits the president's office. A Draugr dungeon popped up and Soul Star's ghosting. That's bad news, only this legend could save the day. Thinking of the threat, he orders to call Seojin. Just flash some cash and the mercenary's in, no sweat. Until he remembers his hunter's mid-raid. People spot him on the street now. Knowing the trader's bailed ticks him off, he wants to hit dungeons. He's stressing about cash flow. To top it off, he blows money on a free pass. His bank account's crying. He only paid for that course, but no progress. Now he's plotting how to get more dough. As he strolls deep in thought, someone's waiting for him. This dude rolls up to him. It's the Hunter Association's big boss. They pause for a drink. The sharp-dressed guy's sorry for the surprise visit. He's here because of a Draugr dungeon, those psychic creeps. He needs the main guy's help to clear it. But the dude's all, why me? Until he thinks it over. If he nails this mission, he'll level up in his course, and the suit will spill the deets. Starts with a cash talk. 30 billion won, cha-ching. This gets him super hyped. Knowing this, the kid's already planning how to blow the cash. He's trying hard not to grin, but inside he's throwing a party. Turns out, Seojin's the exec's best shot since Soulstar's MIA. These monsters are ghostly nightmares that would wreak havoc if they got loose. Plus, the sharp-dressed guy's offering an S-class to the spear dude. Now the guy's over the moon. Of course this means more power and perks. Even less tax for the squad, all these perks got him buzzing. Normally Soulstar would handle this, but she's hard to reach right now, so the clever guy's in. They'll start plotting tomorrow. His eagerness is off the charts. Besides, the hunter's grateful for the trust. The wild guy's feeling a bit shy. Even though he's got skills, it's risky business. Even as a young hero class, he's putting it all on the line. This gets the politician all teary. And the dude's even more bashful. Then the main guy's like, I'm going solo on this raid. After all, his crew's not immune to mind tricks, and this'll boost his course progress. Everyone's puzzled, but soon they're chill. They even wish him luck. He thought they'd stress about the monsters. But the only thing that had bugged the dark-haired dude is the end of the world. Plus, cash is a big deal too. Right then, the warrior's all smiles. Seo Yoon offers to help him gear up, but the boss is like, nah. Even though this dungeon needs prep, he's not waiting, wants to dodge any drama. So the smart one dips out real quick. She's stressing while the rest just want to chill. Word's out about the Dronzer showing up, and everyone knows it's not the Star of Soul, but Seojin who's gonna handle it. The press is crossing fingers. His buddy nails it. His sidekick rushes in, all freaked out. It's about the famous huntress. Right then, the star spirit hits them up. She just gave them a ring, so the politician's gonna reach out himself. Until someone tells him to chill. No need, Mary, because his buddy's already close. And boom, the hunter rolls up. Turns out the legend's already headed to the dungeon. The main dude spots her instantly, and the elder turns around. She tells him to bounce, because this place is bad news. Seeing her there leaves him shook and deep in thought. He's wondering if the old lady's there to clear out the baddies, until the wild one says she can't do that. For a bunch of reasons, the mysterious one can't finish the job. Then the gray-haired lady slowly spins around. He asks her to hear him out. Still, Seojin's all about letting him do his thing. His patience is wearing thin. So much so he tells her to stay behind him, because an enemy pops up out of nowhere, and the Dronzer's ready to throw down. When the strong one tries to warn him, the spearman jumps in. He plants himself right in front. His path is moving fast. The young dude keeps asking for more action. Then the creature decides it's go time. Only leveling up seems to matter to it. Besides wanting more bad vibes. Even the demon's spooked. This sight's totally unexpected. Then the monster creeps up to scare him. So much so, it looks like it's gonna possess him. This freaks her out instantly. The possession can't hurt him outside, but it'll mess him up inside. Because of this, the mage jumps in to help as soon as possible. Out of nowhere, something starts happening. None of this phases the main dude who's hyped about leveling up. She's left scratching her head, while the dark-haired one gets more and more pumped. His hype's through the roof now. The invader's lost inside him. A Buddha pops up out of nowhere, and calls the intruder a sad soul. Something feels off inside him. As he smacks his ear, the enemy bails. His energy's drained, and the poor dude had a pointless life. Incredibly, the creature leveled up. The percentage boost makes him super stoked. After some quick math, he realizes he can hit 80% in this dungeon. All this weirdness has her pretty worried. He quickly realizes he's making a fool of himself, and the woman notices her buddy's acting off. Then, the lazy one promises to handle it, and the sorceress nods at his power. But she's wondering if she can break free from the cycle of life. This didn't even happen during the big cataclysm, and the annoying one keeps whining that the dungeon's his. This discovery is mind-blowing to her. Turns out the young dude's spiritually on her level, or even stronger, and she remembers she can't touch the creatures, and the woman decides to stop comparing herself. Before, the lady just wanted to confirm something the Soul Star couldn't spill. Then the Spearman remembers the tale of the Order of Truth and the Berserk. It's wild he knows this, and the dark-haired guy spills. It's cause they're teaming up. The other hero suspicious this dungeon was enemy-made, and he didn't know you could whip up dungeons like that. Turns out there's still no proof of this. This situation's got him on edge, and it's a fact she's the only one who can get into the Dronzer's crib. Until the poor dude remembers something. This is his shot to make bank. He offers to help her out. A documentary is filming the spot. They're capturing those beasties and showing off their skills. Then the main dude shows up to shut them down. Each one gets a smackdown. Everything the rascal does is to wow her, and bit by bit, each creature's freaking out. An explosion goes off out of nowhere. Someone's looking real hurt from this. He brings the legend to his knees. It's the Apostle of Temperance going after him. The old man's being chased because of his digging. Now their target's the Soul Star. Of course, the Dark One went to check out the new dungeon, so it was obvious the old guy would turn to his buddy. Then the villain charges in fast. His neck's grabbed brutally. It's clear his plans to take out the 5 heroes, but the only reason for this is to follow the words of God. When the old dude tries to say something, he gets smacked even harder. This hooded figure starts to notice the investigator's hustle. Even so, the sneaky one grins. He's totally clueless about why this is happening. None of them spot the kid. His sword is out in a flash, forcing him to back off to dodge the hit. Both get ready to throw down. A dark energy gets summoned. A mega beam starts gobbling up everything until the blast fizzles out, only to find out the rascal has bounced. The reason they took forever to find him is his hideout was super hidden. For now, the baddies will let him slide. He bolts as fast as he can, but he can't outrun his destiny. Meanwhile, the main dude keeps up the chase. The dark one's worry is his buddy. Then the gray-haired lady seems to sigh. Now, a wicked vibe shows up. Its teeth are sharp enough to cut through anything. Another psychic beast bites the dust, and the spear goes right through its head. He's bought something different on his phone. His progress bar is stuck. No percentage is moving anymore. Looks like there's been a glitch. This news leaves him totally puzzled. Then he wonders how to hit 50%. The Soul Star asks if he's done. She hasn't found anything yet. Knowing this makes him stress about the delay in finding something. He thinks there might be nothing wrong there. It's a fact they didn't pick up any weird vibes in the area. Then the dark-haired dude suggests checking out other kinds of weirdness. Once he was stuck in a dungeon where the threat mutated. She's down with that idea. Then her hands start glowing out of nowhere. This energy is the opposite of Star Shadow's vibe. It feels like he's wrapped in this spell. A paw suddenly pops up now. It's a surprise for the main dude. It's a sacred and noble spirit. It slowly approaches the spearman, just to rub against his skin. Not even the summoner gets what's going on. They only vibe with those of pure heart and never cared about the other legends from the big cataclysm. She realizes there's something different about him. Plus, her summoned creature starts licking him. A presence catches the young dude off guard just as it spooks the veteran. It's a deadly energy that shows up. Its power is bigger than the dungeon's baddies. Not even the divine being is chill with this. Even the gray-haired lady admits she hasn't felt such evil since the last global war. When the sorceress tells him to fall back, he says she's way stronger than the Draugr. This will boost his progress, so he tells his crew to hang back. Out of nowhere, the dude grins. And finally, for his hunt, the madman kicks off his adventure. He says it might be like what happened with the Demon Star, but he's puzzled why the presence reacted to the sacred deer and not the heroine. Despite the sketchy situation, the main dude will just be careful not to let this reach the animal. He finally spots the evil shadow. Its massive paws leap forward. This is the infernal commander who's against the gods. It's the devil himself. He orders the horned one to make a move. Seeing the young dude more focused on progress leaves him confused. Out of nowhere, the spearman strikes him. The poor guy did this because he thought he was super ugly. Even the demon felt a chill. Then the sadistic one tells him not to lose his life. A bunch of blows are unleashed now. None of them even come close to hitting. Only for the ugly one to scream in rage. As the dark one didn't hear him, the hero gets mad. His spear quickly jabs his belly. His reaction of pain is obvious. Out of nowhere, his dark energy is released. These shadows start to wrap around him fast. They take over his body more and more. This now leaves the sorceress freaking out. Seeing such a creature scares her. The blue energy inside him is strong. Out of nowhere, a bright beam shoots out. She's shocked by what she sees. Not even the demon believes it. It's Seojin back in the fight. Then his enemy tries to run, only to be easily chased down. A bunch of attacks start aiming at him. He starts to writhe in pain. A massive attack takes over his body. We see the villain even more beat up. It was just a hassle for the fighter. Despite everything, he's good. She's amazed by how easily the kid handles the evil being. It's clear the monster is still kicking. Out of nowhere, it seems to snap back. The spear hits his body. Alright, so the dark-skinned dude hears this voice in his head, and he's all, wait, is that Siddhartha? Turns out Buddha's dropping some deep thoughts about life, and now he's got just one big question. This whole questioning thing, it's his life's mission. He's totally mind-blown by this idea. Then boom, back to reality. But the spearman's still got doubts like, what's going on? Just checking out the same old no progress. Then the rascal's back at it, yelling again. All those life questions pop up again. Maybe he needs to crack them to hit that 50% mark. The devil's not loving his enemy's deep thoughts. They just stare each other down for a bit. His three eyes are on the hunt for something. Then, he shifts focus to the woman. Out of nowhere, she feels super weird. Obviously, the sneaky one took his shot to attack. And then poof, he's gone. Never thought the horned dude would just bail like that. But since he's still around, it's only a matter of time before he finds him. When he asks about the divine spirit spot, the sorceress is like, didn't want to bring it close. Knowing this, he bolts like he's in a race. All he knows is the devil's after the animal. His mind hack plan to find it worked. Now the poor deer's been totally corrupted. Its eyes gone all evil. The duo's face to face with this creature. It's been taken over by bad vibes. Its paw hits the ground. Boom, this move makes the soul star scream in pain. The lantern shattered. The poor thing just passes out. There's a reason the devil's all about the sacred being. Turns out the deer wasn't the real target. It was all about using it to hurt the heroine. Because the summoning and summoner are super connected. The plan? Mess with the old lady's mind. Since she can't handle it, it's time to take down the enemy. Problem is, he doesn't know how to hit the demon without hurting the spirit. No time to think, gotta act. Out of nowhere, a beam shows up. It wraps around the battlefield. And to make things worse, the gray-haired woman's getting more hurt. Looks like her soul's been taken over too. Her power is starting to go wild. Now the guy's trying to chat, but the possessed one's not having it. She sees him as just another enemy, and her spells start flying. Now it's all about dodging those shots. This is really starting to stress him out. On the ground, something's holding him down. Another blast's heading his way. Boom, massive explosion next. It messes him up and tosses him aside, plus getting near the deer, no chance. And he's still got to deal with the heroine. He's not even sure if he can beat someone that strong, and if he does, will she be okay? It's like an impossible game to win. No matter what, someone's getting hurt. This ticks him off big time, because he's trying to remind her of his past heroics. That's why he can't give in. She seems to think about his words. Anne remembers when she saved the world. Back then, she dreamed of a better world. Now, the old lady's asking if the dark-haired guy's ever seen a baby sold for food. Or lifeless kids. She also remembers sacrificing others to survive. Back then, the Great Cataclysm felt like the end of everything. Slowly, she recalls fighting with all she had, and it was all for nothing. During that time, people were more grateful than now. Today, the only thing separating humans from monsters is talking. She tried to change it all and got ditched by her friends. They couldn't force change or they'd get corrupted. They said this despite all the suffering, then everyone turned their backs on her. She decided to do the same and dove into spiritual stuff, but still felt the world's pain. There were screams everywhere, especially from those lost in darkness. All this negativity twisted her and made her hate the Soul Star. The thing possessing her is celebrating her return. But the major soul isn't fully gone yet. Even legends get hit by bad vibes. Buddha's question echoes again. Now it clicks for her. Another big attack's on the way. Everything Siddhartha said is crystal clear. One hit defends against the magic. She's totally shocked by this. And his question is why she only sees the suffering. This surprises her now. He defends himself and agrees the world's messed up. But not everything in it needs saving or defeating. Every day people are just trying to survive, can't even think about others. A person's true colors show when things get rough. These words just make her even more mad. Still, the hero's got to step up. But hey, they're all human too. Everyone's stressing about the world's problems, wanting to dodge them. But carrying all that weight is impossible. He reminds her that the planet's sadness isn't going anywhere. Even if she could fix it, she's probably tired of trying. Now she's totally shocked. Despite everything, a little joy is a must. A bunch of happy moments can do that. She made all this happen. A normal day is only possible because the big disaster ended. Still, she only focuses on the suffering. Her eyes are going pale now. The corrupted spirit's roaring in protest. It's trying to dodge purification, just to get a piercing stare. A white aura is shining out. That light's affecting her too. She doesn't get what's happening. The happiness lessons are taking over her. Every kind word is hitting her. Little by little, her stress fades, until she just collapses. Progress finally shows up. This massive power is scaring the devil. His fear is cranking up even more, to the point where he starts moving. His shaky legs try to run, but the young dude's closing in. He quickly gets closer to the creature. If the mind's shaken, the body crumbles, and he touches her skin. A radiant explosion happens now. Purification kicks off fast with this. Now the Star of the Soul wakes up. Everyone seems chill after all that. The bad guy's gone too, plus the divine spirit's back to normal. All thanks to Siddhartha's soul technique. And the focal point activation helped big time. He's as strong as any hero from the big disaster. In a year, he'll totally surpass them. If he goes bad, he could wreck the world. That's why the stellar spirit tells him to stay on track. She's surprised he admits the planet's unfair. For him, that's not true because people are helping each other, even if it's slow. Regardless, the dark-haired dude can't lose hope. Plus, if the good stuff just lies, there's no difference between now and the old times. So the boy doesn't buy that the world's like that. His wish to change everything leaves her speechless. It even makes her smile afterward, to the point where she starts laughing out of nowhere. She admits the kid's right. Looking back, the old lady sees she was stuck in bad vibes. We see the protagonist learned a lot from Siddhartha. The Star of the Soul found strength and reasons to live. Now the whole dungeon's starting to reforest. 2 people gather at the window. It's wild to think the devil lost. Seems unbelievable to this girl. Only one person could take out that being's physical form, but he wouldn't do that. So Seojin's the one responsible. Now the blonde failed to report info to the leader. That's a big no-no. He knows she used the guilds against the Lancer. There's a lot of work ahead. She doesn't get this statement. Time to set destiny straight. The question is what the lady will do. Even the gray-haired one doesn't know yet, so she suggests staying at her guild. As the mage is unsure, the dark-haired guy gives her details. Being saved by the hero makes her deny it. This makes him push the idea. To give back, he offers to teach her his spiritual techniques. But the boy says no. Both go quiet soon after. Even though she refused, she suggests her friend go. Being turned down leaves her shocked. The old lady notes he helped without wanting anything back. Before asking for cash, the warrior holds back. Turns out the sorceress overheard, so she'll make sure her ally gets paid. The portal opens and she'll see her friends again. These words leave her unsure. Later, the Soul Star tags along with him. None of them seem to get it. The girls are shocked by something. Her friend asks if she's planning more raids. Not today, she's tired. Everyone's dismissed for another day. Seojin trains with her sword. The other 2 are competing against each other. He's on his phone checking something out. And Haeyoon's leveling up her skills too. Something's got the old lady shocked, because Muyul's using shadow techniques. Meanwhile, the other girl's using demonic ones. The new generation trained by her pals surprises her. In other words, the whole squad of heroes is chillin' there. Except for the super talented one, obviously. but she's still kinda sus about the dark-haired girl. And the poor girl's all like, I'm a nobody, seriously. Everyone's training like it's a video game marathon. Meanwhile, our main dude realizes he's rolling in dough. Loads of courses are getting unlocked, like a game level up. He's thinking of asking for 4 billion from the Soul Star. Something shiny catches his eye, and he's like, yo, can I have a second with you? The duo sneaks off somewhere. It's a secret spot behind their base. Someone's hyped to see her alive and kicking. Then bam, the shadow pops up. It's the Star Shadow making an entrance. The elders are shook that Covet sends the legendary. Besides that, the gray-haired lady's got a ton of questions. First, they got a chat about missions, and the old lady got saved by the Spearman. Before she can go on, she gets cut off, because the young dude's itching to spill the tea. His grin's all kinds of cheeky. The goofball spills everything that went down, and as usual, he's all about the cash he wants to rake in. He doesn't even notice he's blabbing too much. Even the mage is like, wait, what was my version again? Finally, the dark-haired guy drops some truth about the divine spirit. Moving on, the warrior remembers the devil, until he hits the part about possession. But the smart cookie skips the cringe bits. Plus, the clever one circles back to the 10 billion won. In the end, the dark dude's gonna cough up the cash. Then, the sneaky one remembers the heroes of the Great Cataclysm are going to be hunted. She's like, why's that? The reason's a mystery. And he spills that he was hunted by the Apostle of Temperance. This info's a total shocker for both of them. A light bulb moment makes him guess the hunt's cause of the berserk. It's just a wild guess, though. When asking about this monster, we find out it's unbeatable. Not even the top-tier heroes have a survival guarantee. If there's no way to ensure this, either the world's toast or the creature's gotta go. That's why the Order might be able to see the future, which sounds bonkers. Still, Seojin's like, maybe the baddies have foresight, or they see just enough to flip the script. It's probably part of the whole sight thing. Since they saw a future where the wild beast lost, they decided to summon it later. In other words, the Exalted Voice and the 7 Apostles made the monster vanish. The plan to ditch the heroes is because they're the only ones who can take on the berserk. So they decided to clear them out before unleashing the creature. And when everything's set, they'll use it to wreck the world. They bought enough time to wipe out all the heroic hunters. The final guess is now the villains are racing against time because they can't hold the entity for long. The weird stuff might be from her power being unleashed. In other words, the beast waking up might cause chaos, or the Order's using her power. But there's a third theory. If that's the case, these guys really want to wreck the world. But if that was the plan, why'd they help the heroes during the Great Cataclysm? The problem is there's barely any info on the Order of Truth. All of this sounds nuts to the Dark One. But if it's true, they're wondering who's going to save the planet. Both are thinking about who the main character will be. Plus, now the Black Stars decided to dig deeper into the enemy crew, not just the Berserk. For that, he's got to bounce out of the country. It's to dodge being hunted by the Apostle of Temperance. Plus, he's got to check on the heroes from around the globe. He asks what the woman's going to do, but he's still clueless. His plan is to blend back into society. Besides, the old dude knows why she bailed, but it's time for everyone to see her. Of course, the witch is down with that. While thinking, he figures out why they didn't chase the Star of the Sword. And even Seojin's got to stay on his toes. The enemies were watching him, but they weren't sweating him. But now he's definitely on their radar. The combo wraps up soon. Now the old man promises he'll be back when he's got more deets. Before he bounces, the spearman stops him. Because the legendary dude's got to settle his tab. Someone's whining to the president about the warrior's S-class certificate, plus all the cash that's going to be thrown his way. Some are even throwing around the nepotism card. Another exec's hating on the idea. They're all bickering like it's a reality show. Seeing them all heated, the slick one knows they're all just greedy. The main troublemaker's Jin Ryu. Before a dude can speak, the politician butts in. He's like, do I look bored or just messing around? Alright, buckle up because this is going to be a wild ride, so it's a big deal and he's totally cool with admitting it. The meeting's back on, folks. He's wondering if anyone's going to argue about giving the S-class to the Sword Star. And he's all, I need answers, people. Everyone's on board and the press is like, yeah, this is for the swordsman's epic win. Then the smooth talker brings up the hero's mad skills. It's deja vu, just like with Seojin. Everyone's losing their minds over this. And then he's like, oh, and the cash flow too. He's fishing for ideas on spending the dough, and they're like, let's help the peeps. But how does paying the warrior help the squad? To back it up, he's all, remember the Draugr dungeon? That could have been a mess. His rival's got nothing to say until he finally chills out. Then the sneaky dude calls them out on their justice game, because their paychecks are fat too. The clowns try to clap back thinking it's too soon for an S rank. Now the president is all quiet. It's his job to lead and protect the newbie hunters. Everyone's getting played by the schemer. The real cash drain is right there in the room. They're instantly ticked off. He makes the spearman's promotion official, and thinks the haters are just sad. Someone rolls up to him. It's Kalia, ready to chat. We spot the dark-haired dude meeting someone. It's the VP of Dungeon Affairs. He's got a chat with the adventurer. Turns out the press said he'd swing by, but the smooth dude's not doing that now, and the vibe's electric. The guy's freaking out about not getting paid, but the cash got the green light. It's hitting the account tomorrow. This chills out the money-hungry dude. The S-rank search stirred the pot, but it's all good. That's why the guy's here to spill the tea. Since the fool's all about the cash, the guy's like, chill, the deposit's coming. He clocks that money is the only thing on his mind. Usually folks would pick S-Class over cash because it's the hunter's dream. So he's curious about the main guy's motives. Now he's wondering if there'll be taxes. He's obsessed with cash, but it's not his endgame. Nope, no taxes here. Now the hunter bounces, and the manager has a light bulb moment. Later, he's chatting about how he doesn't get him. They're talking about Seojin's vibe. He remembers the S-Class cert was a tough get. Turns out the young dude's worried about his boss's bold moves. Plus, it's clear hunters are all about the cash. That's the core of their world. The big guilds have been running the show for ages. Even though he tried to shake things up, he just kept the same old, same old. One person going against the grain isn't enough, but something catches the second-in-command's eye. It's the idea that they can fight the power with the main guy's help. Because one person standing up for what's right is all it takes. That's what being S-Class is about, and now he gets his boss. Then he hits up the dark-haired dude again, because he wants to give a big thanks from everyone. Plus, he's starting to feel some hope. The next day, the dungeon cleanup news blows up. But all that matters is the cash in the bank. He's busy planning his spending spree. Now he's got $43 billion in the bank, and it's only gonna grow. But he soon realizes he's gotta spend it all. So he's checking out the karma point. He sees a bunch of comments about it. They're not looking good for him. It just keeps getting worse. At least he's not the only one in this mess. Someone's heading his way now. It's the press dropping by, the soul stars in the house too, but the smooth dude's really here for him. It's about Kalia, because she's asking for backup. So he's checking for a shot, because Seojin's got to roll out to Europe. A bunch of creatures are causing chaos in the city. The snakes are super nasty. Everyone's trying to fight back. A kid's freaking out over the whole thing. This tragic scene is playing out on a phone. All this is going down in Italy. It's not a hunter shortage because loads have been awakened artificially. A weird dungeon popped up in the country. The government's using the hunters, but it's not cutting it. The lady's asking if Andrea's not stepping up. She's the Italian hero from the big cataclysm. She just lost her life. It was in a dungeon mishap. The details are sketchy, but an anomaly hit during a dungeon cleanup. This mess is spreading across Europe. They had to call in the Order of Truth. Then Kalia asked for their help in Italy. Even the religious folks couldn't help, but this stuff doesn't go down on Italian turf. Why? Because their epic hunter dude bounced. He was also the boss of the criminal underworld. The Sicilian mafia was like a big family squad. Their dream? A worldwide crime empire. She's thinking about all this. Sure, there was pushback, but no one could take on the mafioso. When he left, the place went full chaos mode. Turns out, the nation asked the Order of Truth to keep it low-key, which made things messy. And the Star of Soul got super mad at the president's idea. So she said no, but he just came to drop off the blonde's message. So the Lancer's off the hook. This isn't their battle, and the dude's deep in thought. But soon he's all, I got this. The Apostle's not buying the money talk. Plus he thinks the target's clueless about their plan. Kalia's feeling awkward to spill the beans. But Seojin's all about the cash. So much that the price tag shows his obsession. Plus his dream team's tagging along. The hooded figure gives the green light to call the warrior. After all, the beast that gobbled Andrea is in Italy, and there's no stopping the dark-haired one. When she becomes the Apostle of Purity at the ceremony, she'll get the hang of things better. He asks if there's anything else to spill. The hunters got to get paid up front. We see the guild's mission announcement. Everyone's hyped for this group trip, and the veteran thinks the crew's kinda odd. Out of nowhere, her tea goes flying. Something's making everything shake. She's up on her feet now. The hunter's trip is a go, and everyone's mind blown by the cash. Everyone's jetting off in 2 weeks. For some reason, the quake keeps going. It's Epicenter, the main dude. What's making him shake so much is in the bag. She's watching the training. The student of the strongest swordsman. The student of the stealthiest expert. The pupil of the most skilled demonic one. All this talent inspired by one person. Only one wasn't trained by anyone. That's Haeyoon who's being watched. Then she busts out the heart and soul technique. Her spirit's color is dark, showing a stormy heart. We see the gray-haired woman trying to get close. She blushes when approached. Before she could have been as wicked as Jin Cheol-ryu, but Seojin stopped that bad vibe. This changed her big time. Then she jokes about who could help a lost kid, so she decides to teach her about character building. So much that she asks if she wants to learn from her. The shy one's super unsure, which quickly ticks off the gray-haired woman. A flick to her forehead. This was for not being real. When she's about to whine, she gets another flick. 2 weeks till the Italy trip, so she's using everything to change the Prodigy's ways, and there's no dodging these lessons. The poor girl's panic is clear. Now the main dude notices the chaos. To him, his buddy always seems weirder and more courses pop up. 2 weeks fly by and the press talks about the Dream Team's Italy mission. Soon everyone's off to the country. Someone finally lands. We see the team finally touching down. The beasts want to chow down on pizza, but it's not a Viki. Someone's laughing at them out of nowhere. A bunch of guys are eyeing them. He's not a fan of these dudes, and says, "What's the move?" Then someone rolls up to them. Her name's Elena, the National Hunter Manager. Everyone says hi and gets to know her. In her head, the slacker's doubting the group's B&A class. Then she says she'll take them to the hotel. The unfriendly ones from before pop up again, but the well-groomed ones ignore them, just keep moving. A weird vibe suddenly pops up in front of her. It's a spiritual connection thing for chatting. The same annoying ones start mocking the foreigners. They're trash-talking the Korean strength. The Lancer is holding back from throwing hands. His patience is solid, but the fools start talking smack about the guild's girls. That's enough to set him off. The troublemakers provoke and mock the girls. So the hunter's hold up a sec. His guide quickly spots his anger. Thing is, they're Class A Mafia members. The suited guy tries to stop the drama, only to get interrupted by the traveler, because the heroes chill with it. Even so, the European's confused. She thinks it's weird everyone's so calm. The dark-haired dude steps up for a showdown, and claps back by calling them dogs. The first one soon face-planted on the ground. Of course, this freaks the other dude out. Meanwhile, the fighter's all serious, no jokes. This makes everyone rush in like it's a TikTok challenge. Everyone's glued to the fight and the Italian's mind is blown. Each opponent totally wrecked. Now they can bounce and keep going. The sun's out and they're cruising. Those mafiosos? Just another squad after the family drama. With Andrea gone, the mafia split like a bad group project. There's a crew called Agnesi and the infamous Francesco squad. And the OG hero's heir Antonio, the only decent one in the mix. The Italian hunters are drowning in drama and mafia chaos, slowing down dungeon cleanup. It's their gig to handle the weird stuff. And the dark-haired dude's hyped. She just gives them a quick thanks, until the car slams the brakes hard. Something's definitely up. Everyone's sprinting from the monsters like it's a zombie apocalypse. This sight totally messes with her head. A dungeon rift just popped open. Then the main character jumps into action. A beam zaps an opponent, no sweat. She's super impressed. The whole squad gears up, her spears chilling on her shoulder. Time to get to work. The Italian parliament's huddled up, talking mafia business. They tried to chat it out, but President Hunter Marcello flopped. Catanzaro's now Francesco family turf, and Prime Minister Samuel is losing it over hostages in that city. Some dude Antonio's teaming up with hunters to tackle the Sicilian baddies. Nobody dared to act wild with Andrea around. One hero's exit caused chaos, and now it's a disaster zone. More weird dungeons are popping up. Right now, they've got just a few hundred agents ready to rumble. He's grilled about international backup, and the politicians nope. What ticks him off is the innocent folks suffering. Everyone's got to step up and save people, but play it safe because they need them alive. An assistant rolls in with a message. Seems like a big deal. It's news from Latina. No one got hurt thanks to the Koreans. With her eyes shut. The mage drops her prominence flame attack, flames everywhere. Meanwhile, Lee's doing his double sword dance. Park's squaring off with two cyclopes, before busting out the thunder sword dance and slicing them up. Using wind power, Haeyun wipes out the creatures easy thanks to the elemental energy boom. Ellen is helping folks get out of there. Suddenly she spins around and bam, dryads everywhere. But in a flash, they're toast. Looking at Kim, she realizes it's the Korean hunter squad here to help. Thinking hard, she wonders how just 5 people are owning it. The phone rings, snapping her out of it. Seeing it's the association's president, the hunter steps up to manage the operation. But surprise, Marcello's got news about the prime minister. With the fight over, Seojin's curious about how the dark-haired girl nailed spiritual arts. The girl says it was her first try and they swap compliments. When asked about his skills, Lee says he's used to solo training. Sighing, Park wonders how everyone around him is so talented. The squad's chatting away, not noticing the visitors, who are stunned watching Seojin take down monsters. Turning around, the main character says the blonde hunter showed up just in time, since he needs to figure out what to do with the monster bodies. Elena quickly switches topics, saying the 2 guys behind her want to meet the young dude. Our boys shook, realizing he's in front of Samuel, the prime minister, and Marcello, the association's president. Confused, he asks if his crew needs to fill out some customs form. Grinning, the guys say they just want to introduce themselves properly. The main character shakes hands with the prime minister and introduces himself too. Then the duo chats about how the young dude communicates so well without a translator. Realizing the hero spilled about the medium, the dark-haired hunter thinks her instructor would faint hearing that. When asked why he's there, the man in the dark blue suit asks if Kim can help Italy. And in return, he'll do whatever it takes to meet the squad's needs. This includes cash, which makes our boy's eyes light up, but not seeing the reaction he hoped for. The prime minister thinks he came for nothing. Still, the guy's determined to save his country, to the point of promising not to charge any fees for dealing with monster corpses, plus covering all the costs for chopping them up. Feeling touched, the main dude says his squad's got this. Surprised, the guy asks if the dream team can handle the chaos in Lazio, even if it's a bit of a wild request. The main dude thinks for a second, then spots a helicopter overhead. Without missing a beat, he asks if they can borrow it. Samuel's all sure thing, leaving everyone totally mind blown. A bit later, the squad's cruising around Italy. Pumped, Seojin tells the pilot to hit up the next city. On the ground, the prime minister's eavesdropping, and wonders when his heart last did a happy dance like that. Quickly he remembers when Andrea, the Cataclysm hero, showed up and said he'd fix the mafia. But when the dude left, Samuel thought Italy was toast. Determined not to blow this chance, he tells Marcello to let the dream team handle the citizens' safety. The association's president is all confused, but he figures out the guy's planning to draw the mafiosos out. News about the Korean hunters spreads like wildfire. Elsewhere, a dude calls for Albino and says it's time to meet Agnes. The mafioso asks what to do with the Catanzaro hostages, and gets orders from the boss of manliness to take them all out. We jump back to the hero squad. Grinning, Elena says they rented the whole hotel to dodge any drama. Curious, the main dude asks how much they've raked in so far. After checking her phone, the huntress says it's 42 million euros, about 57 billion won. Seeing his face, the young woman gets worried, but Muyul says he always freaks out over cash. Snapping out of it, our guy decides it's not time for math, but time to level up his skills. Quickly, the hero blows through the 80 billion in his account. Curious, he asks what Italy's total budget is. Even if she doesn't get why he's asking, Elena says it's around 1,100 billion won. While munching, Lee and Seojin joke that the captain's in a great mood. Later, the main dude watches a lecture by Atlas, the titan who holds up the sky in myths. Yelling, the instructor says the key to holding up the sky is perseverance, which means being super strong is pointless. Atlas shares some wild stories from his sky-holding days, and asks if his student would make excuses in the same sit. Our guy has to pull his phone away to avoid going deaf from the yelling. Intensely, the instructor insists you gotta hold up the sky no matter what, using the 3 basic perseverance principles he'll teach, starting with the one that lets you tank any physical hit. The second makes you immune to 10,000 poisons, and the third is the perseverance to withstand any cold or heat. A message pops up saying the daily task is ready. After reading it all, the main dude wonders how he'll take deadly poison from Jormungandr and keep breathing. To make it worse, he finds out the poison's super pricey. So much that it costs about 2 billion every day. Even so, the hero figures it's cool. After all, he'll be rolling in trillions when it's over. Hyped, he decides to check out Alfie's lecture. But suddenly the room starts shaking. Curious, Kim wonders if there's been a dungeon break or something. In the hotel lobby, a mafioso is looking for the hero. Elena shows up and tells him to scram. The guy laughs and says if she wants to get hurt, just take one more step. Showing her skills, the huntress whips the criminal away. Furious, the other group members rush at her, but they get wrecked easily. Nervous, a shield dude tells his buddies to keep pushing, but the girl shows up and smashes him down with one hit. Thinking, the huntress decides she needs to stall until backup arrives. Suddenly, someone slams her to the ground. Lifting her by the neck, Albano says he was curious about the ruckus. Furious, Elena asks how he got into the room. Smirking, the guy says it's none of her business. When asked about Kim's location, the blonde says she won't spill. Part of the dream team shows up and asks what's going on. The mobster asks if Lee is the captain, but Lee's like, nah, not me. Our dude pops up and tells the guy to check behind him. Then bam, delivers a knockout punch. The criminals are all, wait, how'd this kid even get here? Looking down, the Dark Saint's disciple is like, dude, you got faster. Meanwhile, Agnes, the moderate's boss, is all, what's up with the truce? Francesco's like, let's team up Agnes. He even handled the traitor who was scheming with Antonio. Then he spills that he sent Albano to visit the Korean hero. Sipping her drink, the woman's like, that kid's toast by now. The mobster nods, saying Marcello and the Italian government will freak out. So, to stir the pot more, he plans to wipe out Catanzaro's 90,000 citizens. The woman's like, that's super shady. But the guy's all, winning is what counts, forget the rules. Because you know mobsters are naturally savage. With a dark vibe, Francesco's like, time for war. At the hotel, the mercenary's all, how'd I miss the hero's moves? The hero helps Elena, who says the guy's from the mainland supposed to be in Sicily. Grinning, the mobster's like, didn't expect the kid to show up. Cutting to the chase, the hero's like, why you after me? And the guy's just curious. Turning away, our dude's like, seen enough, take your crew and bounce. Albano's like, that's nice of you, but turning your back, rookie move. With one swift move, the hero slams the criminal into the wall. Then goes, yep, criminals all the same. Ticked off, the dark-haired dude orders his crew to attack. No hesitation, they charge in. But Seojun stops them all. Lee's hyped, let's wrap this up and hit the banquet. The leader's stunned, seeing his crew get wrecked. Then he notices Seojun's intense stare. Freaked out, he wonders if the kid's an A-rank hunter, begging his crew to shield him. With no one stepping up, the thug plays his last card. Boom, a massive explosion just as the hero gets close. The mobster's blasted out of the hotel. Lee's like, whoa, he's fast. Elena's all, we can't let him get away. Taking charge, our dude's like, I'll bring him back. Then charges through the wall hole. While sprinting, the thug's like, we totally underestimated these guys. The hero pops up. Where are you headed, man? Later, Albano wakes up back at the hotel. The blonde huntress is like, how'd you escape Sicily? The criminal's curious, why you want to know? Then asks if this fight is over. Hearing about Catanzaro, the young woman's shocked. Laughing, the guy's like, too late now. Furious, she decks him, asking how they can be so heartless about innocent lives. Confused, the hero's like, what's going on? Elena says, revealing the plan to hold 90,000 people hostage to pressure the president. The mobster adds, plans changed, magic bombs probably ticking. Meaning soon, everyone goes poof. The huntress is like, you guys are monsters, but Albano's like, the association ignored us. Plus, they got tangled with outside hunters. Our dude's mad and knocks the guy out. but says he didn't finish him off because the girl still has questions. Then he tells his friends to gear up for Catanzaro. In the chopper near the city, the hero's like, Seun, can you handle it? And she's nervously like, gotta see the bomb first. Looking at Lee, the hero's like, go with her, you're stealthy. Nodding, the young man's like, no worries, got this. Park and Hyun are on rescue duty for the captives. Our dude heads for the aircraft door. On the flip side, Elena's all, this is super reckless because if the mafia catches wind of them, it's gonna be Chaos City. Kim's chill though, saying everything's gonna be Gucci. He's not letting any bomb go boom on his watch. Without a second thought, the dude leaps out of the chopper, flexing his good speed skills. While sprinting, he notices the Alfie's lecture progress bar is filling up. Thinking, he's like, man, feels like my body's getting shredded. But there's zero chill time, because the magic bomb's countdown is probably ticking away. And with a ton of stuff still on their to-do list, he's got to buy them as much time as he can. Meanwhile, Caesar, a mafia dude, is grinning with a detonator in hand. Turning around, he asks about the city folks. A minion pops up saying he told everyone to stay put. The mafioso then tells him to let a few people bounce so they can spill the tea later. When asked how many, he's like, let 10 people go. In the woods, the baddie warns everyone to hightail it back to Sicily before the bomb goes off. But surprise, surprise, Kim crashes the party with full-on energy. On the ground, he's all, glad I made it in time. Then asks if Cesar's with the mafia that took over Catanzaro. Ignoring him, the guy's like, who even are you? And if he's one of the 10 who got a free pass, as the minion says no, the thug laughs, calling him a wannabe genius. So he's going to grant the kid's wish to bite the dust. With orders given, the crew charges at the hero. Grinning, the hero's like, should have listened to Yang's lecture too. Turning away, the boss says he's out of here. But then he sees his crew getting wrecked. A dude lunges at our hero with a sword. Kim swiftly disarms him and the weapon. Sweating bullets. Caesar's like, how's this even happening? And where on earth did this kid come from? Quickly, he figures it's time to hit the button and bounce back to Sicily. The hero finally takes down all the mafiosos. And turning around, he spots the boss pulling something from his pocket. Our boy. And the mafioso lock eyes. Until the hero's patience snaps and he charges forward, sending the enemy into a frenzy. The guy starts running while the hero smashes through the rest of the gang. Trying to shield the boss, some thugs dive in to block the hero. With so many people, the hero ends up toppling over. Piling up, the mafiosos are like, why is Kim so OP? Suddenly a bright blue light flashes, and in a blink, all the baddies are airborne. Our boy lands a killer blow on the gang leader, thinking the brown-haired dude's trying to figure out why the hero is so relentless. Since back in the day, this wouldn't be a thing. Seeing the spear at his throat, he raises a detonator telling the hero to freeze. The mafioso realizes the hero's already clued in and asks if he knows what happens if he hits the button. With half-closed eyes, the hero's like, if you do, you're going down too. Standing tall with his crew, he says, not a bad idea actually, but if the hero wants nothing to go down, better not try any funny business. Grinning, the thug reveals he's also an S-rank hunter. Our boy stays put while the other thugs circle him, even with a knife at his neck. He cracks a tiny smile. Annoyed, the boss says it's time to hand over the spear already. Unfazed, the hero charges ahead and takes out all the other thugs just by twirling his weapon. With the spear aimed at him again, the mafioso thinks the hero's nuts. Before hitting the button, even knowing he's toast too, Seojun kneels, staring him down. And to the thug's shock, nothing goes boom. Thinking, he wonders if he pressed it wrong. Meanwhile, our boy's relieved. Suyun nailed her part of the plan. Inside the cabin, the dark-haired guy's bummed, since he got caught way too easy. Suddenly, Caesar shows up at the door, making his buddy think everything's chill and the hero's not tough enough for the mafia. Grinning, the mafioso asks if he's here to bust him out. With his face all bruised, he spills the beans, saying he got nabbed too. Our dude steps in and boom, the guy with the detonator starts pleading like he's in a bad movie. Chill vibes, the young dude says Elena's got some questions for him first. Elena jumps in, asking how they pulled off the great escape from Sicily. The tied-up dude chuckles, playing it cool, but Caesar spills the tea about a secret passage. Kim's all ears, while the mafioso's buddy's like, dude, zip it. Annoyed, our hero gives the dark-haired guy a nap, lights out style. Then he's back at it, grilling about that secret passage. The guy's begging for mercy, but our dude's like, remember trying to off 90,000 people? Later, the guy wakes up, all groggy, facing the squad. He's thinking, did my buddy spill the beans? Then offers a cheeky 70 million euros to the crew. Everyone's jaws hit the floor at that offer, yelling our hero's like, you really got that kind of cash? The guy's like, we're not your average crooks, we're mafia, baby. They're into everything, gambling, trafficking, loans, you name it. Raking in 53 billion euros a year, right under Andrea's nose. Sizing up our hero, the criminal's sure the deal's a done deal. But our dude's like, nah, not worth it, where's Francesco? Thinking the boss is in Sicily, our hero's like, do you guys sell people too? He's planning to cash in on the duo, big time. Watching the thug get a beat down, Lee's like, could have just talked, man. Sweating bullets, he's like, been there, done that. Blonde Huntress surprised, asking if Kim's really going to hunt the boss. Risky business. Sicily's Mafia HQ plus the guy's an S-Class hunter, no joke. Fearless, our hero's like, this won't end till we handle them. Crystal clear after what almost went down in Catanzaro. When challenged, he's like, not going to Italy without a plan, secret passages, here we come. And maybe a deal involving people's sales. The young woman's puzzled while our hero's grinning like a madman. Now we're in Messina, the Sicily mainland Italy link, Hunter Central. In a room, the scarred dudes like Francesco and Agnes are acting sus. Another guy is curious, asking if they're teaming up. Antonio confirms, saying they're gearing up for war. He spills that the spies went radio silent. Nervous, the brown-haired hunter's like, we gotta prep too. Thinking the blue-suited guy's like, we've just lit the fuse. If Francesco and Agnes team up, it's 150,000 soldiers strong. But war means major casualties. The hat-wearing young guy's like, Marcello's right, let's prep. Suddenly, a knock interrupts the chat. Elena's like, sorry, but Kim wants to see the president. Nervous, the light-haired guy's like, where's he at? Outside, our dude's grinning, surprised to see the president so soon. He says it's a pleasure meeting Antonio. Straight to business, the leader asks why he's here. Our hero's like, trying to do business, but Italy's prices, man. Wants to know Albano and Caesar's worth. Asked why they're there, Seo Jun's like, they offered big bucks to get out. Our dude shocks everyone, pulling a giant sphere from his bag, then asks about ransoming 150,000 people. Seeing the confusion, the blonde hunter's like, let me break it down. After a bit, the president's thanking the hero nonstop, because without him, 90,000 citizens would have been toast. Embarrassed, our hero's like, about that ransom. Marcello's like, you gonna ask the mafia for it. Alright, so our dude's all hyped, saying this magic bomb was set up in Catanzaro, right? But plot twist, it didn't go boom because someone on the squad drained its magic juice. Now, since it's like a boomerang bomb, he's thinking of recycling it to give the mafiosos a taste of their own medicine. But Mr. Hat Guy's all, nah bro, you can't do that. Because to set it off, you gotta be super close, and that's a one-way ticket to Boomtown for our guy. The Prime Minister is nodding, saying the squad's already given up too much. But our main dude's grinning, saying he's got his own epic plan. Priority numero uno is to wrap this up as soon as possible. Andrea's successor's all curious, asking why our hero's going all out. Especially since it's not even his turf, like, it's Italy, not his backyard. But our guy's like, helping others doesn't need a reason, dude. This hits Antonio right in the feels, reminding him of Andrea, who he thought was gone for good until now. Kim's packing the bomb away, saying he's bouncing, and everyone better gear up. Hat Guy's all serious, promising to return the favor so our hero better come back in one piece. Our dude's like, chill, I'm not planning on kicking the bucket. But he's kind of thinking he might have killed the vibe. He spins around, grabs the two mafiosos, and promises he'll be back soon. Blonde Huntress just cringing at all the compliments flying around. Meanwhile, over at the Mafia HQ, Agnes is bragging about sending 100,000 peeps to Messina, just like Francesco wanted. The guy's pumped, saying they can strike any time now. Agnes, with her hammer, checks out the troops outside. She's wondering if they're rushing things, especially since they're down 50,000 elite soldiers. Francesco's all chill, saying she's worrying too much, which is why she couldn't escape Sicily. He's all, soon Italy's going to be chaos central, and they just got to grab the chance. Agnes just stays quiet. Then someone says Antonio's forces are pulling back from Messina. Old dude's like, duh, Congress was bound to do that. Which means panic's gonna skyrocket when the fight kicks off. He's explaining while tossing his dagger around. Then bam, he stabs it into the map, saying Italy's gonna be there soon. Agnes asks if the first 100,000 are just there to get wrecked. Francesco's like, yep, best strategy ever. Agnes calls him nuts, but then she's grinning all creepy, loving the plan. They're both cracking up like maniacs, totally missing that someone else just walked in. Our guy's like, wow, you two sure talk a lot of trash. Then asks if the dude's the big bad Francesco. Mafioso's freaking out, asking how the kid got in and why he's not toast. Our hero tosses Caesar and Albano, saying he's got some presents. The thugs are all beat up, begging the boss to save them. Old dude's trying to figure out how the bomb guy got caught. But seeing the kid doesn't need a translator, he asks if he's with the Order of Truth. Seojin's like, why does everyone ask me that? Boss is still in shock, saying no way the kid's with the Order. Hero's confused, asking what's up with that and if the dude knows more, realizing his cash grab's a bust. Our guy whips out the bomb and plops it in the room. Francesco's all, how'd you snag that, knowing it's super powerful? Agnes is ready to throw down, not thrilled about being near a magic bomb. Our guy's teasing, asking if he should fire it up. Old dude smirking, saying threatening with a dud bomb is dumb. Hero's like, true. Then he starts recharging it, lighting up the place with rainbow vibes. The mafiosos are totally losing it. Without letting go of the thing, Kim's all, loading's done, dude. The boss is like, if this bomb goes boom, you're toast too. But the hero's like, nah, I planned for that. No worries. Freaked out, Francesco's like, what do you want, man? Our guy spills the tea about hearing stuff on the mafia's cash flow. All hyped, the dude's like, I can give you whatever you want, bro. The hero is doing some quick math to figure out a ransom. Trying to be slick, the mafia dude's thinking he can play the hero. Grinning, Kim's like, how about a cool 700 billion euros? The guy is yelling, how can you be such a greedy kid? The hero just gives them a blank stare and goes, weren't you gonna give me whatever I wanted? Realizing he messed up, the bad guy's like, okay, I'll pay up. But then he vanishes and pops up right next to the hero, who blocks the attack with his spear, no sweat. Powering up, Francesco's like, getting that cash is going to cost you your life. Back at the bomb, the hero's like, aren't you being a bit reckless, dude? Showing off his claws, he's like, you really think that scares us? Because everyone knows blowing stuff up ain't that easy. Ready to rumble, the mafia guy's like, let's see what you got, hero. Our boy's dodging hits like it's nothing, while thinking about his next move now that they know the bomb's tricky to set off. Worst case, he's got to zoom out of there with Alfie's speed, but he might still get hit. The boss is all mad, why isn't Agnes helping me? Smirking, the hero's like, you're pretty cocky, huh? And asks if it's because he's done this terrorist stuff before. With one hit, the hero sends the woman flying. She realizes the hero's magic is way stronger now. Meanwhile, Caesar and Albano are trying to bail. Getting a bit antsy, our boy's like, time to wrap this up, because he's got some questions to ask. The baddies get smacked by an explosion from the disperse attack. But unlike the lady, the old guy's not too beat up. Kim's like, not done yet, and uses his grasp attack, hitting the duo from all sides. Still, they bounce back and power up again, saying they won't lose that easy. The hero watches the attacks coming his way. Then boom, another huge explosion from their powers. But surprise, surprise, the hero dodges it. Facing them, our boy launches his pierce attack. Later, Francesco's just staring at the sky. Kim shows up saying, you woke up sooner than I thought. Out of nowhere, the enemy starts cracking up. Thinking even Andrea wasn't this strong, finally the enemy gets he can't beat the hero, not even with Agnes's help, which means his big plan's toast. Turns out he wanted to use the messed up dungeons to crush Antonio's crew. Then stir up chaos in Italy, wiping out Catanzaro's people. Finally, he'd use elite forces to take over the country. But his big fail was not handling one Asian hunter. Grinning, Seojin's like, now that you're done laughing, can we chat? On the ground, the boss asks what the hero's gonna do next. Touching the bomb, he's like, next move's pretty obvious. But first he wants to know how much cash the guy's offering. Laughing, Francesco's like, you'd let me live. And our boy's like, depends on the cash, man, can't help it. The enemy starts laughing again. He says even if the hero doesn't take the money now, things will change when Antonio's in charge. We'll see if the hero can handle it. Switching topics, the guy asks if the hero knows what happens when the bomb's set off, since it can turn a whole city to dust. Hearing the mafia dude didn't make it, the hero's shook. He asks if the bomb's from the Order of Truth. The enemy just gives a sarcastic grin, but when asked again, he spills the beans, saying anyone rocking the mask of truth is just a big ol' faker. He managed to tick off the Order of Truth so much that they ended up taking out Andrea. So everything got confirmed with just one big oopsie. Our dude also finds out the bomb was meant to be planted in the dungeon to take out the monster. But the mobster decided to skip that plan. He thought it was a total waste to use such a cool and powerful bomb on a puny creature. And just like that, Catanzaro became the main target. Hearing that the guy actually wanted 90,000 people to go poof, the hero gets super mad. The old dude, not bothered, asks if the young guy hasn't noticed anything fishy, then spills the beans that he was just stalling the whole time. Kim whips out his spear to block the hit, but ends up chucking the enemy's dagger at the bomb, which means the enemy never really aimed to hit him. Grinning, Francesco says even though he lost, nobody's gonna win in the end. Our dude gives him a good kick, and after making some space, decides he needs to bounce before the bomb goes kaboom for real. The hero kicks into divine speed and his feet barely touch the ground. The sphere starts cracking and glowing like crazy. While sprinting, the hero peeks back to see the mobster chilling in a daze. And the other soldiers clueless they're about to go boom. The brightness cranks up, until finally a massive explosion rocks the place. Elsewhere, some monsters are checking something out. In what looks like an altar, a hooded figure wonders why someone's just lying there all sad. It turns out she's talking about Andrea. A young guy pops up and grabs the Apostle of Patience's attention to let her know the magical bomb just went off in Sicily. The young woman shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter anymore.